This is Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Coming up on 1 minute until airtime. Mark Network stations, we are 1 minute until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Studios, please start your archive recording. Stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Coming up on 30 seconds until airtime. Mark, 30 seconds until airtime. Once again, stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Stations, your final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds until airtime.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir! They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The biggest challenge of the season to date is upon the Michigan Wolverines, who have cruised to a 6-0 record thanks to 3 dominant non-conference wins and 3 solid performances in Big Ten play. The Wolverines' 6 opponents pale in comparison to today's, a Penn State team that also enters the game unbeaten and has already gone to 2 hostile environments and earned wins, Purdue in Week 1, Auburn in Week 3. Last season, these 2 teams played a classic, with Michigan keeping its Big Ten title hopes alive by rallying in Happy Valley in mid-November. This year is not an elimination game in the conference race, but the winner will be co-favorites with Ohio State, while the loser will likely need to win out and get some help to reach Indianapolis. And on a day when we honor the 1997 National Championship team's 25th anniversary, the Wolverines and Nittany Lions will square off as unbeatens for the first time since, you guessed it, 1997. That season, Michigan truly announced it was a national championship caliber team by overwhelming the Nittany Lions at Beaver Stadium. Will the Maize and Blue do the same here today? That 97 team's most comprehensive performance came against Penn State. Michigan will need its best to this point behind the best atmosphere of the season with a Maize out here at the Big House. Kickoff 3 hours away. Let's get you ready for it here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from northeast, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the player, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Jack, it just has that feel around here. It took longer to get in today. There are more people out there tailgating at 9 a.m. It's got that big game feel.
There's an aura, there's an atmosphere walking into the stadium today that a lot's on the line. And, 2 undefeated schools going at it, a lot of pride, a lot of tradition from both. Maize out, big noon kickoff. It's exciting. It's a great day for football.
And, of course, 34-8 in 1997 still resonates around here. It wasn't even that close on that day. But just like that team, the 2021 club used a win over Penn State to propel them to championship contention. Similarities here, and similarities when you play the Nittany Lions, as head coach Jim Harbaugh explains.
Last year's games and every game that we played, just got to be on point. We're going to have to play really good because they play really good. They always do. They're always well prepared, and they always win games, and it's a big-time matchup.
Of course, Penn State has not been in the Big Ten forever, but, man, there have been some awesome games, key moments for both programs, and you played in a pair of one-possession games against these guys. What do you remember about those?
Yeah, Penn State, you know what you're going to get. It's a disciplined team, a tough team. I always say they're sneaky good. James Franklin's a great recruiter, and they have talent all over the field. You might not see it week in and week out, but it can catch you off guard. It's a great program, obviously a storied program, and Michigan's going to have their hands full today. They're excited. They're coming off a bye. They're rested. They probably feel like they're very prepared. It's always fun to play Penn State, and what an opportunity here for some great Big Ten football.
Penn State 5-0. Talked about the 2 road wins. Week 1 that Thursday night at Ross-Ade. It was a great game, and Penn State got out of there with a win. Then they went to Auburn 2 weeks later. They surged past a Tigers team that's just kind of a mess right now. Do those games help Penn State here on a maze-out in Ann Arbor? Here is the aforementioned head coach of the Nittany Lions, James Franklin.
It helps, obviously, because we've been on the road before in tough environments. Obviously this is going to be one of them, but the experience matters. The understanding kind of what it takes to win on the road. There's value in that, but at the end of the day, all that matters is what we do Saturday, and having our guys ready and prepared for what that moment is going to be like is important.
Your impressions of Penn State through 5 games, again, 2 solid road wins in tough environments and 3 as expected home games.
Yeah, I think there's still some question marks around them. I don't think, in all fairness, I don't think the Purdue win is all that impressive week 1. Ross-Ade's not the most hostile environment, right? But to go into an SEC school on the road and get a big win, that is impressive. I think there's a lot of question marks with Penn State still. Again, you know who they are. You know they're well coached. They're disciplined. They're going to do their job. They're going to play hard. And we all know as Michigan fans that you're going to get everyone's best no matter what the situation is. They're going to come in here fired up with a good game plan and give it their all. So very talented, a very good defense. Sean Clifford on the quarterback, he feels like he's been there 20 years or something. Like he's been around forever.
He's in his mid-20s now.
Yeah, 2-1 versus Michigan, so the guy's got experience, and they have been on the road, and they've won games. So they're not going to be intimidated to come in here. Michigan's going to have their hands full with a very talented Penn State team.
Now, under James Franklin, you remember last year Jim Harbaugh exercised some demons, got over the hump in some games that he hadn't done yet at U of M. Well, Penn State, under Franklin, 2-13 against top 10 teams.
Yeah.
Both those wins in 2016 when the Nittany Lions won the Big Ten championship. Since then, they've lost 9 straight against top 10 foes. They've been close. 5 have been by 1 possession. But this is a game where I feel like if Michigan can overwhelm these guys early, it might feel like a deja vu. Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, if you can get the crowd fired up early, if you can get their belief, as in Penn State's down early, I think you definitely do stand a better chance. Penn State's one of those programs. They're always knocking on the door. They're always there. They have the talent to play with anybody in the country. They struggle to get over the hump to be that national contender year in and year out. But let's not forget they won the Big Ten in I think 2016, and again they're just one of those programs that's always there, always knocking at the door. Very talented, very well coached. It's a good program, but I do think that there's some question marks, and even question marks surrounding Michigan. A lot of that's going to get figured out today.
It is a great game, and it is a great environment here at the Big House. Again, if you are coming out to the game, it is a maze out, and there are a ton of things going on today. Talked about the 97 National Championship team reunion, the debut officially of the Lloyd Carr Tunnel. We've got Charles Woodson and Aiden Hutchinson recognized here today. Pre-game flyover from 2 Air Force F-16 Fighting Falcons. Michael Phelps, the all-time Olympian. He is Michigan's honorary captain. Top 10 matchup at the Big House. Doing it right.
It's a production today. There's no doubt
great.
about it. The maze out, honoring 97, Charles Woodson, Aiden, Michael Phelps as captain, the Lloyd Carr Tunnel officially being being honored. It's going to be special. It's going to be a special day down there, and this is going to be an incredible environment in the big house.
We are getting you ready for it here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We will delve deeper into the Nittany Lions in about 25 minutes. 9:50 this morning, you'll hear from sophomore linebacker Junior Colson. John Jansen hops on at 10 o'clock. Doug Karsh, the voice of Michigan football, at 10:40. During the 11 o'clock hour, you'll hear from sophomore quarterback J.J. McCarthy and head coach Jim Harbaugh. And, of course, throughout the morning, our friends at WWJ 9:50 a.m. will give you the latest traffic and weather updates, and our first one comes up now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will rehash the week that was for the Wolverines. When we come back, we are almost exactly 3 hours from kickoff. 12:10 here at the Big House on a maze out in Ann Arbor. Hope you'll join us all morning long here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The Heart of Soul, Jodeci. Friday, November 4th at Soaring Eagle Casino, Jodeci. Tickets start at $44 on sale at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com. Party and play with Jodeci. Friday, November 4th. Tickets on sale now. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Hey Ann Arbor, football is here, and we know you're thirsty. Whether you're tailgating on the golf course, Hoover Avenue, or the parking lot, make sure you grab a case of Miller Lite. It's Miller time for those who hold true and bleed blue. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
Really grateful for all the real outpouring of concern, support, prayers. He mentioned that. And I've gotten so many people in the football world have reached out. Mike has tremendous respect in the world of football.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
Yeah, and it's been amazing to hear all the support for Mike Hart after what happened last week, the scary situation in Bloomington of all places, somewhere that listen, he's been a great coach for a long time, but that was the program, the place that he really established himself, being a part of, some of the best seasons for Indiana football they've ever had. But from all accounts, things are progressing. Have not heard one way or the other yet if he will be able to be coaching officially here today. But he was out at the Dexter Saline game last night looking good. And Jacket had to have played a role for this team last week. That first half was a bit sluggish, a bit uncharacteristic, because I marvel at high-level athletes. I never was one, never will be one.
You were a great bowler.
I was a pretty good bowler. I don't know if that makes me an athlete, but I can knock down some pins. However, to be able to focus on the task at hand and more importantly, refocus. I mean, it's incredible what these young men can do, and they had to do it in a real-life situation last week.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about adversity and controversy striking and how you're going to handle it. I mean, what happened last week with Coach Hart was scary. I mean, I was down on the field, and I was uneasy until halftime. I think, credit the team, credit the coaches that they were able to go in and regroup at halftime and settle in and get back to, playing some good football, because it was a rough second quarter for Michigan last week. But how couldn't it have been? That was a scary situation. Happy to hear Mike Hart is doing better, and looking forward to seeing his return whenever that may be. But again, you never know when adversity is going to strike a team, and that is the worst case scenario how it can strike a team. That's real life, right? But 100%. But you can boil that down into a sudden change, a turnover, something doesn't go our way. What's going to happen? The ability to overcome is what good teams and good people in general have to do in life. So good to see that Michigan was able to rally and get back, to playing good football in the second half.
And signs of a great program is one that can overcome some of that. And we talk about that so much from a roster complexion standpoint. Here's an injury. Look, last week for Michigan, Trente Jones goes down. Carson Barnhart swoops in.
Yeah.
Roman Wilson wasn't playing. We saw great efforts from other guys. Michigan had an ace in the hole as a running backs coach with the great Fred Jackson stepping in. Michigan was able to get a waiver to allow Freddie J., who is an analyst in the program, which means there are some restrictions on how much he can do, what he can do, but he was able to go full throttle as the running backs coach. He was the RB coach here during your 4 seasons. What can you tell us about the great Freddie J. from your interactions with him?
Everybody loves Freddie J. He is a staple of Michigan football. I couldn't tell you when he got on campus, but it was a long, long time ago. And Coach Jackson has seen all the great running backs come through this program, and Mike Hart in particular, right? I know they had a great relationship, when he was a player here, and that's carried on. And I think that's a big reason that Freddie J. wanted to come back was to see Mike Hart in action as a running back coach, kind of, carrying on his legacy and promoting, great running style football for the University of Michigan. So great to have Freddie J. I mean, to your point, having an ace in the hole, if something like that, God forbid, were to happen like it did, Freddie J. was able to step up and help out this week, and will as long as he's needed.
That's a great way of putting it, too. I mean, Freddie wanted to come back to be there. It's one thing to say, hey, Mike Hart's going to be great. It's another thing to actually want to be a part of his continued growth and evolution. So, again, we got our fingers crossed that things continue to progress in the way that it seems like it has with Coach Hart. We're continuing to think about him. As for the preparations for Penn State, you can tell from talking with some guys that, there's a bit of a different feel around here today and throughout the week. And here's junior guard Zach Zinter.
It's going to be a top 10 matchup. The atmosphere is going to be crazy with the maze out. Just bumping up that preparation, watching a little more film, sticking around the building longer, working with the coaches on the game plan and what we feel good about. So just the preparation's going up a little bit for this game.
Sharon Moore said this week that you have to overcoach the fundamentals and the execution in a week like this. How else do you have to combat the emotions of this while also feeding off them? Use them properly, but not overdo it.
Yeah, I think you said it. You just try to use them properly. And I know for big games, I always, probably to a fault, played to the level of my competition, but that was a good thing for big games, right?
Sure.
I got fired up, and I used that as motivation to do the preparation, right, to lock in a little bit more, to watch a little bit more film, to rest a little bit more, get treatment a little bit more, and just, constantly having that in the back of your mind as you're on campus. It's a tough thing to do. It gets easier for games like this just because you know what's on the line, you know what you're about to go do and the atmosphere you're about to play and what you're playing for in a day like today. So you have to hone it, and that's what experienced teams do. That's what experienced players learn to do is you all that emotion and that intensity that'll be brought out today, you find the right ways and when to apply it. That's what, seasoned teams and seasoned leaders do. Michigan's got plenty of them.
And, I think what helps you from a bye week standpoint, you got the bye next week. It comes at a great spot for Michigan because really outside of the Ohio State game, these are the 2 biggest games of the season here. And to be able to know, hey, we can go full throttle, and you got a little bit of a respite on the back end, and then you got extra time to prepare for the in-state rival Michigan State. You never really want to have your bye week before Ohio State because that'd be 11 straight weeks before getting a break. So the placement of this is really good.
Yeah, I don't think it's a shocker that the schedule aligns pretty well for Michigan this year. It just is. It's in the cards, and that's a rare thing usually. We always have some sort of challenging circumstance throughout the season. It does line up well now. You got a big physical contest. You know you're going to get Penn State's all today. And then, you know what, how great would it be to get out of here with a win, feel good about yourself, rest up for an additional week, and then, get a chance to play Sparty and take it to them and continue to roll this thing forward. Good teams, they just get better and better as the year goes on, and this is the time where you really see that ramp. You really see that escalation into what could be a really exciting end of the season.
We'll do our self-scout next. Here's traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It is time for the tailgate tip. It's brought to you by Meijer. Smart tailgating is all about the prep work. Do as much as you can in advance, like shaping burger patties and preparing toppings. That was today's tailgate tip, brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Our self-scout coming up next, Michigan and Penn State at 12:10 this afternoon. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Rave Associates, distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer in conjunction with Founders Brewing Company, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Founders Brewing Company produces some of Michigan's most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers. Ask for these great Michigan craft beers at restaurants and retail stores here in Washtenaw County and throughout Michigan.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
It's a Michigan game day.
I feel like as the season's gone on, my maturity for playing the position has exponentially grown. And just stepping out of those immature mistakes like I made at Maryland and just being in the right headspace at the right time, in the moment, 100% completely, I felt like that's been improved every single game, every single snap.
And it's tough to not talk about the quarterback of your team in a game like this. Michigan and Penn State coming up a little bit afternoon at the Big House, especially considering this is J.J. McCarthy's first start in a truly big-time game. We all circled the road trip to Iowa, and understandably so at the start of the season, but Iowa is not what we have come to expect from them most seasons. But going into this one, it does feel like there's more to unlock from a big play potential for McCarthy and the passing game, but he talks about staying in the right headspace, staying in the moment, and I've been really impressed with that ability from him in this first stretch as a starter in college.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I think his composure and poise and the command that he has, he looks at ease, which is great to see for a young guy coming into what hopefully is going to be an outstanding career for him. I think he's just scratching the surface, right? I mean, his ability, his playmaking ability to escape the pocket, to run when he needs to extend plays, and then put a ball wherever it needs to be on the field. He's a special talent. And again, I think he's just scratching the surface of where he can be, where he can take this offense. But I like how he's doing it. It's a slow, measured approach. I like how the coaches are doing it with him. Just continue to get more confident, continue to build, get better, and understand how to manage the game, because the talent's there. The superstar plays will come. If you can take care of those intangibles first, the rest, I mean, the sky's the limit.
Based on the schedule to this point, and when you think about the other game that stood out at the start of the season on the schedule, which was the trip to Kinnick Stadium.
Yep.
But that felt from the Michigan game plan standpoint of, hey, we do our stuff better than you do your stuff, so we'll kind of beat you by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yep.
This feels like a candidate to where, from an offensive standpoint, some more wrinkles. Some of the plays that maybe they circled in early in mid-August and said, we really like this play. It feels like this is a game and a candidate to bring that out.
Well, if they have those, there's no other time to show up than today, right? I mean, now there's nothing to hide. Bring it today if you got it. I've long said, I mean, we're more than halfway through the regular season, which is crazy to think about. But I've been saying for a while, I still feel like Michigan doesn't totally know what their identity is offensively. And we know it's going to be run the ball to set up throwing the ball. But they still don't have a bread and butter type of run that they always want to go to. I think they're still figuring that type of stuff out, the routes, the route concepts, what they want to do with JJ, who to get the ball to. There's so much potential out there. There's so many options out there. And quite frankly, everything has worked pretty well to this point. So they haven't had to just say, boy, what do we know we do well, and let's go do it, and that's that. But again, to your point, I think, this is a chance to if you have some of those trick plays, some of those exotic plays, if you can put yourself in a look that defense has never seen. And that goes for the defense, too, our defense as well. Now's the time to bring it out, no doubt about that.
Analyze the growth of Luke Schoonmaker for us, because with Eric All out as of late, it's funny, Jim Harbaugh raved about Schoonmaker and said I think it was week 1 or week 2, that he could be one of the all-time greats at the position at tight end. And that raises some eyebrows.
Yeah.
But with what he's done kind of away from a pass-catching ability leading into these last few weeks, and now what he has added from that pass-catching standpoint, it's been really impressive to watch.
Just so solid, so reliable. He's not missing blocks. He's catching the ball. To see him, the evolution from last year being really predominantly a blocking tight end, with Eric All being just a freak athlete running around out there and can make plays at the tight end position. With him out, Scooney in, it's been great to see. Now he's a pass catcher, right? Now he's kind of doing it all. And quite frankly, he's J.J. McCarthy's best friend on the field, because when J.J. doesn't see it downfield, he's just dumping it off to Scooney all the time, who's been reliable for 4 to 10 yards, depending on the route that he's running. So he's been vital for this offense. He has helped J.J. get in a rhythm. When we talked about J.J.'s poise and composure, a lot of that is based off the fact that he's been able to check the ball down to Scooney and just get drives started, build that confidence, and get some rhythm.
Big Ten play, 7 for 72 and a touchdown against Maryland, 4 for 45 at Iowa, and then career best 9 catches for 67 yards and a score in Bloomington last week. We're going to talk to Junior Colson here in a bit, and considering the fact that we still have not seen Nikhai Hill-Green, who was kind of pegged in there as one of the key starters or key returner for this team. Colson's been great, and he just jumps off the screen when you watch.
Well, they've asked him to do a lot. With Nikhai Hill-Green out, Junior Colson has been asked to do a lot. It's a complicated defense that we run. There's a lot of different looks, a lot of different packages, different coverages, blitzes, etc. So the linebacker is responsible typically for getting everybody on the same page and making sure that everyone knows what's going on out there. And when you run an exotic, complicated defense, that can be tricky at times. It's going to be interesting today to see what they're going to ask him to do. And I think it's going to be predominantly stop the run. I think that's going to be the defense's MO. If they can stop the run and put the ball in Sean Clifford's hand and say, go beat us in the air, because I think we like our secondary and we like our chances against the pass. So it'll be interesting today to see Junior Colson. I think you're going to have a big production day from him, a lot of tackles. If that defensive line can keep him clean and let him run sideline to sideline with the running backs to stop that run, defense will be in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, the Nick Singleton, Katron Allen duo at running back, they're legit. We'll talk about them and the Nittany Lions as we scout Penn State, counting you down to Michigan and the Nittany Lions here at the Big House. First, another traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Penn State always seems to be a big-time matchup with big-time stakes in this rivalry. We'll come back and talk about the Nittany Lions after this. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Auto Value is a large Midwest-based company committed to the values of honesty and integrity in everything we do. From Detroit to Madison, Chicago to Marquette, when you shop at your local Auto Value auto parts store, you'll be assured of quality, service, and a huge selection of name brand products. And all available in-store or online at myautovaluestore.com. And as a convenience, we offer same-day in-store pickup or convenient ship-to-home service. Now that's Auto Value. And thank you for shopping locally.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Hey y'all, this is Michael Felder, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way through the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your favorite podcast. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Brian and Jack are previewing today's Michigan game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Sean has done some really good things. I think there's some plays that he would like back. There's no doubt about it. But I think overall, the way he has managed our offense, whether it's the passing game and the protections, whether it's the run game and getting everybody on the same page in terms of how we're IDing the front, and then it's making those 4 to 6 plays a game that you need your quarterback to make.
There's James Franklin, the head coach of Penn State, on Sean Clifford. Clifford, the veteran, he's completed 62% of his passes, just above 1,000 yards on the season, 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Jack, he is not the best quarterback in the Big Ten, but he's played a lot. He has cut down on some mistakes from previous seasons. Your impressions of what you've seen from him, especially this year?
Yeah, he's just kind of a moxie, gritty player. He just gets it done, takes a lot of hits, is tough, gets up, right? Not the most dynamic arm or athlete in the world, but, finds a way to get it done a lot. And, he's 2-1 against Michigan. It seems like Sean Clifford has been playing football for 100 years at Penn State. He's been around for a long time, so he's got a lot of experience. He's been in hostile environments before. He's a good quarterback, but, it's a little Jekyll and Hyde. At the beginning of the season, I thought he looked great, was playing very well, and then was cold in their last game against Northwestern. Hopefully he's not too hot today for that Michigan defense, and we'll see which guy shows up.
Yeah, Nick Singleton, he averages better than 7 yards per carry. Katron Allen, an awesome second option. He's better than 5 yards a carry. Combined, they're north of 150 yards per game on the ground alone. And you mentioned that you were most impressed by what they did week 3 going to Auburn. Well, that game, as a former offensive lineman, I'm sure you were really impressed because that was a gashing on the ground. 5 rushing scores, 2 apiece for both Singleton and Allen. What have you seen from that run game, that offensive line, that week down south and throughout the season?
Yeah, it's been impressive, and it's kind of funny. No matter what the year is, you could juggle them up, and it's almost the same exact Penn State offense. You get smart, tough, disciplined offensive line that knows where to be. They communicate well, and then you got explosive running backs in the backfield. And it seems like year in and year out, it's the same recipe for that Penn State team. They want to run. They want to run to set up the pass. They need to run to set up the pass for Sean Clifford. So we'll see. It's going to be a challenge for that front seven of the Michigan team.
As for the Penn State defense, here's the impressions of head coach Jim Harbaugh.
Really good run defense. Maybe the best we're going to play. And the secondary is really good too. I mean, some real big-time players. And I think that is a great challenge to our guys who are excited about that challenge. That's there's confidence there that they want to test themselves. Put it that way.
And it's not surprising that Harbaugh identified the rush defense first in that when he was answering that question. Penn State 5th nationally in that category. Foes have averaged just under 80 yards a game. And in that rainy game against Northwestern 2 weeks ago, the remnants of the hurricane coming through Happy Valley, you knew that both teams were going to need to find a way to run. It was 29 carries, 31 yards for the Wildcats. And Northwestern prides itself on being able to win up front as best as they can. Penn State did not allow it.
Yeah, the Penn State defense, they're stout. I think they're tough. That front seven's big and powerful, and they're backed up by a really athletic secondary. Very similar to the style of football that Michigan wants to play, right? Defense is tough, try to own the line of scrimmage, very athletic in the back end, and then offensively run first, set up the pass from there, and hit you every once in a while with a real dynamic, explosive play. Very similar teams, very similarly built, and then they want to play this game in the same style, which is fun to see. We're going to see who can do it better today.
In these games, something that Michigan has been so good at for the last year and a half is their special teams. Because, I've said about special teams, it can take a close game and make it a blowout. Yep. It can take a 50-50 game and tilt it your way. It can give you a chance when you are an underdog. We rave about Michigan on that side, and deservedly so. But Penn State, their punter, Barney Amore, he's a weapon. Leads the country in punts inside the 10, both in total and in rate. So it's not just he's punted a lot or not that much. I mean, he's doing it in both. Last week, 3 punts inside, or 2 weeks ago, I should say, 3 punts inside the 10. He was Big Ten Special Teams Player of the Week. In this type of a game, you think about the special teams last season, Michigan, Penn State. Yeah. Penn State had some really, let's put them, interesting decisions from a special team standpoint, including that fake field goal that still I will never understand for the life of me. But this is the kind of game where special teams can factor in. And when you are playing on the road, if you make a special teams mistake like Penn State did last year, that can rev up this crowd more than almost anything because it's somewhat unexpected.
Yeah, exactly. You don't see those things coming. And, the experts are anticipating this to be a defensive battle today. So it's going to come down to field position. And special teams can make or break a day, and something that's pretty evenly matched, and you go back and forth, that unexpected jolt, right? It's like a turnover. And if you can do something special on special teams, which Michigan has proven this year that they can, it's such a great weapon to have. And Penn State's place kicker has struggled to this point here. Jake Moody is playing well. that could make a huge difference. A field goal coming down to field position. Special teams will have a big role in this game today.
And hey, Barney Moore's been better than Brad Robbins this season. Yep. Robbins has struggled a little bit compared to last year. We'll see if he can have a big-time contribution in this one. Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Well, this is the start of a massive day in college football. Just the second time in college football history that there are 3 matchups of teams at 5-0 or better. When we come back, we will map out the day in college football with Rob Joyce in our network studios, but we're going to get you that traffic and weather update first.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Penn State coming up 12:10 kickoff at the Big House. We'll spin you around the rest of the college football scene on this Saturday, mid-October. Oh, it's a great slate. We'll talk about it with Rob Joyce next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the MDen, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
The Michigan women's basketball season is right around the corner. The Wolverines are coming off the program's first trip to the Elite Eight and an undefeated season at home, so the buzz around the team has never been higher. Be part of the action for every game, including marquee matchups against Ohio State, Michigan State, and Iowa by getting your women's basketball tickets now at mgoblue.com. That's mgoblue.com to purchase your women's basketball tickets.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
When you're waiting in the winter, in the spring, into the summer, these are the types of college football weekends that you are hoping for. Yeah, the non-conference is fun. You love coming, to the Big House, no matter what the opponent. But, Jack, this weekend, oh, it's juicy.
Yeah, this is what it's all about, right? The sun's shining. It's a beautiful October day, and you get a chance to play a top 10 team and really establish yourself and establish the season, really. This is the first opportunity to really put a stamp on what this team wants to be about and what this season is going to be about. A convincing win today against Penn State puts you in the driver's seat and in a great position to have one of those memorable years. But it starts today. Well, it started at the beginning of the season. It's carried on. It's brought to a new height in a game like today.
100%. And Rob Joyce, as we welcome him into the broadcast here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. From a college football fan standpoint, this is the type of weekend, the type of slate. We don't get this every week. You hope that with the expanded playoff, these types of weeks become more common. Let's start in the Big Ten. Give us the roadmap. What are you watching for throughout the day here in the league?
Well, you're really excited about Indiana, Maryland. I'm kidding. Apologies to the Hoosiers and Terps. That's an important game for both teams for bowl eligibility purposes.
Nebraska has Big Ten West implications at 7:30. I know I'll be locked in.
There are two games with West Division implications. Yeah. The first one's the other noon game in Champaign. Illinois is ranked for the first time in over a decade, hosting Minnesota. And then you mentioned Purdue and Nebraska tonight at Ross-Ade. So the Boilermakers, Huskers, and Illini are all 2-1 in the West. Minnesota, they were off last week, so they're 1-1 in the West. So you're going to have a little bit of separation after this week. So there are better games nationally from a Big Ten standpoint, outside of course, our game. But these are two big ones.
Yeah, and so my question, and I'll pose it to Jack first. If you had to pick right now, who represents the West?
I was just going to ask you guys, do you think we'll ever get to a point in the season where it's not like, oh, these two teams play each other and who's actually in the driver's seat in the West? I don't think it's ever going to be declared. No. I think it's just going to be a merry-go-round till the end of the season, and it'll be, just a pick 'em. I don't know. I really don't know.
What is the tiebreaker for 4 teams at 5-4?
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work. I literally think that they might just pick somebody at the end and say, all right, you go to Indianapolis and play. I don't know what's going to happen.
I mean, we'll have John Jansen here in a little bit. He's been big on Illinois for a while. Purdue's shown that they can hang around. I still say that they had a huge missed opportunity week 1. I will say, Rob, Nebraska's the one I know, and I feel very confident in saying, no, I don't think. I believe at the end of the season Wisconsin's going to have a better record than Nebraska. I don't think they're actually real-life contenders, but they are 2-1. You tip your cap. But, I mean, do you have any read on it from your standpoint?
I like Purdue. I mean, you look at the losses. Yeah, that slip-up week 1 against Penn State, and that loss at Syracuse, another one that they gave away in literally the final seconds.
Yeah, and Syracuse is good.
Yeah, they're good, so that loss looks a lot better. And, I mean, if you look at everyone's remaining schedule, like I can make a case that Purdue could win or lose pretty much any of the games they have. Next week, they go to Wisconsin. They have to host Iowa. They go to Illinois. I can see them win 4 straight games. I can see them going to 1-3. That's the West, but I do like Purdue's offense.
Yeah, no, it's one of those, if you like a unit in the West, you may as well just latch onto it and go. From a national standpoint, we talked about it before the break, second time ever that there are 3 games of teams 5-0 or better. Give us the rundown, what you're seeing from those other 2, one in the SEC, one in the Big 12.
Yeah, both at 3:30 in Knoxville. You have Tennessee and Alabama. Bryce Young, I think the overwhelming consensus is he's probably going to play after he didn't play last week as Bama nearly got upset by Texas A&M again. And then TCU and Oklahoma State also at 3:30. That one's in Fort Worth. I mean, that Alabama-Tennessee one is picking up more of the attention. It's Alabama. It's the SEC, of course. And I think this is the Vols' year. They've lost 15 straight against the Tide. They've lost 38 straight games against top 10 teams. I think that ends today.
Do you really?
If they're not going to win the third Saturday in October now, like when are they ever going to win it?
That is fair, but boy,
Knoxville's going to burn to the ground
Nick
if they find a way to win this today.
100%.
Which I think everybody, unless you're a Crimson Tide fan, is pulling for.
Yes.
I think everyone, just being frank, wants to see Alabama get knocked off and not be the powerhouse that they've been.
It also might burn down if they lose.
I think college football is better too when Tennessee's playing well. That's a 100%. Great football program. Rocky Top down there in Knoxville. I mean, that's an awesome tradition. It'd be good to see them get back in the national race.
And I know it didn't quite truly happen after the Texas game for Alabama, but I don't know if there is a more dangerous team than an Alabama team the week after either a loss or a close, ugly win. That game should have never been that close. Credit Texas A&M for battling, but that's where I'd be worried. I'd be concerned if I'm picking Tennessee, which I get. I saw that. I think no other team has gotten more bets on them for entertainment purposes only, of course, than Tennessee and the points.
Well,
Saban.
Yeah, I was going to say,
watch out.
you know Nick Saban's going to have them fired up. They're going to be coached up, and they're going to be prepared to play a hard, intense game. And again, we've seen it time after time. Like you said, do not count Alabama out. And when they show a moment of weakness, they usually respond.
The tough thing, though, in that SEC setup, Tennessee plays Alabama every year. So if they beat them, they might have to beat them again if they go to the SEC championship game. That certainly makes it challenging. Real quick, Rob, thoughts on TCU, Oklahoma State? I think it's similar, but in a good way, of who the heck's the best team in the Big 12? I mean, the winner of that probably is the early favorite, but there's no consensus there either.
No, and quick note on Tennessee, they still have to go to Georgia, too, so even if they win today, that doesn't necessarily mean they win the East. But the Big 12, from top to bottom, I don't know if the top is as good as some of these other leagues, but I don't think there's a bad team in the Big 12, and that's a heck of a case. I mean, Kansas State is sitting there 3-0, technically in first place in the Big 12. Oklahoma State, they're a nice balance of last year they relied on their defense for so long. In prior years, they relied on their offense. Now they have a little bit of both, so I think I lean the way of the Cowboys, although what Sonny Dykes has done in year one in Fort Worth is really good. But for now, I'll go with the Pokes.
All right. I think I agree. It'll be a fun one, though. All right, we are locked in on the undefeated matchup here in Ann Arbor, Michigan and Penn State. We'll continue the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show momentarily, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan, Penn State coming up. We'll hear from Wolverines linebacker Junior Colson when we come back. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line, because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Hey Michigan fans, StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot, score a great deal with a price alert, and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
There's no place like home, Michigan fans. We're back at the Big House today, and hopefully that means another win for the Wolverines. Before we look ahead to the game, let's say hello to Andy Hetzel, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Hi there, Brian. I'm excited for the matchup today. It's a big one for our Wolverines.
Andy, it is a must-see matchup. People are tuned into this one everywhere you go around the country. At Blue Cross, you know something about that. You've got people covered with affordable, high-quality health care wherever they go. And now, thanks to a health plan option you recently introduced, your members can also get that care whenever they need it.
Brian, you're exactly right. And we're excited about Blue Care Network's new virtual primary care plan, which is available now to our individual subscribers and our fully insured group customers. It's a great way to provide our members with virtual access to primary care and urgent care visits, as well as behavioral health appointments.
Andy, that means those members and groups enrolled in the BCN virtual primary care plan can get the care they need wherever they are in the United States, and they can get it whenever they need it 24/7.
That's right, Brian. Using a special mobile app, members set up their profile and connect with a board-certified primary care doctor who will guide them through the first steps. That doctor will help with current concerns while also managing future visits and coordinating urgent care, behavioral health appointments, and any referrals if they need to see a specialist.
Andy, there's a lot to like. Convenient, personalized, high-quality care at your fingertips and affordable, too.
Very true, Brian. The BCN Virtual Care Plan offers low or even no out-of-pocket costs for members, easy access to primary care, seamless referrals when specialized care is needed, and urgent care visits within 10 minutes.
People are now so familiar with doing things virtually. Andy, once you embrace the technology and experience the convenience, it's easy to feel good about virtual health care.
All true, Brian. And Michigan fans can learn much more about Blue Care Network's virtual primary care plan online at mibluesperspectives.com.
As always, thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Brian. Looking forward to another great game today.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show with Michigan linebacker Junior Colson. Junior, it's been 6 games. Assess your performance so far this season. What have you liked, and what are some areas you're still trying to improve?
My performance, I think my performance was pretty good. I love my downhill, my run game. My run game's been really good. I just got to clean up a couple things in the pass game, flash and pass, getting back there, getting back deep. Like we've been phenomenal as a team, as a unit on the run, but we've not been in the back, in the pass game. So that's what we've been working on.
Defensively, a big question mark coming in was how could you guys generate pass rush without guys like Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo? Yet the numbers as a team are better than they were at this point last season. When did you realize that this defense had the ability to rush the passer at the same level or maybe better than last year?
From the get-go. It's just, like I said a while back, we're playing fundamental defense. So now, anybody can rush the passer, DB, corner, nickel, linebacker, even pass rushers. So we generate pressures in a lot of different ways, and it's showing up now a lot more as we face these teams.
How valuable is it to earn road wins? It's one thing to come into the Big House, you're familiar with it, you're comfortable, the fans are behind you, but these last 2 weeks, how much have these wins helped knowing you guys took it on the road, it was just you against everybody, and you got the job done?
It feels phenomenal just, going into an enemy territory and coming back with the win. It's a lot of fun being able to just go out there and play and just kind of see where you're at, So it doesn't matter what the refs throw at us, what the opponent throws at us. Doesn't matter if we're on home field, away, we're still going to play our same football.
Now, of course, this week you come back to the friendly confines of Michigan Stadium. First off, what do you remember from last year's Maze Out? Everyone talks so highly of it, and understandably so. What do you remember from that effort?
This is quite a bit. Our Maze Out was Washington.
Yep.
Washington. That game was crazy because it was my first big-time game in a way. It was super loud. While I was out there, I couldn't hear any single call. I was like, what's happening right now? It was a lot of fun. It was the crowd was pumping us up. It felt at home. It felt like we're all playing together in a way. It was awesome.
Does that make a difference? Does that show up with your guys' play when you have that type of environment behind you?
I do in a certain way. When you have the fans behind you, you have the crowd going crazy. Just it edges you on to make big time plays, big time stops, big times, turnovers. So by having the crowd, just we're on to sort of crowd, but it's we're having somebody celebrate with us when we make those type of plays. It's just like, a lot of energy.
No doubt. Your impressions of Penn State, what have you seen from the Nittany Lions on film?
Stopping the screen. I believe they're going to try to screen a lot of us. They're going to try to outnumber us in the perimeters. I got to stop the backs. They're both really good. They love to bounce outside, so you just got to keep it square. Carolina, keep square, and create a wall.
Lastly, this is a big game, 2 undefeated teams. Does it have that big game feel around the Schembeckler Hall, around the football facility this week?
Yes, sir. Everybody's been talking about it. So, it kind of has to. Coach is going to talk about it. Players are going to talk about it. Just, you got to come with a different mentality, with a different edge. You just got to bring your all into this game.
Junior Colson, good luck.
Thank you.
Great stuff with Junior Colson there. It is a beautiful day at the Big House as Michigan getting set for Penn State. Wolverines 6-0, Nittany Lions 5-0. We've got John Jansen coming up here momentarily. First, our update of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It is a maze out at the Big House, and Michigan Stadium is just about to open to fans. If you're coming out, don't forget to wear your maze. It's going to be a raucous environment here for Michigan and Penn State. John Jansen's fired up, and he'll join us next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first. I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
Spend the night with Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Party and play with Babyface. Tickets start at $35 on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com.
When can I see you again?
The Tender Lover returns. Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
We erase the board, and we put the two words up there, just win. It doesn't matter what it looks like on paper. It doesn't matter what all that matters is the win-loss. If you get one in the win column, goal accomplished. We use those lessons as we develop this goal to go out there in 97 and say, you know what, it doesn't matter what we do on the field other than we just got to get the job done.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
And we will chat with John Jansen momentarily. First, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves on a beautiful day in Ann Arbor for Michigan and Penn State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield. We are back here at the Big House. Wolverines and Penn State coming up, and it is a maize out, and I believe that the only way that you have permission to not wear maize today is if you were wearing the national championship hoodie from 1997, which did not come in maize.
No, it did not. But last night, as everybody knows, we started our 25th reunion weekend, and we got together, had a team meeting, which Lloyd addressed the team, and Mike Gittleson addressed the team, our strength and conditioning coach. It was such a special night, and one of the things that they did was there was a hat that everybody remembers from the Rose Bowl, and it had the logo that I'm wearing on my chest, and so they put it on sweatshirts, so everybody today, when they walk out in the first quarter, is going to be wearing these hoodies. It was just it was a wonderful evening to see all the guys together again.
Did Gittleson recognize you?
So here's a quick story. About 3 years ago, my wife and I went over to his house in Ann Arbor here, and we just sat down and talked for a little while. And before I left, he said, Jansen, get on the scale. And so obviously he's got a scale in his garage, because who doesn't, right?
Sure.
And I said, Mike, I don't want to do that. And he goes, I bet you I can nail it. And I'm telling you right now, he knows when a guy walks in the room, especially if he has, worked him out. And it doesn't matter at what point in his life you are. He's like one of those guys down at Cedar Point that says, I could be within 5 pounds. And he goes, I bet you, at that time, it was, you're 281. I said, no way, Mike. No. I felt like I was more 279, right?
I'm sure, yeah, no.
And so I
get
on there. Yeah,
way off.
Way off. I get on there, and what am I? 281, right? I mean, he's just that. And so, yeah, he looks around at all the guys. Steele, Huff, Sweat, Sword, some of the great guys that all had, at times, weight issues, and now may have some more weight issues. Yeah, he can nail it. And it was, again, going through all of the different things that we went through 25 years ago, all came flashing back, and it was just outstanding.
It's a shame I haven't met Mike. It's a real bummer.
Yes, yeah.
But, I mean, what a day from the reunion weekend to the Lloyd Carr Tunnel to a big game. I mean, this has got to be pretty awesome for you.
It is, and last night after, some of our festivities, we came over to the tunnel. They had the new placard up. It was covered up. Eric Mays, my co-captain in 97, and I got on some tall ladders. We survived the ascent and descent, but we got a chance to cut it down, and it was just this real special moment. There's some moments that you have on the field here at the Big House. Some of them have, as students, you go through commencement here, all of the different things that this stadium has meant to so many different people. That was one that we as a 97 team and some other individuals that were able to be there last night were able to share in the dedication of that tunnel to Lloyd Carr. It was just another special moment.
It's days like today and weekends like this that I think you're reminded of how special this place is to so many, and it's great to see you guys able to celebrate it together. And speaking of festivities, do you anticipate that everybody will be on time this morning, bright and early, be ready to go?
I will let everybody know that's on the way to the stadium right now. We are expecting 79 to 80 guys on the field for the first TV timeout, so everybody can do the count. All right, if you do not see 80 guys out there, there may be 5 to 10-ish guys that may be at the Heidelberg still, maybe at the Brown Jug, or in the alley behind. We're not sure, but we'll send the search party out later.
Yeah, fingers crossed on that. This is one meeting that you really want to be a part of. All right, we'll get to more of all of that as we continue along. But just, John, as you walk into the stadium here, you get ready, just your overall field impressions of this game on the field.
It's obviously, everybody knows this. I'm not saying anything that's breaking news. This is a huge moment in this season. This is a big game. This is a turning point. And Michigan 6-0 right now, Penn State 5-0. A top 10 matchup it doesn't get any bigger. And the guys in the building understand that. And that's where I think the benefit of what they were able to do last year and basically reinventing the wheel for this football program. These guys now have experience of being in and playing and winning big games. They did it on the road last year, and in Happy Valley this year. It's obviously at home, so in the friendly confines, but it's still a big moment, and there's going to be pressure situations. They've been in it. They know that they can have success, and I expect the same thing today.
Obviously, the season started 6 weeks ago, but, John, I think this is the point in the season where if it's going to be a championship year, you start to figure it out now, and you get on that ramp to what it's going to look like right now. You get big wins in the Big Ten, meaningful games in the Big House, on the road. This is where really that ramp starts to – you see a championship team building, getting better, coming together week in and week out. A great opportunity today to showcase that against a good Penn State team.
Yeah, and you normally don't play Michigan State till October. Yep. You don't play Penn State till later in the year. Ohio State, we know, is at the last game of the season. So everything is a build-up to these final 6 weeks of the football season.
Going to be a lot of fun. We will have Jack Miller back during our pregame show. John and I will go in the trenches when we return, getting you set 12:10 the kickoff. So a little bit more than 2 hours away. The Big House is open. We're starting to see a few come out for initial warm-ups here in Ann Arbor. When we come back, we'll have that in the trenches look, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Nittany Lions. It was a doozy last season in State College as Michigan won with that Cade McNamara to Eric All touchdown late. Neither will be in the starting lineup, of course, for this one. Eric All and Cade McNamara give way to J.J. McCarthy and many others. We'll talk about that and more as we continue, including a look in the trenches. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
Drinking ice-cold Miller Lite this summer on the lakes may be coming to an end, but don't be sad. The best season is here. Football season. Grab Ann Arbor's favorite light beer for all of your tailgating, football watching, and touchdown celebrating. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, and we want you to help us celebrate. We're inviting you to attend our night out at the Big House on Thursday, December 1st at Michigan Stadium. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks and get exclusive access to see the Big House. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available. Sign up today and go blue.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 20 minutes, we'll update the out-of-town scoreboard. The voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh, will join the broadcast in 30 minutes. But right now, let's go in the trenches.
And indeed, in the trenches, one of the many podcast offerings on MVille Blue Podcasts. Defend the Block, all things Michigan basketball, conquering heroes, everything around the athletic department, but in the trenches 3 times a week. During game weeks, we'll take a little bit of a breather. No locker room speech for John during the bye week, though I do think you could motivate, because I know you hate the bye week.
Yes. Yeah, bye weeks suck.
So, yes, only 1 next week, but there were 3 this week, including we started it off with the Inside Michigan Football radio show. And on Monday's show, we were talking about the maze out. And here was Rod Moore on last year's experience.
Do you guys on the field notice that, and how much do you draw from the energy that's created in games like this?
We most definitely notice it. Like, you go to regular games at 12 o'clock, you see just different blues, colors, and everywhere. But, like last year, the night game of the maze out, I run out, and the whole stadium's just yellow. And I'm like, you can't even see, like, who's in the stands, just straight yellow. And the atmosphere of when it's like that, everybody's loud. And I remember at one point in that game, I couldn't hear I was calling Dax's name, and I couldn't even hear myself. But it ups the defense a lot, especially when it's third down and the offense is having trouble hearing themselves. It gives us a boost, and it takes away from the defense.
You know, you think about not just that, right, but the previous year, no fans.
Yeah.
So there were guys who, Rod Moore was, that was the second legitimate college game. But some guys who were true sophomores last year now are in their 3rd season at Michigan. They didn't know what this place truly was. I mean, you talk about going from 0 to 60 in a snap of a finger. Holy cow.
And not only that, you go before the pandemic, and it's been a while since we've had an environment like that where our fans have had something to cheer about like that. And, because you knew the potential of that team last year. We had some hopes and dreams, but it felt like it was going to be something different. And the fans recognized that. They respected it, and you showed up. And they're going to do the same thing today. Now, it's going to look a little bit different because it's not at night. But to have that noise, and I've played in environments like Arrowhead or out in Seattle where they have the 12th man, where you literally, when you're shouting and screaming, can't even hear yourself. That's a special environment, especially when it's your stadium and the opponents can't communicate.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Now on Wednesday, John chatted with Zach Zintzer, Michigan junior guard, and he talked about the opportunity to block, the difference with J.J. McCarthy and then blocking for a guy like Blake Corum.
It's special blocking for J.J. because, you'll be back there, drop back, you're blocking your guy there, and then all of a sudden the dude's trying to take off left or right, and I'm like, well, I got to let go here so I don't get a holding penalty. JJ's probably rolling out of the pocket. But, it's cool being able to block for him. It makes it a little more challenging not to get a holding call here and there when they're running around. But, it's cool that he's able to do that.
You guys are also clearing a path for a guy that is starting to get some Heisman talk. What's that been like?
I mean, that's special. Blake's a great dude off the field, great player on the field. He gives us a bunch of credit too, shows us a bunch of love. Being able to block for him, super cool. Just, we get our jobs done. He makes one guy miss and 4 in the Indiana game. That clip's been going everywhere. Yeah. It's really special.
Well, let's start. I want to break those down. 2 individual questions. We'll start with the back end and Blake Corum. I mean, it's one thing, running backs, playmakers, quarterbacks, they shout out their offensive line. Blake, I think, takes it to a whole nother level. I mean, he loves those dudes.
Well, he does. And the cool thing about what this offensive line is experiencing right now is you've got 2 guys in the backfield, whether it's Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards, or JJ, that can really make an offensive line look good. Yeah. And, hey, it's easy to hit the hole when it's there. And what I mean by making you look good is when JJ makes a guy miss, hey, that's not a sack that's recorded. When, Blake Corum takes a run in Indiana and instead of taking a 2-yard loss, takes it 50 yards, now all of a sudden, hey, everybody's talking about, hey, this is a special running back, but they're also like, yeah, that offensive line must be doing something right. You could do everything wrong and you run for 50 yards, and they're like, yeah, that offensive line's good. We'll take it.
Yeah, hey, some smoke and mirrors.
Yes.
From the J.J. McCarthy standpoint, I mean, just how different is it blocking for a guy like him?
Well, it's exactly what Zach talked about. When you've got to recognize that when you're blocking a guy in front of you and you're blocking for a quarterback that's stationary, you know exactly where he's going to set up. So as a tackle, right, I know on a 7-step drop, he's going to be at 9, he's going to step up to 8, and that ball is going to be gone. I'm setting accordingly every time. When you've got a mobile quarterback, you don't necessarily know, hey, he might be at 9, also might be at 10 or 11. Those guys have a tendency to drift a little bit, but he's also going to make you look good like we just talked about and step up to 5 when there's some pressure. And you've just got to realize that as soon as your guy's body language changes and he's going to be a guy that runs outside or he's going to come inside, hey, the quarterback has moved. You've got to recognize it and either get on your horse and move your feet so you don't get called for holding, or you've got to let go. And the beautiful thing about letting go is that there's always the next guy that's going to be trailing them, and you can peel back and get some awesome hits. Knockout shots.
Real quick before we go to traffic and weather, the offense through 6 games, how far do you think they've really delved into the playbook? This feels like a chance to really expand it based on the opponent and just who the 6 foes were before that.
Just the tip of the iceberg, really. And some of it is they haven't gone deep into the playbook. It's also J.J. still recognizing and learning how to drive a Ferrari. And he's that guy that makes this offense the Ferrari. And I think Jim mentioned this earlier in the week in one of the interviews I did with him. There are times when a defense is running, hey, they're dropping 7 guys into coverage. They've got 5 guys that are, in man-to-man coverage, a single high safety. And he's got to recognize that when those guys are in man coverage, they all have their backs turned to him. The biggest play that he could make is not a spectacular pass to one of the receivers. It's actually recognizing that and then breaking contain. When you break that line of scrimmage, you break contain, all those defensive backs have their back turned to them. They don't know that the quarterback's taken off. So that's where this is. Hey, yes, they're scratching the surface with the offense, but so is JJ.
Yeah, no doubt. That's In the Trenches. Subscribe, rate, and review Go Blue podcast. We'll have our post-game edition coming up a few hours after the game. We'll relive 97 when we come back. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Nittany Lions coming up. Kickoff at 12:10. Already seeing some maize in the stands at the Big House. We'll come back and relive 1997 a little bit, including 34-8 at Penn State. As we continue along on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Next, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAADmeats.com.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go blue.
Every vehicle on the road should run like a champion. So when it's time to replace your vehicle's spark plugs, champion your machine with Champion Spark Plugs. From double platinum power to copper plus, your locally owned Auto Value Auto Parts store is your authorized Champion headquarters. Nothing handles the heat like Champion. Stop into your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts store and pick up your next set of Champion Spark Plugs today. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
This is Michigan football.
This is one of those games that matters mightily in college football, especially since it is on the second Saturday in November. And these are elements that will be impacted by what happens here today. They include the Big Ten Conference Championship, the Rose Bowl, the National Championship, and the Heisman Trophy. Now, if that doesn't whet your appetite, you're watching the wrong channel.
And during the break, John Jansen was watching the right plays. The Glenn Steele blow up early in the game, going up 24-0 at the half. I mean, when I say Michigan, Penn State, 1997, I mean, what are the one or two things that flashed to your mind first?
Well, it's all the conversation leading up to that game. It was Beano Cook saying, hey, Michigan doesn't even belong. It's better to send the band. And, nobody thought that we could be in that game. And, it was Judgment Day. It was number 3 versus number 4. All of the different lead up to the game. We always talk, and we're, hey, football players, we're big and tough, right? We don't pay attention to anything going on. Hell no. We knew everything that was being said. And you even go back to the beginning of the season when those in the media would say, hey, the M stands for mediocre. It's 8-4. That's what you should expect out of Michigan. And going into that Penn State game, and it was labeled as Judgment Day. It wasn't just Judgment Day for that year in college football. We felt it was that way for us as a team, as a program. It was our opportunity to stake our claim to greatness in college football.
And remember, in 97, it wasn't about being in the top 4 or even in the top 2 at that point. You had to be number 1. Style points mattered. And, I mean, that was,
yeah. The other thing I remember, and I was just watching that, the game started off with the Glenn Steele sack. And Keith Jackson, if you go back and listen to it, he leads into that play. The big redhead is under center, and that's Mike McQuarrie right there, their quarterback. And then all of a sudden, Steele busts through the line and just completely he won that game on one play. That game after that play, there was never in doubt. It was completely over, and I think everybody remembers that one. If they were in the building at that time, if they were watching the game, that's one of the most iconic plays in Michigan football because of what happened that season.
Now, because of that lead-up, we did not use the Glenn Steele sack as our pretzel bell throwback call of the game, but after that big-time blow-up by Steele, the offense, they got rolling as we relive again through Keith Jackson's words on this week's throwback call brought to you by Pretzel Bell.
Anthony Thomas comes in as the deep back, replacing Chris Howard, who may still be a little bit tender. Thomas gets the ball going outside. Got good speed. Headed the corner. Touchdown, Michigan. The big block came from Steve Hutchinson, one of those redshirt freshmen on the left side of the line.
Our throwback call brought to you by Pretzel Bell. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite. Pretzel Bell on Main Street in Ann Arbor. He was so, Keith Jackson was so good.
He was so good, and I'd like to be able to go back and just, insert future Hall of Famer Steve Hutchinson.
Yes,
who we did get a chance to see
just
last
redshirt
night.
freshman at that point.
Redshirt freshman at that time, and future Hall of Famers. Charles Woodson's had a couple of big plays in that game as well.
Here and there.
Yeah.
Everybody did. I mean, that was dominance. It made it 10-0 there, 24-zip at the half, 34-8 at the horn. Flat-out domination, and it's fun reliving that one. Also today is the 17th anniversary of Chad Henne to Mario Manningham against Penn State. final play of the game. A lot to like there. So this weekend, John, you're part broadcaster, part organizer, part host, potentially part babysitter. What's this been like, and who are some of the guys you've really had a chance to reconnect with and have some lengthy conversations with last night and into today?
Well, I mean, obviously Eric Mays, my co-captain. We had a chance to sit down for a little while last night. Ian Gold, talked to for a long time. Glenn Steele, and it's just, I could go right down and pull the Jim Harbaugh and go down the roster. I'm not going to do it, but everybody's going to get a chance to see him when they walk out in the first quarter. And when you come back 25 years later, we did this again, obviously 5 years ago for the 20. This is a group of guys, and the reason I believe that team was so successful because we were so close. Jeremy Tooman, Mark Campbell. I mean, when you get back together, you start talking about the same old stories, and then you want to know, hey, what are your kids doing now? What's the family been up to? And you just really pick up. It's a comfortable feeling, and I've got my family obviously at home, but when you come back and you get a chance to be a part of that tight-knit team family, there's something very special about it, and we were able to do that again last night.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big day here at the Big House, not just the 97 reunion, the celebration, but also we'll have a pregame flyover. Talked about the Lloyd Carr Tunnel. Charles Woodson here for Fox Big Noon Kickoff. He and Aiden Hutchinson will be recognized. Michael Phelps, Michigan's honorary cap. You want to talk about bringing out everything for this. My goodness.
Yeah, you know what? Michael Phelps came into the building yesterday. I had a chance to talk to him for a little bit. And I know he addressed the team earlier in the season, and I wasn't there for that moment. But the kids, the coaches have all talked about how motivational he was and what that speech meant to them. So we'll get a chance to see him out there again today.
Going to be awesome. All right, we'll come back and talk about what else is happening in college football with Rob Joyce as we continue along here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Warm-ups really starting to rev up on the field as the Wolverines gear up to take on Penn State. 12-10 kickoff. Let's get you, though, an update on traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Nittany Lions. This is one of 3 undefeated clashes. Only the second time ever in college football history. 3 games of 5-0 versus 5-0 or better. We'll talk about that when we continue along here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit AbsoPure.com/GoBlue or call 800-4AbsoPure to learn more.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
The tunnel is, it's one of those sacred places here at Michigan Football Stadium to me and many others, because as a lot of things have changed, the tunnel since 1927 has not. That's like coming out. I imagine what the Coliseum would have been like for 600 years in operation, that you come out of a tunnel into the Coliseum, into the biggest stadium anywhere, like we do here at the Big House.
I love that comparison from Jim Harbaugh this week, talking about, for the first time officially, the Lloyd Carr Tunnel. John, you talked about it earlier, being a part of the ceremony. But, yeah, I mean, that tunnel, there's just something about a place that has not changed yet, still has so many stories in that place.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about the Big House is it has seen renovations, minimal renovations, some additions since 1927. But that tunnel has been the same tunnel since it was built in 1927. There's been nothing that has changed, maybe a fresh coat of paint, but that's the beautiful thing. And you think about all of the players for Michigan, but for other teams that have come down that tunnel, that have had that great experience. And I've said it all week long. I said it when we found out that they were going to name the tunnel after Lloyd Carr. I don't know that there is a more appropriate individual that could lead Michigan onto the field every single time that Michigan takes the field from now until forever than Lloyd Carr.
No doubt. All right, let's talk about some of the other things happening in college football. Big day. I mean, it's going to be awesome after this one to be able to take in some other great games. For that, we bring in Rob Joyce from our network studios. And Rob, let's start with the Big Ten. Give us the roadmap, including a big detail coming out for that Illinois-Minnesota game. Good news for the Illini.
Yeah, that's the other noon game in the conference in Champaign. And after Tommy DeVito, the Illini quarterback, left the game last week against Iowa in the first quarter and didn't come back, he will start today for the Illini against Minnesota in a game with huge West Division implications. Illinois, Minnesota, and the other game in the West, Purdue-Nebraska tonight. 3 of those teams are 2-1. The Gophers are 1-1, so you're going to have a little bit of clarity in the West going forward as we approach the end of October. Then the other games, Indiana, Maryland, 3:30, and then how about this? This is just an afterthought of a game between Michigan State and Wisconsin, 2 teams trying to find it again.
Yeah, no doubt.
Everybody's afterthought in Michigan, or state of Michigan, but also Ann Arbor's is obviously Michigan State.
Yes, for sure. From the West standpoint, John, you've been big on Illinois. DeVito, again, will go today against Minnesota. Are they now the favorite in the West in your eyes with 4 teams at 1 loss?
I mean, honestly, they have to be. And here's the issue. I thought Iowa still could be a contender until they just simply can't figure out how to score. And it's a shame because their defense is really good defense. Yeah. But you look at Illinois and you talk about their defense. You talk about Chris Brown, their running back. And in this game against Minnesota, it's really going to come down to, as Big Ten games should, who runs the ball better. And you got a former offensive lineman in Brett Bielema who recruited extremely well at Wisconsin, is doing it now at Illinois, and having a running back this early in his tenure there, to me, they clearly are the team to beat on the West side. And here's the thing: is everybody keeps talking about Ohio State at the end of the year. Michigan's got to play Illinois in that lead up to Ohio State. That is not, and that's not going to be a snoozer. It's going to be a game that these guys better be ready for. And quite honestly, the more ranked they are, the better that they do, the better off for Michigan because it's a quality opponent, and they're not going to be sneaking up on anybody come week 11.
No, not at all. It's why when you play the schedule game before the season, I mean, you might get a few right where, it's going to be a big game, but you're going to misfire on just what other teams are going to be like. And who circled Michigan, Illinois, except for the Jansen household, of course.
Yes. We do have the Illinois-Michigan flag that will fly that week.
Yes.
And The big controversy I believe is going to be around what Teddy dresses as for that day.
Well, based on the contribution of bringing Teddy into the world, it might have to be Illinois for this first one. I mean,
Yes.
let's be honest here.
Yes, we'll see.
Yeah. All right, speaking of playing the scheduled game, for the last decade plus, you just circle Alabama when they play Tennessee, Rob Joyce, but that one of a few intriguing top 25 matchups where a lot of people this week are circling the Vols.
Yeah, in Knoxville, number 6 Tennessee, number 3 Alabama. The Tide had that scare last week. Tennessee, one of the better offenses in college football. Hendon Hooker starting to get a little Heisman hype. That's at 3:30, as is the third game between undefeated teams this week in the top 25. TCU and Oklahoma State at 3:30, and Big 12 is kind of like the Big 10 West, except better. It's very crowded. You could make a case for a lot of teams to win it, and that's an intriguing one in Fort Worth as well. But Tennessee, Alabama is the big one, guys. And, Alabama, Jack, I thought made a great point last hour. Every time everyone's kind of against the Tide and thinks this could be the week, that's the week they go out and win, 35-0 or 42-0.
Right.
Not saying we're going to see that this week, but certainly a lot of people are rooting for the Vols.
Sounds like Bryce Young will probably try to play, but Rocky Top is going to be registering on the Richter scale. That place is a really cool venue, and there just hasn't been a game like this in a long time. Who do you think wins it?
I still think it's Alabama because whether Bryce Young plays or not, Nick Saban's still on the sideline. And their young quarterback got some good experience, learned some hard lessons in a win last week. And I think that they're going to have him coached up. And you still can't coach speed, right? And Alabama is still one of the, if not the fastest team in college football, and speed kills. And so I still think Alabama is the top team. And here's the other thing. Tennessee hasn't beaten Nick Saban.
Yep.
They haven't beaten him, I think since he was at LSU, it's been 15 straight at Alabama. It's sometimes really hard, more mentally, to get over that hurdle than it is physically.
Let me put
Trust
it this
me,
way.
we know here in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll say this. If I pick Alabama and Tennessee beats them, all right, whatever. If I pick Tennessee and Alabama beats them, I'm probably going to think, well, that was a little foolish. All right. Rob, thank you. We'll come back. Doug Karsh joins us momentarily. First, another traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Doug Karsh is standing by. We'll get his thoughts on the matchup. Next, Michigan, Penn State, a top 10 undefeated clash of the Big House. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Rave Associates, distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer in conjunction with Founders Brewing Company, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Founders Brewing Company produces some of Michigan's most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers. Ask for these great Michigan craft beers at restaurants and retail stores here in Washtenaw County and throughout Michigan.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
And it is a big one here today. Michigan, Penn State coming up 12-10 the kickoff at the Big House. And before we talk about that with Doug Karsh, I want to ask you what I asked John a little bit ago. When I say 1997 Michigan football, what immediately comes to mind? What are the one or two things you think of when you remember back to that special season now 25 years ago?
I think of a story at State College where Brian Griese had a rollout, decided to tuck and run.
This is where you start, huh?
And he started to run up the Michigan sidelines, had about a gain of maybe 10, 15 yards, could step out of bounds, decided to cut it back in. And Brian was slower than erosion.
Yes.
And, you know, the old time is 40 on a calendar. And he
sundown.
cut inside. He's to the 45. To the 44, to the 43,
Yes.
and he gets knocked down after a gain of about 25, 30 yards. And back in that day, the old press box in State College, the visiting AD's booth was to the right, and it was glassed in, but you could see in there. And the person standing right there on the other side of the glass was Bo Schembechler. And Brian had this run, and Bo was standing up, pumping his fist. And everybody in the media saw him. And everybody's looking at Bo Schembechler. And Bo sees that he's being watched, and he takes his glasses off and pretends he's cleaning them and puts them back on like he couldn't believe what he just saw.
Yes.
But I think of that Penn State game because that game was the day that it became acutely aware that you guys might have the best team in the country.
Yeah.
And up until that point, you played a tough non-conference schedule, victories over Colorado, who was good back then.
Yeah.
Notre Dame and Baylor, if I recall correctly,
Baylor,
and then worked your way through the Big Ten. But that was the game where all of a sudden, I remember driving home listening to ESPN radio and hearing Michigan is now a team to talk about, take seriously as a national championship contender, and you guys were. And as a kid growing up in Ann Arbor, you know, I feel like the early 70s, they did it a lot where they'd take an undefeated record into Columbus, but they didn't do it a lot after that. And you guys did it.
Well, and our last three, I mean, just think about it, you know, Wisconsin at that time, Penn State at that time, Ohio State at that time. It was Penn State, Wisconsin, Ohio State. That was the way that you were going to end it, and it was no bye weeks. Yeah. And so a lot of
glory
people
days.
Yeah, well, yes, I loved it. But a lot of people kept talking about not only, you know, the 8-4 seasons going into that year, but looking at the Notre Dame, the Colorado, you know, the trip through that schedule, they're like, it's impossible, especially if they were to be, you know, 9-0. They've got to finish with Penn State, Wisconsin, and Ohio State. It's just you can't run that table. And we were able to do it. The other thing I remember about that is being a young offensive lineman, a captain of a football team, and all of a sudden a young Doug Karsh, after the game, comes running to you and then runs right by you to interview Charles Woodson, Brian Griese, Ty Streets.
Yeah. That's great journalistic decision making. Sounds right.
Yes. A decision I regret to this day.
Certainly a little awkward there.
Yes.
So to today, you know, you think about Michigan and Penn State. This is only the 26th meeting.
Yeah.
But you think of the other, you know, Big Ten series Michigan has had over the years, much beyond that. There haven't been as many impactful games in those series as this one. You think about 97, Henny to Manningham, 17th anniversary of that today. Of course, last year. Remember, you know, on the other side, 2019 was a gut-wrencher for Michigan, and that, you know, Ronnie Bell's talked about that game before. This, Doug, has a chance to be etched into that. 2 top 10 teams, undefeated teams, and the winner of this, it's them versus Ohio State, potentially for the East.
Yeah, the loser needs some help, and if they get just one other surprise win and then rooting for Ohio State, but that somebody's going to be walking out of here thinking that they're going to need Ohio State to beat the winner of this game and some other help along the way. But unless there's a three-way tie, you can get into some ramifications there. But yeah, this Penn State team is really good.
Yep.
I mean, they are really good, and I don't know that people. The one thing that I've always thought is you got a fifth-year quarterback, and Penn State has a sixth-year quarterback. When you have a guy that's been around and battled, and how talented is he? He ran Will Levis off. I mean, Will Levis is going to be a high draft pick, didn't want to wait behind Sean Clifford. Now, maybe he would have won the job eventually anyway, but the Singleton kid, the running back, is exceptionally good. Last year when Michigan played Penn State, P.J. Mustipher and Adisa, the defensive lineman, they were both out with injury, and they are both back and healthy, and they are both high-end players. So what happened a year ago is important, and I think one matchup today I'm going to be watching very, very closely is at left tackle, Michigan's Ryan Hayes against Chop Robinson, the defensive end. Remember, it was Ryan Hayes who gave up the sack to Ebiketie last year on the fumble, and so that's going to be a big one. And then I feel like a story for Penn State football for the past decade is how good is their offensive line. The left side of their line, with the kid, they're Olu. They got an Olu too.
Right.
He's the real deal.
Don't want to say that whole name yet?
Oh, I got
Kick off at 12:10 today.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Fashanu, Fashanu.
Is you talk about the great moments of this game, and we talked about Glenn Steele. And in that game there were a couple of more moments, but you talk about Manningham. Last year it was Eric All. This year, does it come down to that one play where it's in the second half? What is that one play going to be, and who are we going to be talking about at the end of the game?
Yeah, there's no doubt. Going to be fun. Looking forward to your guys' call with Jason Avant down on the sideline. We'll have Jason in our pregame in a little bit, along with some thoughts from Jack Miller, head coach Jim Harbaugh. J.J. McCarthy will join us during the 11 o'clock hour. We'll conclude the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show with John's keys to the game in a bit. First, our final check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will get John's keys to the game here as we continue along. Michigan and Penn State warm-ups well underway. Fans starting to file in. Plenty of maize. If you haven't come out here yet, haven't gotten to the stadium, get your maize on. Going to be a great atmosphere here at the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Before you get in, get going, get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires, go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Let's get to the John Jansen keys to the game, and I got to tell you, I love that your keys to the game are written down on the back of a paper plate. And I think from here on out, we will have a sponsorship opportunity with the John Jansen back of a paper plate keys to the game. And let's start with the Michigan offense.
I hate doing dishes, so paper plates are big in my house.
Man, look at it out there. It is beautiful today. I mean, this is about as good as it gets.
We have been so fortunate. I know we did have a weather delay against Hawaii, but we have been so fortunate with these noon kicks to have the perfect temperature, the perfect setting with, it's just been unbelievable this year, the weather that we've had.
Hawaii, it was a 3 o'clock kick. Hawaii time.
Yes,
that's fine.
Exactly.
No big deal. All right, let's get into today's keys of the game as we find out how the Wolverines will take care of business, brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. John, we'll start with the offense. What's the key there?
Well, I think the number one thing I want to see from this offense is consistency on first down. Anytime they get positive yards on first down, they're able to keep drives going. So my goal for them is a minimum of 4 yards on first down. You get to 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5, 2nd and 4. Now all of a sudden, we talk about the just scratching the tip of the iceberg of this offense. When you're in 2nd and 5, you're ahead of the sticks, you can take that deep shot knowing that, hey, at 3rd and 5, if we don't complete it, we can still pick up this first down. It's still convertible. You think back to the Iowa game where, hey, JJ steps on his foot, falls down. That stopped that drive. And the one, almost turnover that Donovan Edwards fell on about the 2-yard line, that obviously killed that drive. Michigan has only stopped themselves. If they are very good on first down, it bodes well for not just completing that set of downs, but also scoring points on it. And the other thing I think we need to see more of today is run. JJ, run. I mean, when he gets going and gets comfortable running the football, that read option, skipping the pocket on pass plays when there's nothing there, that can be devastating to a defense. And this is the game where you want to rip the heart out of your opponent. That's one way to do it.
Defensively against a Penn State team, their top 2 running backs dynamic, and Sean Clifford is a veteran.
Yeah, and those 2 running backs you're talking about, Singleton and Allen, both of those guys are true freshmen. And here's what you got to do with a true freshman is, whoever gets there first, because you've got to respect their ability. They're dynamic runners. Wrap them up. 2nd, 3rd, 4th guy, you tackle the football. You put your eyes on the football. You rip it out. You punch it out. You abuse that running back when you have the opportunity, because they're in the big house. This is the biggest environment, the biggest setting, the biggest game these young players have played in, and they're going to be really good. They're going to make plays, but you got to take advantage of them, especially when they're young. And the other thing is, last year, Sean Clifford was abused by Ojabo and Hutchinson. This year, he doesn't know where it's coming from. Last week, 7 sacks, 7 different players. It could be coming from anywhere, so hit him early, frequently, often, however you get it done. Put pressure on Sean Clifford, because he is half the quarterback. When he's tough, he'll stand in there and he'll get back up, but he's half the quarterback when you put pressure on him.
Michigan's been so good at wearing down either the offensive or the defensive line on the other side. There's no doubt. Special teams wise, we talk about Michigan specialists a lot. Today in the punt game, through 6 games, Penn State's punter, Barney Moore, has been better than Michigan's Brad Robbins.
Yeah, and it's been kind of interesting the last couple of weeks. At Iowa and Indiana, Brad Robbins it feels like the ball's coming off the side of his foot. He's had a couple of line drives. I look for him to get back on schedule today and be the Brad Robbins that we remember him being throughout the majority of his career. But, when Jay Harbaugh joined us on Monday night, I thought his keys that they have, or goals that they have every game, were important, especially that first one. And I'm going to steal it. First, do no harm. And that means just do your job. If the job is to kick an extra point or a field goal, hey, snap, hold, kick, good. All right, that's what you got to have. And then, don't line up off sides. We've seen that. And, the penalties that he talked about them having on special teams, it's somewhat shocking to him, and it is disappointing, but they're going to happen. But don't limit yourself. Don't give an opponent on a punt return an extra opportunity to extend a drive just because you put your hand in the wrong spot. Those are some of the things that we need to see. And be alert for the fake kicks, the fake punts, anything weird that might happen, because James Franklin, he tried it last year, successful once on a fake punt, not so much on the extra point or kick, but they're there.
Yeah, no doubt. And you figure those will be at the disposal for Penn State. Maybe Michigan will have some wrinkles as well. That's how the Wolverines are taking care of business. Brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. They understand each client is unique and every situation is different. Let Meadowbrook review your current policy, listen to your insurance needs, and present you with coverage options that fit your lifestyle. Uncover your new rate today by visiting meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Wolverines and Nittany Lions, a top 10 undefeated matchup at the Big House. Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We'll have the pregame show with J.J. McCarthy, Jim Harbaugh, Doug and John break it down in moments, and a whole lot more. Thanks for listening to this Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew and the exclusive pregame comments of head coach Jim Harbaugh. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line, because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The Heart of Soul, Jodeci. Friday, November 4th at Soaring Eagle Casino, Jodeci. Tickets start at $44, on sale at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com. Party and play with Jodeci, Friday, November 4th. Tickets on sale now. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
The Michigan women's basketball season is right around the corner. The Wolverines are coming off the program's first trip to the Elite Eight and an undefeated season at home, so the buzz around the team has never been higher. Be part of the action for every game, including marquee matchups against Ohio State, Michigan State, and Iowa by getting your women's basketball tickets now at mgoblue.com. That's mgoblue.com to purchase your women's basketball tickets.
Need plastic? Alro Plastics has been a one-stop source for cut-to-size plastic since 1987. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We will cut and ship many orders the same day. Alro provides value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, Alro Plastics will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir! They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
This is one of those games that matters mightily in college football, and these are elements that will be impacted by what happens here today. They include the Big Ten Conference Championship, the Rose Bowl, the National Championship, and the Heisman Trophy.
You are ranked number 4 in the country. Penn State, number 10.
We're both undefeated, so this could be the championship at stake.
They play a great game. They play a physical game.
They're one heck of a ball team. I mean, they're coached really well. They got a lot of talent.
It is the first major test for you to go out there and show not just the Big Ten, but this country who you are.
Moments that truly tell you about yourself and what you can be.
Yeah, come with a different mentality, with different edge, bring your all to this game.
We all have to step up because it's competition is leveled.
You know, the atmosphere is going to be crazy with the maze out.
All the fans that are going to be showing up and bringing that energy.
The 1997 team is going to be there cheering you on, and when we faced the Nittany Lions, it was total destruction. That is the goal this year, total destruction of the Nittany Lions.
If that doesn't whet your appetite, you're watching the wrong channel.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines, chat with players and coaches, and hear the exclusive pregame comments from head coach Jim Harbaugh. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. By Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. And by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Let's head live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Well, today the opponents stop being polite and start getting real. It's a pair of Big Ten East undefeateds putting perfect records on the line here in the Big House. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside John Jansen. And John, here we go. Michigan and Penn State, a couple of undefeateds. The Wolverines with Big Ten wins over Maryland, at Iowa, and at Indiana. They're back at home today. Penn State, meanwhile, coming off a bye, but they've looked good on the road this year with wins at Auburn and Purdue. Wolverines better be sharp today.
Yeah, they've got to be sharp, and it comes down to, in games like this, the team that goes out there and makes the least amount of mistakes. You want to be the team that doesn't give your opponent good field position, that doesn't give them opportunities from self-inflicted wounds, whether it's turnovers, stupid penalties, missed assignments. Go out there and just simply do your job. And when Michigan does that today, they're a team that can go out there because of the talent that they have, the depth of talent, the execution, the experience that they have, should simply go out there and win because of that.
We're not going to quote Tom Allen very often, but crimes against the team is one of his terms, something the Wolverines have to avoid today. Games like this can be fun, but it won't be fun if the Wolverines can't slow down the Nittany Lions offense. Who concerns you today?
Well, I mean, I think there's three guys. And yeah, Sean Clifford, you could talk about him, but there's ways to mitigate him by putting a pounding on him, but it's Singleton and Allen coming out of the backfield. I think that's the number one and number two keys to that should concern this defense, their ability to get to the edge, their ability to attack between the tackles. They're a dynamic 1-2 punch. They're young, and so Michigan needs to hit them, and they need to gang tackle them because, as we know and we've experienced, young players have a tendency to put the ball on the ground at big moments, and they could do that as well today. But I think you look at Parker Washington as a receiver. He's a guy that is very dangerous, has been a guy that has had big catches against Michigan. Again, another one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Brenton Strange, their tight end as well. Michigan's defense last couple of weeks have finished games with authority, 7 fourth-quarter sacks. The pass rush has been coming on.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you last week look at that defense and what they were able to do. 7 sacks, 7 different players, and Iowa, it was Mike Morris in the second half. It was Mike Morris again last week, but when it matters most, it's been guys like Mozzie Smith, Mike Morris, the upperclassmen, the seniors that have got things rolling, and then all of a sudden everybody starts to get in on the party.
Today is the reunion of your 1997 national championship team. Guys got together last night. How's that going?
Recovery is going well. It's going well. But, yeah, we had a great time. Had a chance to see Coach Carr. He talked to the team. We had some other guys talk to the team. And just a special time and it's hard to believe it's been 25 years. And some guys look good, some not so good, but our memories all go back to what we were when we were 21, 22 years old.
Quick story, everybody met in the team meeting room. Everybody sat in their same seats from 97, Freshmen in the back.
Freshmen in the back, seniors up front, yeah, and it was there were some moments, too, where we kind of looked around. I was sitting next to Glenn Steele, and as Coach was talking, it got a little emotional, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to check. Okay, Glenn Steele's got a tear in his eye. It's okay. It's okay.
Dedication of the Lloyd Carr Tunnel today. Talk about what that means to have Coach's name on that hallowed ground.
There have been, since 1927, so many Michigan men that have taken the field coming out of that tunnel. And that tunnel has remained unchanged. There's obviously been a number of opponents that have come down that tunnel. There's a lot of individuals that know what it means to enter the field of play from that tunnel. And there is no one that I think it has mattered to more, and no one that it's more appropriate that they would lead Michigan onto the field every single Saturday when they're in the Big House than Lloyd Carr.
Okay, a couple updates. We'll start with the weather. Currently 45 degrees, on its way to 51. The wind could be a factor today. Gusts up to 16 miles per hour, currently blowing towards the north. Injury updates for Michigan junior wide receiver Roman Wilson was out there warming up after missing last week's game. And down on the field below, we see Mike Hart. So good to see Michigan running back coach Mike Hart down on the field below after last week's incident. It's the winged helmets of Michigan. Penn State counters with the all-whites and the black Nikes. Coming up, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bushwank, our team coverage. We'll be hearing from former Wolverines Jack Miller, Jason Avant, of course, John Jansen, and later Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh, J.J. McCarthy, all getting you set for the Wolverines and the Nittany Lions from here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power, made by Steel. Steel battery blowers start at just $139.99, and battery chainsaws start at $299.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Visit steeldealers.com. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices BS SRP.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's going to go all the way.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstar batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
It's always a big game when Michigan squares off with Penn State. And today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together.
For the first time since 1997, Michigan and Penn State will clash as undefeated teams. We all know how that game and season went, as many individuals from that team are here today celebrating the 25th anniversary of that national championship season. One is alongside John Jansen. And John, some great news. You heard it from Doug moments ago that Mike Hart out on the sidelines confirmed through Michigan that Mike Hart will be coaching on the sidelines today. That is awesome news.
It is, and obviously everybody was holding their breath last week when he went down, had no idea what was going on, and it's great that he has recovered enough, got the answers that he needed to get, that Michigan needed to get to feel safe on the sidelines, and you couldn't be happier for a guy and for a team
to have one of their emotional leaders on the sidelines.
So to this one, a top 10 clash, a maze out. You cannot win a championship today, but you can sure put yourself behind the 8 ball if you don't take care of business. Here's head coach Jim Harbaugh on what will be an emotional and impactful game.
Before you take the first hit in any game, there's butterflies and especially a big game and maze out against a rival opponent. Those emotions are going to be sky high, and that's great, and that's where you want it. I mean, football is played by emotional people, but you feel good, and the confidence comes, I believe, from the practice and the preparation and getting to know your opponent as well as you possibly can.
John Jansen, how's that prep gone around the building this week?
Well, I know the guys have spent all the required time in the meeting rooms, in the film room, on the practice field. And here's the other thing that I think is when Coach talks about, hey, it's the preparation, and this team is ready for this game. They're ready to go out there and take this test, ace this test. And that's what gives guys like me who get a chance to see that preparation the confidence that we're going to see a well-coached, well-executed game plan when they take the field against Penn State.
So how do you balance everything, the emotion with the need to stay locked in and consistent? Here's co-offensive coordinator Sharon Moore.
The biggest thing for us is that you really got to overcoach the fundamentals, overcoach the execution, because in the game, the emotion's not going to matter. The atmosphere, the electricity, all that's not going to matter. But we still embrace it. The guys know it's a big game. We've talked it's a big game. They know it's a maze out. They understand the implications of what it means when you win this game. So we're excited about the challenge and excited to play Penn State on Saturday.
Michigan has played 6 games. They've won all 6 pretty handily, all things considered. Maryland hung around. Indiana was even for a half, but this was all pretty expected. John, do you think Michigan has some added wrinkles to the offensive plan?
Yeah, you're going to see a little bit more each and every week, and obviously playing against Penn State, an opponent that is very good defensively in the secondary. They've got speed at linebacker. They got guys up front that can put pressure on the quarterback. You're going to see some nuanced protections. You're going to see some nuance in the routes that they're running. And, yeah, I think you're going to see a whole lot more out of J.J. McCarthy.
Wolverines will try to solve a Penn State defense that ranks 5th nationally in rushing defense. Since that 35-31 win at Purdue in the opener, Penn State has given up just 43 total points in the last 4 under first-year defensive coordinator Manny Diaz, who took over for Brent Pry, who's now the head coach at Virginia Tech. Here's Sharon Moore on what he sees from the Nittany Lions defense.
They move fast. They're all over the place. They blitz a lot. They play a multitude of different coverages. They try to mix it up and confuse you and the quarterback. So it's going to be a big challenge for us, especially up front. We're excited for the challenge. They've got some really good players up front. They got really good players in linebacker and secondary. So it's everywhere. It's a bunch of guys that we're excited to play and think it's going to be a big challenge, and we're ready for it.
Who should fans be listening for from that Penn State defense, a very talented one?
Well, yeah, when you think about that Penn State defense, I think it all starts with Joey Porter Jr. I played against Joey Porter Sr. in the NFL, and I know the intensity that he's going to be playing with, if it's all like his dad. And he's a playmaker in the secondary. And then you look up front, it's P.J. Mustapher. He's the guy that is back from injury, is a guy that is a senior, wants to come to Michigan and put together a game plan and execute it in a win for his team. So those are a couple of guys of names. And here's the other thing, too. When you talk about those numbers in regards to, hey, what they've done defensively against the run, and, you look at the teams they played. Purdue, they're not a team that runs the ball. Northwestern, they're not a team that does anything offensively. But Ohio, Central Michigan, Auburn, all teams that are predominantly passing teams. So don't, as the fans are listening, don't get too worried about this Penn State defense. It's just, and I'm not saying don't, but it's one that hasn't really been tested against the run, especially a rushing attack like Michigan has.
Yeah, need to have a little context to be sure. They're good. Michigan will try to make them look not so good here today. We've got plenty more to do on the pregame show. J.J. McCarthy coming up in about 10 minutes. Head coach Jim Harbaugh just before kickoff. Up next, our defensive scouting report. Buy 4 and score with Cooper Tires. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper Tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den. Visit Schneider Tire and Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information. We'll pause for a break. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Last season, the Wolverines earned a thrilling win at Penn State. Today, the Nittany Lions invade Ann Arbor. It's the annual Maze-Out game here at the Big House. Kickoff is less than an hour away. Time now for our defensive scouting report. 6 games in, Michigan has done some really strong work in replacing stars like Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo, Dax Hill to the tune of just 11 points allowed per game, 5th best in that category nationally. Here's co-defensive coordinator Jesse Minter on this unit through 6 games.
When I think about maybe concerns going into the years, like everybody wants to talk about pass rush, I think we've, been pretty good at times. There's been a few inconsistent moments. We need to do it this Saturday against a really good team. I think our secondary has played pretty well overall. I think our front's played pretty well overall. I think our backers have gotten better at some stuff and played well. So, you're always trying to fix things, always trying to improve things.
And, John, they certainly made huge improvements from half 1 to half 2 last week at Indiana, but it has to be a 60-minute effort against Penn State.
It does. And, this is a team where, hey, you can't start slow and finish fast. You can't start fast and finish slow. You're going to have to play a good 60 minutes. And, yeah, you're going to have some bumps along the way. That's to be expected. Sure. It's how you handle those. It's how you respond when Penn State makes a play. And it doesn't mean that it's a Michigan State, or a Michigan screw-up. Mistake is what I meant to. I can't believe I said Michigan State.
Yeah.
But when there's a mistake on our side, it can just be simply that Michigan or Penn State made a play. How do you respond? That's where Michigan has to be.
It's been a long weekend for
it.
It
has been a long weekend, yes. I'm
good
still
weekend.
in recovery.
Sean Clifford, the Nittany Lions starting quarterback. This is start number 39 for the veteran, second all-time at Penn State in pass yards and in touchdowns thrown. He is not the best quarterback in the country, but he has played a ton, accomplished quite a bit. Here's Jesse Minter on Sean Clifford.
I think he's tremendous. I think he really fits with what they do. He's kind of a cross between like Cade and JJ. And so like a lot of our reps in practice have been against guys like, I think he's really smart. He knows how to manage the offense. But I also think he's like very, very savvy as a move around guy, extend plays guy. They've added, I think, a physical element to their offense with a running game this year. Some of the young backs have, anytime you can run the football, I think it makes it easier to play quarterback.
Yeah, Clifford, he's not a guy who can beat you single-handedly, but the run game that Minter alluded to, Nick Singleton, Katron Allen, they're legit. Combined to average more than 150 yards rushing a game, and that can and has opened things up for Clifford. It does feel like Penn State starts offensively with the run game.
It does, and this is the time for Mozzie Smith and those guys up front to be able to bottle things up on the inside. Michigan has the speed to get to the edge with, Junior Colson, Michael Barrett, and the depth of talent that they have in the secondary. They've got the speed to cover everything outside, so it's really going to be who sets the tone in this game. It's Mozzie Smith, it's Mason Graham, it's those guys up front to bottle up between the tackles, eliminate that, and then let everybody else take care of everything else.
12-10 the kickoff, Michigan and Penn State. J.J. McCarthy joins us next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDIN, the official retailer of Michigan athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdin.com or visit the MDIN location nearest you today. The MDIN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDIN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDIN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDIN. Go Blue!
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are partnering with Freshwater Future to educate fans on where our drinking water comes from and how we can work together to protect it. Freshwater Future strives to safeguard the Great Lakes to help ensure access to safe and clean drinking water for all. The Great Lakes water integrity is crucial to keeping our student athletes hydrated, nourishing the great people of Michigan, with the bonus of making great Michigan-made beer like Founders. Visit freshwaterfuture.org to learn more about how we can protect our Great Lakes water.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
A spectacular 92-yard punt return for a touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Getting you set for Michigan and Penn State here at the Big House. It is a maze out. We're joined by sophomore quarterback J.J. McCarthy. And first, J.J., I say maze out. You experienced that last season against Washington. What do you remember from that game, that atmosphere, and just that noise inside the Big House?
It was the energy. The energy was just so infectious. Like, as we ran out there, even warm-ups, just seeing the stands just flooded with maize. It was unlike any other scene that I've seen, and it was just, you could really feel our fans' enthusiasm, and it trickled into us, and it just gave us more of an edge against Washington.
What have the last 2 games, going on the road and getting conference wins, done for this team? It's one thing to do it at home in the friendly confines where the routine is pretty much the same, but how much did these 2 games help this team bond, come together, and being able to get wins?
For sure. Anytime you go on the road, like, immediately you're just stepping into a new area of adversity. I mean, it's going to be a different field, different routine, different hotel, different state, and just being able to be exposed to as many adverse situations as possible is going to help us in the long run. So I believe that was the biggest thing.
Assess your play through the first half of the season. What are some areas that you felt like you've progressed really well, and maybe some things you've got locked down to try to say, hey, these are on the to-do list to try to improve?
For sure. I feel like as the season's gone on, my maturity for playing the position has exponentially grown. And just stepping out of those immature mistakes like I made at Maryland and just being in the right headspace at the right time, in the moment, 100% completely. I felt like that's been improved every single game, every single snap. So I feel like just continuing that, being consistent with that, and things I need to work on is just continuing to use my legs. Really just, if it's not there, use these bad boys. I mean, you train all off season for them. This is the time to use them. So that's just my main focus going into it for sure.
We all know about your playmaking abilities, but I think some of the biggest throws you've made the last couple of games have been throwaways, live to play another down. Does that take kind of the mental rhythm, and you got to try to make sure, hey, listen, I can't try to make a play all the time. I don't want to hurt the team. How have you developed that, maybe mentally through a processing standpoint?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's something that was super difficult for me because I never played that way. Like, I was always the kid out there that felt like every play was my last play and all that cliche stuff. And I just feel like it opened up a whole dimension to the game that I was unaware of. And it's helped me tremendously, and more importantly, it's helped the team tremendously. So I just feel like the more opportunities I get to make those plays, the more I'm going to improve.
Assess Penn State. What have you seen from this defense on film? What's going to be important for this one?
I mean, they're one heck of a ball team. I mean, they're coached really well. They got a lot of talent, and that defense has got some players on there. So it'll be awesome to see our guys up against their guys, and they're going to bring a lot of pressure. They're going to do a lot of just like a bunch of blitz zones and stuff like that we haven't seen so far. So it'll be good to kind of get that experience for down the road. And, yeah, they're just a really good ball club, but I can't wait to see us up against them.
JJ, we appreciate the time. Good luck today.
Thank you so much. Great having me on.
There's JJ McCarthy. We'll come back with more of our pregame show, Wolverines and Nittany Lions, coming up as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Before you get in, get going, get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
It's time we go together. Let's go see something new together. Let's go capture moments together. Let's go experience something unexpected together. Wherever you go, enjoy a cleaner running engine with Citgo's top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Citgo. Let's go together.
43 Big Ten championships, 11 national titles. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Place an order for a 2023 Ford Edge lease today and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order an Edge SEL all-wheel drive and lease it for $249 a month for 24 months with $2,909 due at signing. Plus, receive the Sun and Style package with 18-inch wheels and a panoramic Vista roof at no extra charge. Order today and take delivery by December 31st, 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $4,500 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Offer ends October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $249 Edge lease payment today, only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Wolverines gearing up for a noon kickoff against Penn State here at the Big House. And our Michigan Answer Spotlight welcomes in Laura Shakarian. She is a nurse recruiter with Michigan Medicine. Laura, thank you so much for joining us. U of M Health nurses just approved a new 4-year contract from what I understand. Tell fans what this means for nurses who work there and who may choose to go work there.
Thank you, Brian, for having me. And yes, we did just ratify our new nursing contract for the 6,200 nurses within the system. And this is going to be a 4-year agreement with elevated pay rates for all the nurses. And it is among the best pay rates in the nation for nurses. So we're very excited about that for our current staff, as well as people who want to join us in the future to come and work at U of M Health.
So when you talk to other nurses at U of M Health, what are some of the reasons they do choose to work there?
We have a great reputation for excellent patient care, and we are on the U.S. News and World Report for one of the best hospitals. We've been magnet designated, and we just redesignated this year, which is a very high honor that only 9% of the health systems nationwide receive. We are also Leapfrog Hospital Safety Grade A, and we're very proud of our staff and the work that they do. It really is a great place to be and a great place to work. I've been a U of M employee for 33 years, so I can vouch for it being a great spot.
Yeah, there's no doubt you are an authority on that, and I understand that there's a big job fair coming up. What can you tell fans about that?
So we are having our big fall career fair. We had to take a pause because of COVID, so we haven't had one in 3 years. So we are bringing it back October 23rd from 12 noon to 3 p.m. at Michigan Stadium, and we will be hosting a number of applicants, and hopefully people will come out and talk with our managers, our supervisors, and our nurse recruitment staff, as we will all be there. We are looking for nurses in many specialties, pediatrics, critical care, our cancer center, leadership, emergency department, and we are welcoming our new graduate nurses. We have a lot of opportunities to offer them as well, and we want them to come out and see us at the event October 23rd. It is required to register, and the registration is at our website, umnursing.org. Go on our website, register, and we will see you on the 23rd.
Again, that's umnursing.org to learn more and to register for the U of M Health Nursing Career Fair, October 23rd at the Big House. Laura Shakarian, nurse recruiter with Michigan Medicine, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Go Blue.
There's Laura. Thank you so much to her. Now we go down to the sidelines here at the Big House. Our sideline reporter Jason Avant is alongside. Jason, give us the scouting report on the maze out so far. I think the fans who have shown up to this point are doing pretty darn good.
We are ready to go on the sideline. Everyone has their maze on. Everyone is excited coming into the stadium. Everyone high-fiving. This is what you come to play Big Ten football for a game like this, so I'm excited about this game.
And 17 years ago today, you were a part of a special one, Michigan and Penn State, the game winner from Chad Henne to Mario Manningham. You were the leading receiver in that game. What do you remember about that, and how a crowd like that and a crowd like this can really energize the home team?
It did, because we fell down late in that game, and we needed a comeback from behind win. And the crowd was stuck behind us the entire game. I remember that play because they doubled me and Steve Breston and left one-on-one with Alan Zamitis, and we hit a post with Mario Manningham. Some of the greatest times of my life was that drive. Coach Carr putting an extra second back on, arguing with the officials. It was a lot of great things that happened.
I can hear the smile through those. Oh, man, that is great.
And you know what's so great about that is that I have Penn State fans, because I live in the Philadelphia area, that's always talking about that play. Man, you were out of bounds on the sideline catch. Put an extra second on. You cost us national championship. I was like, dude, you guys were terrible. You had Mike Robinson as quarterback. Shut up.
How about this one? And give us your impressions of Penn State offensively. You know, the veteran at quarterback and Sean Clifford, the run game really good, some playmakers at receiver. What do you see when you watch Penn State's offense?
When you look at Penn State's offense, it starts with their running game, and it allows them to be able to play action effectively. And a quarterback is playing at a higher level than he did last year. His completion percentage is higher. Sean Clifford's nine touchdowns to 2 interceptions, and also has 4 rushing touchdowns. So he's playing better with the run game element to their offense. And they do have some explosive players. We have to be looking out for Mitchell Tinsley. Britton Strange, their tight end, is averaging 15.4 yards a catch. So they have some playmakers here, and it all starts with the run game. So we need to commit people to the box and make them a one-sided team. And I don't think Sean Clifford can beat us. by passing along.
All right, we'll listen for your reports on the sideline. Be ready to argue for that extra second if need be, all right?
Here we go. I'm out here.
All right, there's Jason Avant's thoughts. We'll hear from him throughout the broadcast. Getting you set for 12:10 kickoff, Michigan and Penn State. Jack Miller's alongside. We'll hear from him, get his thoughts next as we get you ready for this maze out in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAAD meats.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The year was 1919. Barbasol shaving cream was invented by a dreamer named Frank Shields. The world's first modern shave cream, Barbasol changed the face of shaving forever. A few billion shaves later, Frank's dream lives on. Behind every face is a dream. Barbasol proudly salutes every fearless, self-assured, wide-eyed dreamer all across America. Celebrating 100 years. Barbasol.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
The Wolverines have welcomed Penn State to the Big House for a critical Big Ten matchup. Today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together. Now, alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
And Jack, you know well, every crowd makes an impact at the Big House, but for these types of games, marquee matchup, place is packed, it's a maze out. Just how much can fans alter this thing?
Yeah, it's a distinct advantage. I mean, when you have this kind of crowd, this type of intensity, I mean, this stadium this year has been building and building, waiting for these marquee matchups. And so finally, here we are, two undefeated teams with a lot on the line. It's going to be big for the fans to get in this one. The maze out, all the tradition and the honoring that's going on throughout the course of this one is in the making for a special day.
Offensively, it feels like, yeah, there's been plenty to like, but there's still a lot of meat on the bone. How much do you think maybe the playbook expands for a game like this?
I think it should expand as much as you possibly can. I mean, there's no sense in hiding anything at this point. You're more than the halfway point in the year. This is a critical game. It's going to be a tough contest. Pull it out. If you got it, figure it out. What you need to do to feel good about your team. There's no sense in hiding anything anymore. Now, again, we know we're going to run first to try to set up the pass. There's certain fundamentals and an identity that you don't want to stray from. But where's that extra explosive play? Where's that trick play? Something to kind of throw that defense off from Penn State. You think that they probably do have something up their sleeve today.
They'll have to do that against a stout Penn State defense in particular. They've thrived against the run, fifth nationally in that category. Just how good is this Nittany Lions team defense?
Yeah, it's a stout front seven. They got a lot of big physical guys up there that like to come downhill. They play the run well, and they're backed up by a really athletic and long secondary. So if they can establish the line of scrimmage, both these teams want to do the same thing, and most teams in the Big Ten do adhere to that. If we can win the line of scrimmage, if we're the more physical, dominant team, we'll always stand a chance to win. This is going to be, for sure, Michigan's strongest test, biggest test to this point in the season. It's
going to be a lot of fun. We'll get Jack's thoughts on the first half during our Lexus halftime show. We'll have Jim Harbaugh along with Doug Karsh here momentarily. Kickoff at 12:10. Wolverines and Nittany Lions It's 30 minutes away. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Hey Ann Arbor, football is here, and we know you're thirsty. Whether you're tailgating on the golf course, Hoover Avenue, or the parking lot, make sure you grab a case of Miller Lite. It's Miller time for those who hold true and bleed blue. Miller Lite, great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Your official home of the Maize and Blue, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
It's Super Start Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Super Start batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Super Start batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hello, Michigan fans. We're back at the Big House for another crucial Big Ten battle. Whether the team is home or away, we can count on a visit from Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross. Andy joins us before kickoff every weekend. It's great to see you again, Andy.
Hi, Doug. It's always great to see you.
Andy, I've seen Blue Cross's new campaign, Ready to Help, and it seems very focused on experiences your members and customers get when they interact with Blue Cross and Blue Care Network. You've always been about access, quality, and affordability, but it goes beyond that, right?
Yes, it does, Doug. For 83 years, Blue Cross has been here to stand behind our members and communities in good times and bad. From the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, we channeled our efforts towards supporting our members and ensuring access to needed health care. We sent care kits to our senior members who are isolated at home. We dramatically expanded telemedicine services to enable our members to connect safely with doctors through digital media. And we worked hard to let our members and customers know they can connect with Blue Cross wherever they are, whenever they need us.
That idea of being there for your members and customers is practically in the Blue Cross DNA.
It sure is, Doug. We've been here since 1939, so there's a long-standing legacy at Blue Cross and Blue Care Network of always being here, always ready to help. And there's a commitment to people and communities throughout our state that's only getting stronger today.
Andy, I think what Ready to Help means is that no matter who you are, where you live, or what your needs are, Blue Cross is here to take care of you. I'm sure that holds true for your millions of members, thousands of group customers, and your vast network of healthcare providers.
It does, Doug. To us, Ready to Help means we're working harder than ever to actively engage with our members, customers, and providers. On the provider side, we're working with doctors and health systems across Michigan to improve the outcomes our members receive. We're helping doctors spend more time with their patients, and we're leading the way toward more affordable care and health insurance through quality, patient safety, and efficiency.
And it's great to hear about Blue Cross's efforts and leadership on that work.
Thank you, Doug. Now it's time to cheer our leaders on the field. Go Blue.
And Michigan, our leaders, taking on Penn State today at noon. Rob Joyce back here in the Learfield Network studios as we set the stage for the day across college football. 4 other games today in the Big Ten, including one more at the top of the hour. Illinois ranked for the first time since 2011. The number 24 Illini welcome in Minnesota. Quarterback Tommy DeVito will start today for Illinois. He left last week's win over Iowa with an injury. His presence is big. 4 teams have 1 loss each in the West Division. Gophers and Illini among them. That's the only other early game. 3:30 in East Division showdown in Bloomington between Indiana and Maryland. Terps have not won in Bloomington since 2014. While at 4, Michigan State tries to stop the bleeding. Spartans look to avoid a 5th straight loss and an 0-4 start to Big Ten play. Sparty plays host to Wisconsin. There's another important West Division battle tonight at 7:30 in West Lafayette. Purdue entertains Nebraska. Entering the week, Boilermakers, Huskers, and Illinois all tied atop the division at 2-1. Minnesota a half game back at 1-1. They'll all play each other this week, so some separation will be had come late tonight. That's the day in the Big Ten. Iowa, Ohio State, Northwestern, and Rutgers all off. Top 25 we go. Bunch of other noon kicks starting in Oxford. Number 9 Ole Miss hosts Auburn. 19th ranked Kansas tries to snap a 17-game losing streak to Oklahoma. Jayhawks have not beaten the Sooners since 1997. The OU enters on a 3-game losing skid, including a record-setting loss to Texas last week. Those Longhorns ranked again because of it at 22nd. Texas at home against Iowa State to round out the noon kicks. Everything else later on. Big ones at 3:30. Top 10 SEC showdown. Number 6 Tennessee takes on number 3 Alabama. Number 13 TCU welcomes in 8th-ranked Oklahoma State in another battle of unbeatens. Second time ever. We'll have 3 games, including Michigan Penn State, on the same day between teams ranked at least 5-0 or better. One other big 3:30 game, ACC number 18 Syracuse at home against 15th-ranked NC State. Wolfpack will be without quarterback Devin Leary. He's out with an injury. Again, Michigan and Penn State, 20 or so minutes from now. Pregame continues. We'll get Jim Harbaugh's pregame thoughts. He sits down with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
With kickoff approaching, let's hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Now, here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch.
Counting you down to kick off Michigan and Penn State at the Big House, and it's time for our weekly chat with Wolverine head coach Jim Harbaugh. And Coach, let's start with the dedication today of the Lloyd Carr Tunnel. And tell us what Lloyd Carr means to this program and to have his name and his legacy on that hallowed ground that is the tunnel at Michigan Stadium.
Well, it means so much. Coach Carr, I think the second winningest coach, Michigan football, national championship coach, great coach. And he's meant so much to so many players, coaches, staff that have come through the University of Michigan, myself included. Coach Carr was a secondary coach when I was playing here. So like many thousands of players, he's touched our lives. And then to have his name on the tunnel, that's so special because the tunnel's so unique. It's ours. It's one thing that just hasn't changed much since 1927. It's just when I picture the Colosseum in Rome, the tunnel leading out onto that Colosseum floor, just like it does at the Big House. So it's an awesome tunnel. It's an awesome experience to come out into that Big House stadium and to have Coach Carr's name on it. Just makes it so good, so perfect.
I remember years ago, Jamie Morris told me a story about his first game in the tunnel was against Miami, and I believe it was your first start. And the Michigan freshmen are in the back of the tunnel, and the Hurricanes came out, and they had all their seniors in the front, and a fight broke out. But it was the Michigan freshmen against the Miami seniors, which was a bit of a mismatch. But I'm sure that tunnel holds plenty of stories like that.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. It's a kind of, it never failed to give, just a real live goosebumps, that the little hairs on your arms stand up. It never fails to give that experience. And even gone out of that tunnel many times as a player and a coach, and it's one of the great unique things in sports. And it hadn't changed. It's just a gritty tunnel. No lights in there, and I hope it never does change. No glass walls where people are in there, eating, and it's just. I hope it doesn't change for another 100 years.
So, Coach, scare last week with Mike Hart. He's on the mend and, of course, participated in Zoom meetings with the team and you this week. Talk a little bit about that and how he contributed and how Fred Jackson, who is a 23-year vet of the Michigan running back room, having him back as an analyst, what it was like having Freddie J back on the field this week filling in.
It was great having Freddie J on the field. He's seen a lot of balls kicked off, and it was great having him coach on the field. And Mike was doing his normal game week responsibilities and preparing from the film, blitz, contributing to the game plan, etc. But it was a lot of fun listening to Coach Jackson coach. Many good coaching points came out. I was always just kind of sliding over there to hear what he was saying, and it was terrific. So it was I think it's stimulating, for Coach Jackson, but for all of us too. So but it's great to have Mike back, and looking forward to moving onward here and getting after it today.
All right, let's talk about your team here a little bit, your pass rush. You've got 22 sacks on the year, and, Coach, I know you're a baseball guy. Of the 22 sacks, 7 have come in the last 3 weeks in the fourth quarter. So I've started to call the pass rush your closer because they have stepped up big late in games, and that would obviously be useful today.
Yeah, it sure would. You kind of felt a coming out party a little bit when it comes to the pass rush last few games. Now we'd like to get some turnovers off of those sacks. We've been in position that the sacks are great, but waiting on those turnovers to come. We've had 6 in 6 games, which isn't good enough. You want to get the offense set up on a short field, and we haven't done that yet. And I'm just hoping that's the next piece to come. Just keep working on it. You keep coaching it. You keep practicing it, and in some of those situations we're in position to sack, hopefully we can get the ball out as well.
Michigan and Penn State. We'll talk more about the Nittany Lions when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News & World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Let's continue our pregame conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh. Once again, here's Doug Karsch.
Back with Coach Harbaugh, Michigan and Penn State coming up shortly. Let's talk about their quarterback, Sean Clifford. He's about to break some passing records at Penn State. What is your evaluation of him and their throw game?
A ton of respect for Sean Clifford. He's tough. He's good. Evidenced by the game last year that we played at their place. He got hit a lot. Jabo and Hutchinson and company were in the backfield a lot, and he took a lot of big hits, but was standing in the pocket and still making throws, putting them on the money, and sometimes wondering how he was getting back up. So just a ton of respect for him as a thrower, as a competitor, as a tough guy, as a runner, and it's going to be a great challenge for our defense today.
They're freshman running backs, led by Nicholas Singleton, who averages over 7 yards per carry. How do you keep that kid from doing too much damage?
Well, I mean, you got to tackle him. You got to be pursuant to the ball. Everybody's got to be playing their leverage, and you don't want to see him get started either. Try to smother him with as many hats to the point of contact as possible, and see if we can't get the ball out of him. Get him to pop the ball loose as well. I mean, turnovers are on our mind, and we want to get them. But first you got to secure the tackle. So that's job number one.
Your quarterback J.J. McCarthy leads the country in completion percentage. He said this week that the deep ball is something. He put it all on his shoulders, and I don't know if that's necessarily true. But talk about trying to add that element to this offense, which will really sort of complete the offense in a lot of ways, an element that would be very dangerous moving forward.
Yeah, I mean they're a lot like deep balls, a lot like getting turnovers on defense. You gotta make sure you can't force it. You can't go for the strip without securing the tackle, and same thing with it's got to be there first of all when you're taking what the defense is giving you is a term that everybody, I think, understands, and that's the same thing with you can't force the deep ball. It's but be ready to take it when it gets there, and I believe we will. Hope that makes sense. But yeah, throwing it to the open guy, taking what the defense is giving you. When the big play does present itself, then you convert it. But it can't be something to be forced either.
You mentioned turnovers a couple times. Their defense is averaging almost 2.5 a game. What have you seen from them in their ability to get the ball out? I know they played in a monsoon in that Northwestern game, which made for a turnover-ripe condition, but what do they do to create turnovers?
They've always been good, opportunistic that way, good against the run. They create a great run wall. They get the teams in third and long, unfavorable third down that makes offenses take extra chances, and quarterbacks hold the ball longer in the pocket, and it's it's proven sound football ways to create those turnovers. But we're just gonna have to play good. We're gonna have to protect the ball on offense. And we've done a good job with that, and that needs to continue, especially in a big game like this.
All right, final thing, Coach. Zach Zinner said this week that it was a little extra film time, a little extra preparation in a game like this. Sharon Moore said we're going to overcoach the details and the fundamentals this week. How would you characterize this week of practice leading up to this one?
Really good. Our guys really took that to heart and understand this is big games, big opportunities, command extra attention to detail, and the energy's been good. I mean, it takes a lot. It just takes more energy when you're extra focused and extra detailed. And practices reflected that, and we feel prepared. We feel ready to go.
Coach, we appreciate your time. Look forward to hearing from you after the game. Good luck today.
Thank you very much, Doug.
There it is. Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh will kick it off next. Michigan and Penn State. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
When you call on your local Root dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Root, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Root.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Root.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
This is one of those games that matters mightily in college football, and these are elements that will be impacted by what happens here today. They include the Big Ten Conference Championship, the Rose Bowl, the National Championship, and the Heisman Trophy.
You are ranked number 4 in the country. Penn State, number 10.
We're both undefeated, so this could be the championship at stake.
They play a great game. They play a physical game.
They're one heck of a ball team. I mean, they're coached really well. They got a lot of talent.
It is the first major test for you to go out there and show not just the Big Ten, but this country who you are.
Moments that truly tell you about yourself and what you can be.
Yeah, come with a different mentality, with different edge, bring your all to this game.
We all have to step up because it's competition is leveled.
You know, the atmosphere is going to be crazy with the maze out.
All the fans that are going to be showing up and bringing that energy.
The 1997 team is going to be there cheering you on, and when we faced the Nittany Lions, it was total destruction. That is the goal this year, total destruction of the Nittany Lions.
Now, if that doesn't whet your appetite, you're watching the wrong channel.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. And by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together. Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jensen.
Sunny day in Ann Arbor, perfect fall conditions for a huge showdown between Michigan and Penn State from here at the Big House. The Wolverines getting set to charge out of the Lloyd Carr Tunnel and get this one underway between the Wolverines and the Nittany Lions. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Doug Karsh alongside the two-time captain of the Wolverines, John Jansen. And John, your team is back, the 97 team. Michigan and Penn State, that game played a huge role in that 97 national championship season. And obviously the Wolverines are hoping it to be the same this year.
Well, when you get a chance to play against elite programs, Penn State, Ohio State, there's a great buildup all week long. Both of these teams undefeated, 6-0, 5-0, top 10 ranked teams. These are the games that you come to Michigan for. Opportunities to play in the Big House, to set the standard again this year for what we expect from Michigan football.
The Wolverines have gathered now in the Eastern Tunnel, the Lloyd Carr Tunnel, so aptly named for the legendary head coach of the Wolverines. And, of course, you were part of the ceremony last night, and Coach Carr, emotional to see his name go on that tunnel.
And it couldn't be a more appropriately named destination here at the University of Michigan for Lloyd Carr from now until eternity to be able to lead every single Michigan team as they take the field right now. And the 97 team is holding the banner. Just a great moment for us and for Michigan fans.
Led by the captains, the Wolverines, running under the MGO Blue banner at midfield, getting ready to take on the Penn State Nittany Lions. And this Nittany Lions team is outstanding. It is one of the stories of the early season as far as I'm concerned. They come into the season unranked. They get to 5-0. Big road wins for them at Purdue, at Auburn. And now James Franklin brings in a very talented team here to Ann Arbor.
Very talented, and a freshman class that is contributing immediately. You talk about the running backs, Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen, both dynamic players, immediate impact for this offense, and taking a lot of pressure off of Sean Clifford.
Michigan has a dynamic player in their own in the backfield in Blake Corum, and of course the quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, who leads the country in completion percentage at 78.3%. Passes completed, and the wide receiving core gets a boost as Roman Wilson went through warm-ups in uniform today. We expect him to play. Also watching the first-team offense go through their snaps, Carson Barnhart, the man taking the snaps at right tackle. And this offensive line will have their hands full between Ryan Hayes taking on Chop Robinson off the edge. P.J. Mustafer and Adisa Isaac are back. They missed last year's game. It's a talented defensive front, one of the best in the country against the run.
It is going to be a great test for this Michigan offensive line, for this Michigan offense to keep them on edge, keep them guessing as to what's going to happen. Is it run? Is it play action pass? Are we going deep? And, there's the sky's the limit for this offense, and it's really only going to be limited by their creativity because there's so much depth of talent and so many guys that can make plays.
You heard the boos as the Nittany Lions took the field in the traditional white pajamas that they love to wear with the black Nikes and the classic plain white helmet with the blue stripe. It's Penn State and Michigan from here at the Big House. The captains are gathering on their sidelines, and shortly we'll get the coin toss. The weather today, it's just beautiful, John. Temperature a crisp 51. There is a bit of a breeze blowing towards the north. We'll get an update from our guy, Jason Avant, number 8 down on the field. But this is a perfect fall Saturday for college football.
And it's a maze out here. And when you have the sunshine right now, and everybody was wondering what the maze out would be like, not being a night game, it is still spectacular because the reflection from the sun on all of that maze, it just fills the stadium and it looks beautiful.
Yeah, congratulations to the fans. You did a heck of a job wearing the maze today. It looks outstanding. And the Michigan coach, Jim Harbaugh, said he didn't really stop and take it in the Washington game a year ago, and he wanted to remind himself to do that today. Let's go down below. Today's coin toss is brought to you by Rude.
Penn State as visitors, you'll call the toss. This is the coin, this is the head. The Big Ten logo is the tail. You repeat his call. What is your call?
Tails.
He's called the tail. We'll let it hit the ground. It is a tail. Penn State's won the toss. Penn State won the toss, deferred their choice to the second half. Michigan, you'll receive. Which goal you guys want to kick from? Turn your backs to the goal.
There you go. The Wolverines will receive and get the football first. That was today's coin toss brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. And I mentioned earlier the wind. So look at our Jason Avant down there. The wind is whipping quite a bit. Jason, will that impact play today?
Yeah, the wind kind of affects the throwing game. So that will be something we have to keep our eye on. But we should run the ball effectively today. It's a nice day for football. It's not cutting too bad. But if it picks up a little bit, it could affect our passing.
All right, we'll be watching that throughout the day. The Wolverines getting the football first, John, the last 5 weeks in a row, a first drive touchdown. Of course, one was one play after Maryland fumbled the opening kick. But Olu Oluwatimi, the Michigan center, said they script these first drives, and by the time they get to Saturday, they've run the first drive 5 times in practice.
Well, they've run it 5 times in practice, even more times as they sit in their hotel room on Friday night in preparation. So there's not going to be anything in that opening drive that surprises this offense. They've repped it against every look, every possibility, and that's the beautiful thing is when you start getting off-stripped later in the game, how many of those reps have you played mentally in your mind? And that's where, we need to see progress from this Michigan team. That opening drive, it's great to be able to go down and score, but what do you do on drives 2, 3, and 4 throughout the first half?
So the Wolverines clad in their traditional winged helmet, of course, the Navy jersey with the maize numbers. Wolverines going blue pants today on a maize out Saturday here in Ann Arbor. And it's Jake Pinniger to kick off. Penn State has used 3 different kickoff specialists. Pinniger in 6 kickoffs, 5 of them have gone for touchbacks. They kind of have him on a pitch count. A.J. Henning is deep along with Joe Taylor, and we're set to go from the Big House in a huge game between Michigan and Penn State, 2 undefeated top 10 teams from here in Ann Arbor. As Pinniger approaches the football, and we are underway with a kick headed towards Henning, who will let it go over his head and out of the back of the end zone. And the Wolverines will scrimmage from the 25-yard line. Ryan Hayes, Trevor Keegan, Oluwatimi, Zach Zinner, and Carson Barnhart make up the offensive line. Cornelius Johnson, Ronnie Bell, and we expect to see Roman Wilson as they break the huddle and take the field. And is it Roman Wilson, or are they gone 2 tight ends? They've gone 2 tight ends with Colston Loveland in with Luke Schoonmaker. Pistol formation for the first snap as J.J. McCarthy, of course, at quarterback, and Blake Corum directly behind him. 1st and 10 from the 25. The Wolverines have the ball spotted directly in the middle of the field. First play of the game from here in Ann Arbor. Ronnie Bell goes in motion, and back to pass is J.J. McCarthy looking, fires short underneath. He's got his man at the 28-yard line. And Cornelius Johnson is thrown to the ground late, and we got a flag. Joey Porter Jr., their All-American candidate, got a little too rough well after the whistle, and it looks like the Wolverines will tack 15 more onto that short reception.
Great composure by the Michigan football team.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, defense, number 9. 15-yard penalty from the end of the play. Automatic first down.
John, you played against his dad in the NFL.
Yeah, same intensity.
Do you remember any
Same
extracurricular?
intensity, yeah. I played against Joey Porter at the Senior Bowl, obviously when he was in the NFL, faced off a number of times, and a great competitor. You're going to see that in his son as well. And, hey, you're not going to come into Michigan and try and intimidate this group of guys. It's just not going to happen. So we'll take a free 15 yards any day of the week.
Wolverines now have the ball on their own 44-yard line. 1st and 10. J.J. McCarthy turns and hands it off to Blake Corum, who makes one man miss in the hole and now dances up to the 50-yard line where he's dragged down for a gain of 6 on first down. Good run, Blake Corum. Nice hole.
Well, Blake does such a nice job of being patient and getting to the line of scrimmage and letting everything happen in front of him. And the offensive line has given him the benefit of getting to the original line of scrimmage before he has to make his first cut. When you do that, especially on first down, you're going to gain a lot of yards.
We do see Roman Wilson now in the lineup for the first time back from injury. 2nd and 4 for Michigan. From the shotgun, J.J. McCarthy back to pass, looking, fires. He's got Wilson in the slot. Up the hash. He's going to dive forward and get what he can down to the Penn State 41. Move the chains. First down, Michigan.
And that's the beauty of being productive on first down. When you gain 6, 7 yards on first down, the defense doesn't know, hey, are we going to run? Are we going to have play action? Are we going to go downfield? And right now, what they're trying to do against Michigan, as most opponents have done, they're playing so deep that underneath throw is going to be there for most of the day.
And J.J. McCarthy has learned to take that when it is available to him. 3 receivers split to the left, ball on the right hash. J.J. McCarthy, handoff running short side as Blake Corum's got a hole. 40, 35, 30, dances out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. Another run for a first down for Michigan, and they are well within Jake Moody's field goal range on this opening drive of the game. After a gain of 12, Jonathan Sutherland was the man that forced Corum out of bounds.
And that's something that we have seen more than anybody else in college football as Blake Corum leads college football with 46 rushes, now 47 for first downs.
Ball on the right hash. Wolverines at the Penn State 29-yard line. Max Bredesen in the Michigan lineup. Andrell Anthony as well. 2 receivers split to the left. The Wolverines go full house backfield with 2 tight ends. Hand off to Corum, and he's got running room up the middle. Puts his head down and drives the defender back as he gets it across the 25 down to the 24-yard line. Gain of 5 on first down as Corum continues to get positive yardage on first down. Keep the Wolverines ahead of the chains.
Well, right before the snap, they went big on the left side. Carson Barnhart, who lines up at the right tackle position, actually goes in motion, lines up on the left, and When that happens, everybody in the building knows exactly where they're going to run the football.
We hear in big games you break out their exotics. It isn't always a wild trick play. It's sometimes putting your tackle in motion. 2nd down and 4 for Michigan. Blake Corum flanked to J.J. McCarthy's right. Back to pass. Looking. Fires over the middle. He's got his man on a crossing route. It's Ronnie Bell who's tripped up and goes down awkwardly. And the ball came out. They're going to rule him down. Ronnie Bell pops up. It was a little scary after Ronnie coming off that knee injury, but they rule him down, gain of 4. And it'll set up a 3rd and short.
Ronnie Bell has been one of the safest targets for J.J. McCarthy, whether it's down the field, it's on 2nd or 3rd down, and this obviously sets up a 3rd down, but he's been the one that J.J. has looked to the most, and, he's a guy that, especially in a game like this, wants the ball in his hands.
3rd and 1 for Michigan. McCarthy hands it off to Corum, a quick hitter up the middle, and he's got 1st down yardage behind that offensive line who reestablished the line of scrimmage 2 yards downfield. Gain of 3 and move the chains.
This offensive line has been so productive on 3rd and 1. They've even been productive on 4th and 1. When you have the ability to get that push up front, and when you're talking about the guys that are back, P.J. Mustipher, he's a load up front. They've walked him right off the ball for the 1st down.
Wolverines now under center. J.J. McCarthy for the first time. Also Donovan Edwards in the game. 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. Handoff to Edwards up the middle. Not much running room, but he gets a couple. Running to the right.
Now Donovan's going to be a little bit upset with himself when he watches the film tomorrow. There's a cut back to the left. And, sometimes you get scared off with just the jersey being in the middle, but he's got the ability to be able to run over guys. That's the benefit of having Donovan in the backfield, that, hey, I'm going to run behind my pads, put my head down, and, he's not going to lose yardage, but, boy, there's still some more yardage to be gained on that play.
You might hear about it from his position coach, Mike Hart, who's back on the field today. Wolverines with 3 receivers split to the left. Now they bring Roman Wilson in motion. Delayed handoff to Donovan Edwards running right. Spins off a tackle inside the 15 down to 11 to the 11-yard line for a gain of 5, and that'll set up a 3rd and short.
Yeah, running right off tackle, and that's what I mentioned just a minute ago. Donovan Edwards gets contacted almost right at the line of scrimmage, and then 4 to 5 yards after contact, he always falls forward. He's always keeping his feet churning. He's a great 1-2 punch with him, Donovan Edwards, and Blake Corum in the backfield.
J.R. Brown on the tackle there. This will be the 10th play of the drive for Michigan. It's 3rd down and 4 from the 11-yard line. Bunch formation to the left, and they throw quickly out there, and J.J. McCarthy overthrows Donovan Edwards, and the ball falls harmlessly out of bounds, and the Wolverine drive will stall there.
It looked like it just slipped out of J.J. McCarthy's hand because they had things set up. That bunch formation you mentioned right before the snap off to the left side, and Donovan Edwards was there, blockers in front. That one could have been a touchdown and certainly was going to be a 1st down.
Yeah, the Wolverine wide receivers have done a spectacular job of blocking this year, and he had 3 of them in front of him, and that had a lot of potential. So it'll be Jake Moody out of Brad Robbins' hold. The ball be spotted at the 19-yard line. The snap is good. The kick is on its way, and the kick is good. And the Wolverines take a 3-0 lead here at the Big House.
Well, it's frustrating to get stalled inside the red zone, but you come away with points, and you come away knowing that there was more there. We saw some creativity in that opening drive, and whether it's the overload to the left, some motions, some things that we haven't seen, and that's really going to be important today against a talented defense and a fast defense in Penn State.
Good opening drive for Michigan, 11 plays, 64 yards, over 5 minutes and 17 seconds, and Michigan leads it 3-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Legally, we can't say that WOW Internet is the best internet of all time, but you can, because once you've tried super fast, extra reliable WOW Internet with award-winning customer service, easy self-install kits, and plans starting at just $9.99 a month, you may not be able to stop yourself from saying WOW Internet is the best internet of all time. Sign up today at Wowway.com and find out how to get up to $300 on us. Wow. Good internet. Limited to new customers with auto-pay and paperless billing. Offer subject to change. Terms apply.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
3-0 Michigan here at the Big House after the Wolverines' opening drive of the game. That's a field goal. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. Well, John, your teammates down below just honored the 1997 National Championship team. They showed a video of you on the scoreboard. Goatee?
Yeah. That was that's about 70 pounds ago. That's a fat face. But glad we've moved on from that look. It's so emotional to see those guys down there get together, and you see those highlights, and it goes back to the Rose Bowl, the Ohio State game, the Heisman Trophy. Just so many special moments, and it's great to see those guys here. And it's hard to believe it's been 25 years.
Well, certainly a great Michigan team. How good were they? Tom Brady was a backup quarterback on that team. Although, ask him.
Yeah, he's unable to make it last night. He's still working.
Jake Moody will kick off for the Wolverines. Nicholas Singleton is deep for Penn State, the outstanding freshman running back, and he'll let it sail to the back of the end zone, and Penn State will take over on the 25-yard line. So our first chance to see Sean Clifford in the Penn State offense with Singleton and Katron Allen, a pair of freshman running backs, and perhaps an improved Penn State offensive line with Olu Fashanu, an outstanding left tackle, and a host of wide receivers. Great tight end, and Brenton Strange. Here we go from Ann Arbor. Penn State's first possession as they'll take the ball from the right hash on the 25-yard line. 1st and 10 against that Michigan defense. And the fans have come alive here at the Big House. Under center, Clifford turns, hands it off to Singleton, who's met in the backfield and dropped for a short gain. Junior Colson, the man in to drop Singleton for a gain of about a half a yard.
Hey, the yeoman's work today is going to be Mozzie Smith, Chris Jenkins, clogging up the middle, allowing Junior Colson, Mike Barrett, Mike Samerstill to be the guys that come in and make plays, and they've been so good over the last couple of games of doing that, and we see them starting off that way here today.
Empty backfield for Clifford in a shotgun. He's got 3 receivers split to the left, 1 split to the right. The 1 split to the right is the running back Nicholas Singleton. Michael Barrett's manned up out there. Back to pass is Clifford. Looking, fires, crossing route. He's got his man at the 30-yard line. Fighting to get away from a tackle is Parker Washington Jr. close to the first down marker. Gain of 8 on 2nd down. It'll be 3rd and short for Penn State.
Yeah, first man to the ball. You got to wrap up. You got to make sure that, hey, he's not going to get any more yardage. Everybody else, you tackle the football. But right there, just a little aggressive, thinking they're going to try and rip the ball out from a player who's been very dangerous playing against Michigan in the past.
3rd and a yard for Penn State. Ball at the 34-yard line. They've got Singleton, the lone setback, and Clifford under center on this big early 3rd down play. Handoff to Singleton, running to his right. He's met in the backfield and dropped for a loss. Mike Morris.
I love watching him play. Boy, I tell you what, against Iowa, against Indiana, when the defense needed a spark, and I know we're early in the game, but those are the moments that you got to have your seniors. Mike Morris busts through on the left side and just gives Singleton nowhere to go, forcing a punt, 3 and out on an opening drive. That's a big, big moment for this team.
John had Mike Morris on In the Trenches, the podcast, and he walked away with a football crush.
Tell you what. Yeah, he wants to make sure his sister doesn't have anything bad to talk about, who's on this staff now.
Short punt. A.J. Henning lets it bounce, and now he'll field it on the bounce inside the 20 to keep it from getting any further, deeper into Michigan territory. And a 54-yard punt from Barney Amore. Outstanding Penn State punter, and the Wolverines will take over on their own 17. 3-0 Michigan on top. 7:35 to go first quarter. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Greasy bootleg right, firing deep for Tooman. Touchdown, Michigan!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, and we want you to help us celebrate. We're inviting you to attend our night out at the Big House on Thursday, December 1st at Michigan Stadium. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks and get exclusive access to see the Big House. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available. Sign up today and go blue.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the mid-size SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant down on the field. We'll go down and hear from Jason in a moment. Meyer is the presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. 3-0 Michigan here at the Big House, 7:35 to go in the first quarter, and they are honoring Lloyd Carr right now, and an appreciative Michigan fan base giving him an ovation.
He meant so much to us as players, but to this fan base for what he was able to do. One national championship in 75 years. He was the guy that led us to that and led us out of the tunnel every single time. And to have that tunnel named after him, it's a special time. And, Eric Mays is down there with them right now, my co-captain there in 97, and a special jacket designed by James Whitley with the 9-7 brand, which he has, built himself. And it's got everything that we wanted to have our team remembered for. The goal was just win. It's on there. The ice picks, the climbing Mount Everest, which Coach Carr, that was the theme of that year, and it was very successful. A special man and a special team.
So the Wolverines backed up inside their 20 following the long punt from Barney Amore. And it's 1st and 10 from the 17. The ball's on the left hash. Ronnie Bell in motion from the shotgun. J.J. McCarthy's going to roll to his right, looking downfield. He's got a man deep. It's Cornelius Johnson, who's got it at the 50-yard line. Catches it as he falls out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench. Johnny Dixon, the man in coverage. The Wolverines have moved the ball in one play out to midfield.
Well, and the beautiful thing about that is they're using J.J. and that play-action pass. He's been so good utilizing the play-action pass, 22 of 25 coming into the game, almost 400 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. If they can get him outside the pocket, draw up those linebackers, he is so efficient at finding a receiver downfield.
Inside Penn State territory, the ball is marked at the 48-yard line. Wolverines have J.J. McCarthy under center, turns and hands it off to Blake Corum, who's got positive yardage again as he scoots between tacklers across the 40 and down to the 39-yard line before the safety and leading tackler for Penn State, J.R. Brown, makes the tackle. Move the chains again. Oh, nope, 2nd and short. Let's go down to the field and our Jason Avant. Jason?
These two teams don't like each other. They were bickering in the locker rooms, heading down the tunnel, and also even on special teams plays, kicked out of the end zone, they're still fighting each other. So it's a great game right now.
A lot of intensity down below as the Wolverines have it 2nd and 1 on the Penn State 44-yard line. 2 receivers split to each side. Lone running back is Blake Corum, and he is flanked on the left hip of J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun. From the Penn State 39, it's Corum up the middle, and he's got room and a first down as he's tripped up as he crosses the 35. First down for Michigan, 5 yards. Blake Corum.
You can see the growth of J.J. McCarthy as he brought Max Bredesen, who was split out to the right, a little bit closer, knowing, hey, the timing of the play, I know exactly where Max is supposed to line up, brings him in, shows great composure and patience, and if he doesn't get him at the right spot, he's the trapper that comes and seals off the left side, allowing Blake Corum to get inside for that first down.
1st and 10 from the Penn State 39-yard line. 2 receivers split to the right. It's Ronnie Bell and Cornelius Johnson. 2 tight ends in for Michigan. Play action, rolling out is J.J. McCarthy. He's got nobody open, and he's going to throw it away. Smart decision there for the young quarterback as pass rush in his face. Looked like that was Jalen Reed.
Yeah.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan.
They brought Colston Loveland across in that same motion that we just saw Max Bredesen. Instead of trapping, they were going to slip him into the flat. A nice play action, nice action, and hey, every once in a while the defense dials things up. They recognize nothing there. Great decision by J.J. to throw it away. 3-0,
Michigan on top, 5:40 to go. First quarter, 2nd and 10 for Michigan. 3 receivers split to the left. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Quick pass out to Roman Wilson. Makes one-man miss to the 30. Inside the 28-yard line down to the 27 where he's knocked out of bounds by Jalen Reed. Gain of 7 for Roman Wilson. Back involved in the offense after missing last week's game with an injury.
Is so effective on that wide receiver screen. We know the first score of the year was Roman Wilson on that very same play on the near sideline. This time they go the far sideline, and Cornelius Johnson, as we've mentioned throughout 6 games, has done an outstanding job of blocking and making sure that he doesn't get called for a hold out there.
3rd down and 3 from the Penn State 37-yard line. A.J. Henning in motion. They fake an inside handoff to it. Now throwing underneath is J.J. McCarthy. He's got Blake Corum. He's got the first down inside the 20, hesitates and dives forward to the 18-yard line before Tyler Elsdon brings him down, a 9-yard gain. Good fake on the motion to A.J. Henning there to get the Penn State defense moving to its right. Michigan came back to the left.
Well, and they've used A.J. Henning on that jet sweep, that reverse so many times. Yeah, you're going to go every once in a while, hey, fake it to him. And here's what we're seeing from this offense. Hey, you throw it to the left. Now all of a sudden you run it to the right. They have really, so far, it's been well-designed of keeping this defense off balance as to where they're going.
3 receivers split to the left. 1st and 10 from the Penn State 18-yard line. Michigan leading 3-0, looking for more. Back to pass, J.J. McCarthy looking downfield. He's got all kinds of time. Finally will throw underneath, incomplete as he gets hit. As eventually the dam broke. Incomplete, 2nd down.
Well, here's where J.J. needs to take that next step. We talk about his decisions, and this is one where, hey, there's great protection, but you're not going to protect forever. There's a rushing lane right up the middle. Go ahead, tuck it, run it, get what you can, and get down before you get hit. There was some yardage there, and that's where we got to see the progression, the next progression for J.J.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan. 3 receivers split to the left with the ball on the right hash. J.J. McCarthy in a pistol formation. Schoonmaker with his hand down in the backfield. J.J.'s going to run it. Quarterback keeper, 20, 15. Outside, puts his shoulder down as he's knocked out of bounds. Inside the 15, down at the, well, we'll see where they spot that. I believe the 12-yard line. Johnny Dixon, the cornerback, came up and knocked J.J. out of bounds.
Well, Chop Robinson came off the edge, and it was right there to hit Blake Corum. Good decision by J.J. to keep it, get around the edge. Now you're sitting there at 3rd and a manageable, looks like 4 or 5. And this is where, hey, you've got to be able to utilize your tight ends. And Scooney has been so productive in the red zone. Don't be surprised to see that ball go to him.
Inside 4 minutes to go. First quarter, Michigan on top, 3-0. Wolverines go 4 wide, Schoonmaker being one of them. J.J. McCarthy back to pass on 3rd and 4. Crossing pattern inside the 8-yard line and down to the 5. It's Roman Wilson in front of Jair Brown. First down, Michigan.
That ball was completed because Blake Corum stepped up, took on a blitzing linebacker and Elsdon. If he doesn't do that and chop him down at the line of scrimmage, JJ's got nowhere to go but to try and run it, and he does a great job of standing in the pocket. Great block, great communication up front to pick up that blitzer.
Ball spotted at the Penn State 6-yard line. Michigan leading 3-0, looking for more. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Inside handoff. Blake Corum powers forward down to the 2-yard line. P.J. Mustipher, the defensive tackle who missed the Michigan game a year ago, makes the tackle.
P.J. Mustapher doesn't make contact until he's 3 yards downfield, and you're not going to be able to tackle, or do anything good if you're not getting contact with the running back until you're 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. But a great run, great blocking up front by that offensive line yet again.
Penn State with an outstanding rush defense, allowing less than 3 yards per carry. And only 3 rushing touchdowns this year. Wolverines I formation from the 2, a handoff to Corum, and he's met in the backfield and dropped right there. Wow, what a play. Penn State's Jair Brown comes in, fights off a tackler, or blocker rather, and makes the tackle for a loss of 2.
Yeah, just penetration kills anything you're trying to run to the edge, and they're trying to get outside with Blake Corum on the left side, and just too much penetration front side, and you're going to lose yardage every time that happens.
So a big play here as the Penn State defense is trying to force another Jake Moody field goal attempt. 3rd down and 5. 2:11 to go first quarter. Michigan leading 3-0. 3 receivers split to the right. The ball near the left hash. McCarthy's going to roll to his right. Shovels it underneath to Corum, and there's nothing there as he is swarmed under by the Penn State defense. Abdul Carter, the freshman out of Philadelphia, the second leading tackler on the team, just bear hugs Blake Corum. They tried to go underneath. Unsuccessful, and here comes Jake Moody to try and make it 6-0.
Well, they just dialed up the exact right defenses. J.J. rolls to the right, shovels that pass off. They brought 3 off the edge, and they had a linebacker that was man-to-man on Blake Corum, and you're not going to have much success running into a defense like that.
Short field goal from the 14-yard line. 24-yard attempt from Jake Moody is up and good, and the Wolverines have taken a 6-0 lead. Happy about that, but trying to convert touchdowns.
Yeah, you get in the red zone, you need to come away with 6, and obviously the extra point, make it 7. There's some points left on the field.
Guys on the far sideline are good too. Michigan leading 6-0 with 1:25 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey Michigan fans, StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot, score a great deal with a price alert, and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you with Inflation Buster. That's more road trips, more front row seats. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you'll get exclusive savings when you refinance at that new lower rate. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Call 8337-ROCKET today or visit inflationbuster.com to start saving.
For fees covered, rate, like date requirements, and other terms and conditions, visit inflationbuster.com. Call 1-8337-ROCKET. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Need metal? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Alro Metals Outlet customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. We offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Livonia, Troy, Warren, Jackson, Lansing, and Kalamazoo. Visit us today or learn more at alro.com.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Wolverines, Nittany Lions. Today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together.
Wolverines leading at 6-0 here in Ann Arbor. A pair of Jake Moody field goals, but early on in this game, it's been all Michigan. With 1:25 to go in the first quarter, the Wolverines have possessed the ball for 11 minutes and 27 seconds. Michigan's run 22 offensive plays to Penn State's 3. John, how would you characterize your feelings towards the start of this game?
Well, it started off well. They're moving the football. That's great. We've got to find and solve the issue in the red zone, come away with 7 instead of just 3. But obviously we're getting points on every single drive, and great job by the Michigan defense. Hey, whenever you get a 3 and out, that is a great way to start a football game, and you set a tone. Now, they're going to have to come out and have a repeat performance. You're not going to stop them every single time, but that's the way to start the game.
The very dangerous Nicholas Singleton is deep, outstanding freshman, along with Kevon Lee, and Jake Moody will be kicking into this rather stiff breeze. His first kick went for a touchback as he approaches the ball, and this one will be short. Singleton will have a chance as he fields it at the 9-yard line, and he's got some room through a hole across the 25 before he is hit by Colston Loveland and dropped at the 28-yard line. And that's where Penn State will start this possession with Michigan leading 6-0 and 1:20 to go in the first quarter. You're listening to Michigan. Oh, let's go to our update desk, and Rob Joyce. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Doug. Yeah, one other game going on right now in the Big Ten. We'll take a look at it. They just ended the first quarter in Champaign. Number 24, Illinois, a 7-0 lead on Minnesota, and the Illini have 1st and 10 inside the red zone as the second quarter set to begin. Chase Brown already near 100 scrimmage yards on the game for the Illini. He has a 40-yard touchdown reception. Everything else in the conference comes later on. 3:30, Indiana hosts Maryland and Bloomington. Wisconsin looks to continue Michigan State's woes at 4 o'clock in East Lansing. Spartans have dropped 4 straight. 7:30 tonight, a game with important West Division implications between Purdue and Nebraska in West Lafayette. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Abso Pure Water, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. A couple of top 25 games going on right now. Ole Miss has a 7-0 lead on Auburn. 5 minutes to go in the first quarter in Oxford. Could be a barn burner in Norman today. Oklahoma in 19th ranked Kansas tied at 14. Still 2.5 to go in the first quarter there. And no score late in the first quarter in Austin, where number 22 Texas and Iowa State are scoreless. Everything else later on. The big ones, 3:30. 3rd-ranked Alabama at number 6 Tennessee, and 8th-ranked Oklahoma State taking on number 13 TCU. We'll keep you updated on those, run through the first half highlights and more in the Lexus Halftime Show. For now, back to Doug and John.
All right, Rob, thank you very much. Doug Karsch, John Jansen here at the Big House. Rob Joyce in our studios. Brian Bush, the host of our broadcast. Jason Devon on the field. Rich Marion, our spotter. Bruce Motti, our statistician. Jack Miller here as well. He'll provide halftime analysis along with Jason. And by the way, we had a chance to see, I saw one of the men that preceded us, Jim Brandstatter and his wife Robbie. They came up and said hello. They just got back from a trip out west. And you saw?
I saw Dan Deerdorf and his wife Debbie, and I know they're listening right now as they're
driving up north.
Home. They're driving up north. So a quick shout out to Dan and Debbie Deerdorf. Please drive safely, and it's always great to see you here in Ann Arbor.
Of course, a couple of Michigan legends, and Dan, I hope to get up during the bye week, so we swing by.
Yeah, Doug Karsch will be knocking on your door.
Keep that fridge full.
Yeah.
All right, 1:20 to go here in the first quarter. Michigan leading Penn State 6-0. And John, the Michigan defense forced a 3-and-out against that Penn State offense with an outstanding play by Mike Morris. Penn State ran right there. The strength of their offensive line is behind Olu Fashanu, the left tackle. Surprised to see them go right. Morris won that battle with Caden Wallace. I think there was a tight end out there as well to force that first Penn State punt.
Well, Penn State's going to try and break some tendencies. They know that on 3rd down, hey, or any down, their tendency is to run behind that left side. They thought, hey, we'll try it behind the right side. So Michigan alert, aware, and you got to be patient. You got to know and understand your keys and do your 111, as we hear from these players so often.
Well, Penn State has the ball on the left hash. Nicholas Singleton in the backfield. He is a dangerous running back. 1 play away, 5 runs of 40-plus yards in 5 games in his career. And they'll hand it off to him, inside handoff, and he puts his head down as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Short gain. Junior Colson leading the tacklers 2 yards on the play.
Well, Chris Jenkins is doing a great job of taking on blockers up front, taking them on square, so there's not much running room, and then that leaves Junior Colson to come clean up the mess, and he's done a great job so far in these first 4 plays that Penn State has run today.
3 receivers split to the left for Penn State. Clifford from the shotgun with Singleton flanked to his right. 2nd and 8 from the 30-yard line. They put Singleton in motion, and now Clifford will run and get dropped. Jalen Harrell, an outstanding play as Caden Wallace, the tackle, was blocking him. Harrell was able to make the play while fully engaged. A loss of 1 on the quarterback draw by Sean Clifford.
Yeah, they go empty backfield and think they're going to trick Michigan again, and Jalen Harrell just reaches around Caden Wallace to make the tackle. What a great play.
3rd down and 9. Yabioki in for the Michigan defense. Penn State has a bunch formation out to the left. Michigan saw a lot of that last week at Indiana. Now they will motion a receiver to the right. That is Mitchell Tinsley. Fans getting engaged here on a Maze-Out Saturday. Play clock at 2, at 1. They just get the snap off. Back to pass is Clifford. Flag is down. He's got his man, and he's dropped well short of the first down, as that is Keandre Lambert-Smith.
I think they're going to get Mike Morris just a little bit early. I think he was looking at the play clock going.
Offside. Defense, number 90. The quarter will be extended for one on-time down. It's 3rd down.
So Penn State will get another crack at 3rd down. A 3rd and much more manageable.
Well, you want to take every advantage you can, and sometimes you're looking at the play clock. You got to keep focused on that football, and Mike Michigan got to stop, but they're going to give them one extra play here in the first quarter to possibly extend this drive.
You heard from the official, Ron Snodgrass. Yes, indeed, one untimed down here at the end of the first quarter. 3rd and 4 for Penn State. 2 receivers split left, 2 receivers split right. Singleton in the backfield off the right hip of Sean Clifford. 3rd and 4, Wolverines bring it a blitz. Clifford under heavy duress, fires incomplete. Oh, the blitz was effective there as Jesse Minner, the defensive coordinator, dialed one up, and Penn State will be forced once again to punt. Makari Page, the man in the backfield.
Well, Makari Page and Michael Barrett put the defense in conflict. Hey, you can only block one of those guys with one running back, and the other one's going to come free. And he chose one, and there was Michael Barrett ready to make a hit on the quarterback.
And that was the final play of quarter number 1. Michigan leading 6-0 from here in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Wolverines football continues after this word from your local station on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Place an order for a 2023 F-150 lease today and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 F-150 and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,819 due at signing. Order today and take delivery by December 31st, 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 F-150 lease payment today. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House with Michigan leading Penn State 6-0. As we await the start of the second quarter, let's go down below and our Jason Avant with a special guest. Jason?
I'm on the sideline. I have the pleasure of being with Aiden Hutchinson on the sideline here. Aiden, you were a great player, one of the best pass rushers in Michigan's history. How does it feel being back here at the stadium?
Yeah, man, I mean, it feels great. This atmosphere is nothing like it, man. Just being in that college atmosphere, especially in Michigan, the best atmosphere in the world. So it's great, man. It's great to be back.
You guys played an outstanding game versus Penn State last year, got after the quarterback. Is there anything that we have to do from your eyes because you got after them pretty good last year?
I mean, it's 2 3 and outs right there, so I wouldn't listen to me. I would just say keep doing your thing, you know?
Yeah. There are some hollow players here, Charles Woodson and many others. Did you look up to these guys, the 97 team, John Jansen and many others here? What was their legacy to you guys?
Oh, no doubt. I mean, especially Charles. I mean, he was the Heisman. He was the only defensive Heisman. And obviously, me being in that Heisman race, you know, I wanted to get up there with Charles, so it was definitely always in the back of my head.
Do you have any eligibility left for today's game?
I'm throwing. They're wiping off the dust of the 97 right now, so I'm about to jump right in.
All right, there we go. Thanks, Aiden. Go blue, buddy. Go blue.
Man, what a season he had last year.
He's right behind that defensive bench right now. You don't think he's talking to those guys?
Oh,
he said they don't need to listen to me.
Yeah. He was a special player, a great leader, and great leaders never stop leading. Those guys know exactly what they're facing. Every time they come to the sidelines, hey, you got Clinkscale, you got Minter, you got that whole defensive staff, and you got to look up to a guy like him and say, hey, you know what, I got to make sure I play because Hutch is in the house.
First quarter, all Michigan, 126 yards to 9, 8 first downs to none, 11 minutes and 27 of possession time to 3 minutes and 33 seconds. And Amore will punt to A.J. Henning, who will race up to the 28-yard line, and he'll bounce. And it's rolling back towards the Penn State punt team as they get downfield and down it at the 30-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over for their third possession of the game, a 36-yard punt. With Michigan having a 6-0 lead, a pair of field goals as the Penn State defense has stepped up in the red zone. They are holding teams to just 67.7% conversion rate in the red zone, which is second best in the Big Ten.
Yeah, Michigan's been very effective getting into that, that red zone. They've been effective up to the 20-yard line. Now they got to find a way to punch it in.
Two receivers split to either side. Donovan Edwards in the backfield from the 30-yard line. Ball on the left hash. Back to pass is J.J. McCarthy. Quick pass outside to Ronnie Bell, who tries to split a pair of defenders and can't, but gets a quick pickup of 5 yards on first down. Let's go back down to Jason Avant. Jason, how are the conditions?
The conditions are pretty good. The wind is blowing, but it's not too effective. It's not going to affect the game that much at all.
Well, if it does at all, the Wolverines have it to their back now. Is that correct?
Yes, they have it to their back right now, so they should cut the wind pretty good right now.
All right, 2nd and 5 for Michigan from the 30-yard line. Two receivers split to the left. One of them, Roman Wilson, goes in motion left to right. Inside handoff to Donovan Edwards, dancing around, and there's not much room as he's buried under for a short game. Penn State's defensive line led by P.J. Mustapher.
Well, this is the benefit when you're productive on first down. You pick up 5. Hey, you're at 2nd and 5. And every once in a while, hey, you're going to take some shots on 2nd and 5. Sometimes you're going to keep a defense honest and only pick up 1 or 2 yards. But you're still within striking range, converting range of a manageable 4th down pickup, or a 4-yard pickup here.
Wolverines, 3rd and about 4 from the 36-yard line, their own 36. Michigan 3 of 5 on 3rd down today. It's McCarthy back to pass, looking, fires. He's got his man for a first down. It's Ronnie Bell out to the 50-yard line for he's forced out of bounds by the Cass Tech product, Kalen King. First down, Michigan.
Hey, what did we talk about just in the first quarter? The reliability, the comfort factor between JJ and Ronnie Bell. He's had that with Scooney, and a big target in him, but Ronnie Bell is his number 1 target because he's reliable, he catches the ball, and he always finds that first down yardage.
Little in and out there from Ronnie Bell. Wolverines have the ball just across the 50 at the Penn State 49-yard line, leading 6-0, 13-10 to go, second quarter. J.J. McCarthy from the pistol. Play action to Blake Corum, back to pass. Looking downfield, here comes the rush. J.J.'s going to throw it away, and this could be trouble. No, it's complete to Blake Corum on the far sideline. Oh, John.
Oh, my goodness. I was holding my breath. Oh, man. JJ, be careful, my friend. What a great play, and then it turned out to be a positive for Michigan, but what a dangerous, dangerous throw. As he's being tackled, he just slings it up. We thought he was throwing the ball away. And somehow found Blake Corum.
Wow. That looked like a pick 6. The other direction, it just cleared Joey Porter and dropped into Blake Corum's lap, and I'm not sure JJ even saw Blake. I think he was trying to throw it away.
Yeah.
Quick pass from JJ out to Ronnie Bell, who is met by a pair of Penn State defenders on a 2nd down and 3 yards to go. Dominic DeLuca, a gain of maybe 1, setting up a 3rd and short.
Yeah, they're going to give Ronnie a break. He's put in a lot of work early. And we're going to see young Andrell Anthony, who in the last couple of games has been very productive, getting more and more involved in the passing game. And we all remember what he did last year against Michigan State. So he's got that big play potential. It's nice to see him on the field.
Wolverines going heavy here with 3 tight ends. Blake Corum, the lone setback. J.J. McCarthy under center on 3rd and 2. They hand it off to Blake Corum, who's got the first down over the left side. Big hole as Ryan Hayes and Trevor Keegan leading the way. P.J. Mustipher makes the tackle, move the chains, ball down to the 36-yard line of Penn State, gain of 5.
Well, they got that heavy formation off to the right, and they certainly, they make it look like they're going right. Blake Corum runs left, and a great job as those two guys you mentioned, Keegan and Hayes, sealing off the backside, and just a nice big hole to be able to pick up a first down.
Great running lane there for Blake Corum. 2 receivers split to the right on 1st and 10. Ball on the left hash from the Penn State 36-yard line. J.J. McCarthy, handoff to Donovan Edwards. Big hole across the 30, the 25. Deep into the Penn State secondary where he's dragged down by Zakee Wheatley. Move the chains again. A gain of 12 for Donovan Edwards.
And an unbalanced formation again. They take Ryan Hayes, who we just talked about. They move him over. Carson Barnhart did it before. And just a giant hole off the right side in between Carson Barnhart and Ryan Hayes.
1st and 10, Michigan with the ball on the Penn State 24-yard line. The Wolverines leading at 6-0. 10:54 to go, second quarter. From the shotgun, J.J. McCarthy. Donovan Edwards behind him. And it's going to be McCarthy on the quarterback keeper. He's got the edge to the 20. And, oh, boy, great tackle out there that might have saved a touchdown, but not before J.J. has a gain of 7, maybe 8. Jair Brown with the tackle, and I think that was a touchdown-saving tackle,
It
John.
certainly was, and Max Bredesen had him faced up, and a great decision by Max. He's got him under control and then just lets him go simply because he doesn't want to get called for holding. Knows the ball is coming, and all eyes are going to be on him, but JJ, showing how dangerous he can be by picking up yardage with his feet.
Wolverines in the red zone again, 2nd and 2. Handoff to Blake Corum running right. He's got the first down, splits a pair of defenders, and is dragged down as he gets down to the Penn State 11-yard line on the far sideline. Gain of 5. Joey Porter Jr. with the tackle. Michigan dominating this game on the ground as we get a timeout for injury as Jair Brown is down for Penn State.
That'd be a big hit to this Penn State defense. He's been so important for them, and coming into the game, they have been a defense that has not allowed much yardage on the ground, but you got to look at their opponents. They haven't faced an offensive line or an offensive rushing attack like Michigan's.
As the Penn State training staff addresses Jair Brown down on the field, we'll take a break. 6-0 Michigan, 9:57 to go in the half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
When you call on your local Root dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Root, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Root.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Root.
Spend the night with Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Party and play with Babyface. Tickets start at $35 on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com.
When can I see you again?
The Tender Lover returns. Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go Blue.
The second quarter is presented by Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. It's always a big game when Michigan squares off with Penn State. Let's head back to the Big House for more of the action.
6-0 Michigan on top, but the Wolverines have it 1st and 10 on the Penn State 11-yard line. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Let's go down to our Jason Yvonne, who has an update on Jair Brown.
Yeah, Jair Brown walked off to the sideline on his own strength, but it's his right leg, something wrong with his right leg. He may come back in the game, but that's a lot of physicality missing for the Penn State defense.
Yeah, they have now 2 freshman safeties in there, and Jalen Reed and Zaki Wheatley. Wolverines 1st and 10, ball on the right hash. 3 tight ends split to the left. Blake Corum will now shift back into the Michigan backfield where he was split left as a wide receiver. And now they'll hand it off to Corum up the middle, and he's got a hole inside the 10, down to the 5, powers down to the 4-yard line. Power football there, John.
It is, running right behind that offensive line, and the bulk of this drive has been gained on the ground. Quite honestly, they need to continue to attack down there. They've got to find a way to punch it in the end zone. We've seen them drop back and throw some passes. We saw the shuffle pass. Hey, this is the opportunity right now. Punch it in behind that big offensive line.
Jair Brown back in the game for Penn State's defense. Wolverines 2nd down from the 4-yard line. Up the middle, it's Blake Corum down inside the 3 to the 2, where it's going to be 3rd down and maybe less than a yard. But the Wolverines, they can get a 1st down at just about the 1-yard line.
Yeah, and again, hey, they're lining up quick. They want to punch it.
Here we go. Wolverines snap it quickly. Blake Corum dives over the top. Holds the football out.
1st down.
I don't know. Yeah, they're marking it. Yep, 1st down. You're right, John. 1st down, Michigan inside the 1-yard line.
Yep.
And the Wolverines going to go quickly again. J.J. McCarthy getting everybody lined up. Penn State trying to substitute. They got too many men on the field. The Wolverines trying to get the snap off, but James Franklin sprints down the sideline and gets a timeout.
Great job by Michigan there, and awareness.
Charge timeout. Penn State, they're first.
Great awareness by Michigan there, and honestly by JJ, getting guys lined up, because Penn State tried to sub. They wanted to bring in their goal line defense. Michigan didn't sub, and there's a little pushing and shoving going on down there. I'm loving this. I'm okay with this.
It's the Michigan offensive line. Jason, did you see that?
Oh, yeah, I definitely saw it. And I saw it in the tunnel. They were jawing at each other, a couple people being physical, along with some coaches as well. So this thing is pretty intense. So they don't like each other, and I love it. This is the type of football I come to see.
This gets you excited, doesn't it,
yeah,
Jason? Hey.
100%. I love bully football.
It's a top
a bunch of
opportunity
coaches. I'm gonna go with Fred Jackson in the middle of it.
yeah. I bet you Klink is in there too. He just seems to be a guy that likes to dust it up a little bit. Hey, now that you had a 1st down on the half-yard line, I guarantee you that offensive line came over and said, we're going to punch it in. And I bet you, whether it's Sharon Moore, Jim Harbaugh says, you got 4 opportunities to do it. If we can't score from the half-yard line, we don't deserve it.
1st and 10 from inside the 1. Handoff to Blake Corum up the middle. Does he get in? The Wolverines moving the scrum forward. No signal yet. It looks like Blake Corum is well in the end zone. The officials come running in from the sidelines. The Wolverines holding their hands in the air, and now an official puts his hands up. Michigan touchdown.
Blake Corum, he's hard to find, and a massive humanity down there, but great push by the offensive line. And we saw it so many times last year. Even if you get stopped at the line of scrimmage, they're going to keep pushing, and they finally got in the end zone there. Great job getting into the red zone, getting a touchdown after 2 trips in the 1st quarter.
Might get a review on this
one. Rolling on the field is a touchdown. The play's under further review.
Okay.
Well, you know what? They can review this all they want, but I'm not sure. Like I mentioned, there was a massive humanity in there. I don't know that you're going to be able to see little old Blake Corum and whether his knee was down or where the ball was when his knee might be down.
They just showed a view from overhead, and unless his knee is down, he's clearly in the end zone.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell if his knee hits the ground. In fact, it's impossible to tell from the 2 angles that Fox has shown. You can see his feet, and his feet are on the ground. And by that, I mean the bottoms of his shoes as he pushed forward kind of sideways. And I don't know how they can overturn that.
No, hopefully. I mean, we've seen a number of reviews. They've been very quick this year, and hopefully this one is as quick.
The referee, Ron Snodgrass, is under the hood right now. And unless he's got any other replays than what we have seen, this will be a Michigan touchdown. This Close Shave Instant Replay is brought to you by Barbasol. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better buy Barbasol.
Well, if you were having a referee by the name of Snodgrass, and you were to say, hey, which Power 5 conference do you think he'd be in? I think you'd probably pick the Big Ten.
Well, he's done, Mr.
After
Snodgrass.
review, the ruling on the field stands is called. Touchdown.
Well, John, this game so far, Michigan 94 rushing yards to 1. Michigan 13 first downs to none. 102 passing yards to 8. And the Wolverines have had the ball for 17 minutes and 47 seconds. Penn State 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
They came out with an attitude in every phase, offense, defense, and special teams, and they have come through to dominate so far today.
Jake Moody on for the extra point. Out of the hold of Brad Robbins. Greg Tarr's snap is good. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Michigan leads it 13-0 here at the Big House with 8:29 to go in the half. Blake Corum punctuating a Michigan drive behind that offensive line, who's getting the job done against what statistically was one of the best run defenses in the country coming into this game today.
Well, and I mentioned, when you think about who Penn State has played, obviously Purdue to start the season off, they barely won that game, but Purdue is not a team that runs the football. Northwestern, Auburn, none of them are predominantly run teams, so that's why their numbers are the way they are with coming into the season.
That Blake Corum touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 13-0 Michigan, 8:29 to go in the half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
Over the left side and into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. 13-0 Michigan on top of Penn State. 8:29 to go in the second quarter, which is presented by Lexus. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. So far in this game, Blake Corum, 14 carries for 62 yards. J.J. McCarthy, 12 of 15 for 102 yards. And one magic trick, a pass that perhaps should have been intercepted. I imagine when he got to the sideline following that drive, he was on the phone upstairs to Matt Weiss, who might have had some things to say.
I think so. Yeah, that offensive line. Hey, if you're going to push and shove, we saw Joey Porter earlier with the unsportsmanlike and the roughing on Cornelius Johnson. Hey, you have challenged this Michigan team, and I mentioned earlier, you're not going to come in here and intimidate a Michigan football team, especially one with the experience and expectations that this team has.
Keep your head on, too. No crimes against the team. Remember the personal foul in Ohio State last year where the offensive line sent a message without getting a flag? Was Brown? Was that their defensive back? The Ohio State defensive back who took umbrage with Roman Wilson, and the offensive line sent a message but did it without getting a flag. Jake Moody's kickoff deep into the end zone, and Penn State will move the ball out to the 25-yard line on the left hash for their first snap of this drive. Still looking for their first down with 8:29 to go in the half. Katron Allen will make an appearance for Penn State for the first time as they're going to go 5 wide on 1st and 10. See Derek Moore in for Michigan's defense for the first time today. He's on the left edge, the freshman. Back to pass, Clifford looking, going to fire underneath, and overthrows his intended receiver, Parker Washington Jr. on a slant pattern, incomplete. 2nd down, good coverage, Jamon Green.
Well, great job by the entire secondary of not providing Sean Clifford anywhere to go with the ball. They want to get the ball in his hands and out of it quickly. He's got a pump back there, and there's just no one open, and Jamon Green has been so good in the secondary up to this point this year.
Mostly in man coverage.
Yeah.
3 receivers split to the right for Penn State. 2nd and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Clifford from the shotgun, back to pass. Quickly over the middle, he's got his tight end, Benton Strange, who fights forward and gets close to the first down marker. Strange, who has 4 touchdowns on the year. He had that big 67-yarder against Purdue.
Yep.
Gains 9 there. Rod Moore on the tackle, and Penn State wants to hurry up on 3rd and 1.
Yeah. They want to find any way they possibly can to get a first down.
They have yet to get one today. Looking for a yard, handoff, and he's not going to get... Oh, it's Clifford. What a fake. He's in the clear to the 40, to the 30, to the 20. DJ Turner tracks him down inside the 5. What a ball fake. Sean Clifford. That reminded me of Stephen Threed against Wisconsin years ago. Everybody thought that the ball was handed off, and Clifford got it inside the 5, and Penn State's going to go quickly. In the red zone, that's their first down after a 62-yard run, and they hand it off to Allen, who powers forward down to about the 1.
Well, they use the aggressive nature that Michigan is playing right now to their detriment. Sean Clifford, a veteran quarterback, you got to know at some point he's going to pull something out of his hat. And that was tremendous ball fake. And, you know, it's everybody in this stadium thought that it was a big stop. And then all of a sudden you look up and there's Sean Clifford running down the field.
Wow. 2nd and goal from the 2 for Penn State. Allen in the backfield, pistol formation. Now Clifford moves him to his left hip from the shotgun. Clifford's got it, back to pass, going to fire, fade route, corner of the end zone, overthrown and incomplete. The man in coverage there, DJ Turner, who tracked down Clifford and saved the touchdown.
I was going to say, great hustle by DJ Turner. If he gives up even for a split second on that play, that's a long touchdown run. Now all of a sudden, Michigan has forced a 3rd down, and they got to get lined up here.
3rd down and goal from the 2-yard line. Shotgun for Clifford. Michigan leading 13-0. Clifford has the snap. He's going to quarterback run to his left. Can he get there? He can't. The Michigan defense chops him down just shy of the goal line. And James Franklin has a decision to make, as this is going to be 4th and goal from inside the 1. Mikey Sainristil, the man on the tackle.
What a great stand so far by this defense. Hey, you give up a big play. It doesn't mean the drive is over. You got saved by DJ Turner. Now you got an opportunity for an unbelievable goal line stand. You take a negative, possibly making it a positive.
Some big bodies coming in for Michigan on 4th and goal from inside the 1. The Wolverines get Chris Jenkins in there, and Mason Graham, the freshman. From the shotgun, Clifford on 4th and 1. Huge play here. Has the snap. Going to hand it off to Allen, running left. Dives into the end zone for a Penn State touchdown. Well, there you go. Penn State on 4th down. They're on the board. All brought on by that huge 62-yard run by Sean Clifford.
Yeah, just a couple of guys out of position. Hey, you know, when you're in goal line, you got to make sure you don't give up an alley. You don't turn your shoulders. You stay square. And the right side of that defensive line just was too aggressive and allowed just a slight crevice for Penn State to get in the end zone.
It's Pinniger on for the extra point. Snap is good. The hold good. And the kick is up and also good. So Penn State shows some life here as they go 75 yards on 7 plays, most of it on 1 play, over 2 minutes and 18 seconds to cut the Michigan lead back to 6, 13-7.
Yeah, and when you think about the big play potential of this Penn State offense, rushes of 10 or more yards, Katron Allen has 11 of them so far this year. He 20% of the time, you get runs like that. Nicholas Singleton, 9 of them, and Singleton has 5 carries of 40-plus yards. So there's big play potential for this offense. Michigan needs to be alert on every single time.
13-7, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time we go together. Let's go see something new together. Let's go capture moments together. Let's go experience something unexpected together. Wherever you go, enjoy a cleaner running engine with Citgo's top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Citgo. Let's go together.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line, because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Doug Carr, Sean Jansen back at the Big House. 6:11 to go in the first half, and Michigan leading Penn State 13-7 following Penn State's touchdown, which followed their first down of the game. It was all Michigan, but Penn State dug deep and got a huge play out of their quarterback, Sean Clifford.
Yeah, they're going to make some plays. Now it's up to Michigan's offense to respond. They've put together 3 really good drives, and there's no reason to think just because Penn State's offense had a big play that it should slow Michigan's offense down at all.
It'll be Pinniger on for the kickoff with the wind at his back. A.J. Henning standing 1 yard deep in his own end zone. So Joe Taylor back there. And Pinniger's kick is actually going to be short. That's into the wind, my bad. And Henning's got it from the 10. Across the 20, spins away from a tackler out over the 25. And we'll see where they mark him. But a decent return there for A.J. Henning.
Well, he's got such good balance, even when he's spinning around, and it's a dangerous move to spin. If you get popped in the back, chances are you're going to spread your arms. That ball becomes exposed, but he does a great job of protecting the ball, great balance, getting every yard he possibly can. And we haven't seen too many kick returns from him this year.
The second quarter is presented by Lexus. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Wolverines have the ball on the right hash at the 26-yard line. J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun with 2 receivers split to his left. J.J. back to pass. Looking downfield, is going to fire one over the top, looking for Ronnie Bell, who's got it, but is he inbounds? He's not. Right in front of the Michigan bench, just inside Penn State territory. Came up with it, but incomplete.
Yeah, nice throw by J.J. You still got to give your receiver an opportunity to catch that ball in bounds, and I don't know that there was any way Ronnie Bell would be able to catch that one in bounds. It was just too far outside.
Keaton Ellis over from his safety spot, the man in coverage. First incomplete pass in J.J.'s last 7 throws.
Nice job again on protection, though. The Michigan offensive line is giving him plenty of time.
Wolverines with a tight formation, and they'll hand it off to Donovan Edwards up the middle to the 30. He's outside. out on the hash to the 40, to the 45, to the 50, and he's knocked out of bounds inside Penn State territory. Donovan Edwards setting up blocks, hesitating, taking his time, and weaving through the Penn State defense. And that is a gain of 25, and the Wolverines move the chains into Penn State territory again.
Can you imagine the comfort of a play caller knowing that, hey, you want to take a shot on first down. If you don't, hey, we'll hand the ball off to Donovan Edwards and still pick up a first on 2nd and 10.
1st and 10, ball on the left hash now. Wolverines just inside Penn State territory as they go right to left down below. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Quick pass, far side, incomplete to Roman Wilson.
Man, that's those passes right there, they're really hard for a quarterback. I don't mean to make this sound like it's easy, but in the first half we saw one, just a quick flare to Donovan Edwards that was just off the mark. Those are really tough passes, but there are blockers in front. You've got a big opportunity. Those need to be completions for JJ.
2nd and 10 from the Penn State 49-yard line. 2 receivers split to the short side. That's the near side. Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson. Ronnie Bell, the lone receiver, split right. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Inside handoff. Blake Corum, not much room, and somehow he scoots out of it and fires forward down to the 41-yard line. Wow, he disappeared and then came shooting out the backside of a pile.
He just keeps his feet churning. That's his work ethic. That's it, all paying off his strength, his durability. And here's the other thing I like is you got to play to the whistle. We see Michigan offensive linemen dumping white jerseys on the ground 8 yards downfield. That is, it's a pleasure to watch.
3rd down and a long 2 for Michigan. They've got it at the Penn State 41-yard line. Blake Corum, the lone running back. J.J. McCarthy under center. They bring Ronnie Bell in motion. And back to pass as J.J. almost trips up, fires, and it's batted down and intercepted by Penn State. In the clear is Curtis Jacobs, the linebacker, to the 10, to the 5, and he rolls into the end zone for a Penn State touchdown. Wow.
That ball looked like it was tipped around 3 or 4 different times as JJ slipped coming out of under center. A hit went off the helmet.
Wow. Chop Robinson batted it in the air. It hit P.J. Mustafer's helmet, and it landed in the lap of Curtis Jacobs.
That's some bad luck, but it doesn't matter. That's right now, this is where when you leave points on the field, 2 field goals, 2 trips in the red zone early in the first quarter. Now all of a sudden you get one big play by Sean Clifford. They punch it in the end zone. You get a fluke play like that, and now all of a sudden Penn State is going to take the lead here.
If Penninger can put this through the uprights, and he does just that, and suddenly, wow, what a turn of events. Penn State leads it 14-13 with 4:22 to go here in the second quarter on the 48-yard interception return off a ball that was batted twice before Curtis Jacobs corralled it and took it to the house. 14-13, Penn State on top. 4:27 to go, first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over 100 years ago, Pioneer State Mutual Insurance Company started with the simple idea to help our neighbors. That attitude shaped who we are and drives how we do business today. Our employees and independent insurance agents are Michiganders just like you. We know the state and your insurance needs. Insurance can be confusing, but with Pioneer State Mutual, it doesn't have to be, because you're buying our promise to put you first. Visit psmic.com and give one of our 230-plus agents a call. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Baskin scores untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The Michigan women's basketball season is right around the corner. The Wolverines are coming off the program's first trip to the Elite Eight and an undefeated season at home, so the buzz around the team has never been higher. Be part of the action for every game, including marquee matchups against Ohio State, Michigan State, and Iowa by getting your women's basketball tickets now at mgoblue.com. That's mgoblue.com to purchase your women's basketball tickets.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox.
Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Back at the Big House with Penn State leading Michigan 14-13 after a wild turn of events here. 4:27 to go in the half, and Michigan will receive the kickoff. This Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Well, John, it's been domination up until the 62-yard run, and then a bounce of the ball, and now Penn State, who's probably praising their red zone defense, has the lead.
Sure, yeah, the red zone defense has kept Penn State in the game, but Michigan needs to recognize, yeah, right now you're down 13-14, but it is all on the backs of two big plays, and they're fixable. So, hey, defensively, you got to make sure you stay disciplined. Don't be so aggressive on third down that you give up your responsibility. If you got the quarterback, Sean Clifford, you got to make sure you stay disciplined, you stay on the quarterback. And I don't even know really how to describe the luck of the Nittany Lions, where a ball is batted, it goes off the helmets of one of their players right into the hands of Curtis Jacobs, their linebacker. And but, hey, you got to get back to domination.
And the ball falls off the tee.
So Michigan's offense will be right back out there, and hopefully, you know, they put up 229 yards of offense so far. It's been very balanced, 102 on through the air, 127 on the ground. Just be patient, chip away, get back to what you were doing, and you're just basically starting the game over.
Gabriel Nwosu is in to kick off. He's a punter, and he will kick it deep, and that one might go out of bounds, and it goes way out of bounds.
That'll be interesting.
I don't think Nwosu has kicked off this year.
No, I'm curious if there is something going on with their kicker. Obviously, he came in for the
Kickoff out
extra
of
point.
bounds. Kicking team.
Nwosu
places
has.
the 35-yard line. First down.
We've got Nwosu who's kicked off. He's a right-footed kicker. Sander Sadik is a left-footed kicker. And then there's Jake Pinniger, who's their normal place kicker. But the ball be placed on the 35-yard line. Nwosu, I mean, he hit that almost to the wall over the Penn State bench.
Whatever it was ugly, but Michigan will get a chance to start at the 35.
Like Bruce Motti's tee shot, the driver. From the 35, handoff to Blake Corum, big hole. Outside the hash, towards the numbers, spins out of a tackle and across the 45-yard line to the 46. Good response there for the Michigan offense, an 11-yard gain for Blake Corum on first down.
Exact same play we saw Donovan Edwards run on the opening play of the last drive, and now it's a matter of, hey, this Michigan offense says, you know what, you got lucky, and you're going to pay for it right now. From here on out, we're going to continue to pound you.
The second straight series, Joey Porter is not in for Penn State's defense, something to watch. Pistol formation, handoff, Blake Corum, not much room. He's met at the line of scrimmage and dropped right there for no gain and maybe even a small loss.
Penn State's defense starting to move up front. You're starting to see some movement by P.J. Mustafer in that defensive front. And, you know, when you get blockers coming in motion, you've got to be very disciplined. Hey, you got to block inside out. Hat and helmet placement is very important when you're in motion.
Bunch formation to the right for Michigan. Ball on the left hash, second down and 10. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass, fires quickly. Cornelius Johnson, can he get a block? Can't, and gets to the midfield stripe for a gain of 4, maybe 5, before Jonathan Sutherland, the linebacker, brings him down, and it'll set up a third down and about 6.
That's one of those plays that they've been trying to get to. JJ's been off the mark, hits CJ on that play, and now you're in a very important 3rd and 6 situation.
Corum and Edwards on the field for Michigan here. 2 receivers, check that, 3 receivers, split right, 1 split left. J.J. McCarthy fakes the inside handoff, quarterback keeper. He's got some room after he breaks a tackle over the 40 and dives forward. A little slow to get up is J.J. but he's got a first down on 3rd down and 6. Jalen Reed, the safety, made the tackle.
He took a big hit on that play, but that's what you can do. We saw it with Sean Clifford, obviously, 62-yard run. A great pickup on 3rd and 6 for this Michigan offense, using the misdirection and the abilities of J.J. McCarthy.
Ball on the right hash now, and Michigan will split 2 receivers to the left side. It's Andrell Anthony out wide, Ronnie Bell in the slot. J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun turns and hands it off to Blake Corum, who's met in the backfield immediately by Hakeem Beamon and dropped for a 2-yard loss on 1st down.
Yeah, Michigan's offensive line on the past 2 first downs has given up penetration, whether it's been coming off the edge or right in the middle by Beamon there. You can't give up penetration. It ruins an offense.
Well, the Wolverines moving the ball once again, but behind the sticks here. It's 2nd down and 12 with the ball on the Penn State 39-yard line. J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun with 2 receivers split to the left, 1 split right. Penn State showing blitz. Back to pass is J.J. He's going to fire deep, and we get a flag. Yeah. Incomplete to Ronnie Bell, but a flag is thrown by the back judge.
It's on Johnny Dixon.
Johnny Dixon, the transfer from South Carolina, the man in coverage out there. As it looked like a back shoulder throw, and as Ronnie tried to stop.
Pass interference. Defense, number 3, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And he does what every defensive player does after he gets called for a penalty. He turns around and looks like, what, me?
14-13, Penn State on top with 1:31 to go here, first half. Clock becoming an issue, and don't forget Penn State gets the ball to open the second half, so Michigan would like to bleed as much as they can going in here. Inside the Penn State 25-yard line, ball marked on the 24. Blake Corum, the lone running back. J.J. McCarthy under center, turns, play action, back to pass, steps up in the pocket, looking, he's going to fire to his tight end, Schoonmaker, incomplete. He was well covered out there as J.J. tried to thread the needle, but it falls incomplete. Stops the clock with 1:26 to go in the half, and Penn State with a 1-point lead.
Well, J.J. did a good job of getting outside the pocket, finding his tight end, and really putting it in a place where it would have been a spectacular catch by Schooney, but the only place that he could have gotten it was inside, and almost drew another pass interference call.
3 receivers split left. It's Johnson, Bell, and Roman Wilson. Pistol formation, Blake Corum, the running back, who will take the handoff and look to bounce it outside, and he does. Jumps over a defender, has a first down as he steps out of bounds inside the Penn State 14 down to the 13.
Looked like he was going to be tackled about 4 yards shy and just bounces off of defenders. And I mean, we saw that earlier where it looked like he was going to be tackled for a 1-yard gain. All of a sudden he squirts out and is able to pick up a first down. Here, same thing, hit 4 yards shy and just bounces off and does everything he can to pick up a first down for Michigan.
11 yards. Blake Corum has 90 yards rushing on the game so far. 1st and 10 for Michigan on the Penn State 13-yard line. It'll be Corum again, hesitating in the middle of the scrum, pushing forward down to the 10-yard line. 1:13 to go in the first half. Clock running, and Penn State leading by a point.
Well, they're going to use every second they possibly can on this clock, and they've got all 3 timeouts. There's no need to rush. There's no need to hurry. No panic. Just continue to churn away on the ground.
55 seconds to go in the half. Wolverines looking at a 2nd down and 7 from the 10-yard line. Donovan Edwards now in the game. He's behind J.J. McCarthy, and he will take a handoff up the middle. He's got some room, puts his head down, pushing forward, close to a first down, down at the 5-yard line. Clock running, 37 seconds to go in the half. And Michigan, clock will stop. We'll see if it's Michigan who called the timeout.
They're first.
Indeed, it is Michigan with 37 seconds to go here. So, John?
Well, another dominant drive. I mean, every time Penn State thinks that they've got Blake Corum wrapped up, he bounces off, picks up a first down. Every time they think they've got Donovan Edwards, hit for a loss, he squirts through there and continues to drive and picks up yardage. You're looking at 3rd and 2. You're on the 5-yard line. You got an opportunity to go up here no matter what happens. But obviously, you want to come away with 6 points, and we'll see what Michigan has learned in those first 2 drives of the first quarter, coming away with field goals. The 3rd one, they came away with a touchdown, but that ball was on the half-yard line. It was a first down, and it's going to be up to them. I would not be surprised to see a read option here with JJ.
The nose of the football is touching the 5-yard line, and they have to get it over the Penn State 3. Bunch formation, unbalanced left with 3 tight ends. Blake Corum in the backfield, takes the handoff, met in the backfield, and he won't get it as he is spun down, and Penn State saying it's their ball. But it looks like they're calling him down. Either way, well short of the first down as he was hit in the backfield. Good penetration there from Penn State, and Michigan's going to go hurry up here.
I don't know that I like this. They got an opportunity to take the lead.
J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Claps his hands. Now he'll run up under center. Barks a few signals. 6 seconds to go in the half with the clock running, and Jim Harbaugh's going to take timeout. They're trying to get Penn State to jump.
So coming out of that timeout, they clearly said, hey, if we don't pick up the first down, get to the line of scrimmage, we'll see if we can get them offsides.
Wolverines call timeout with 6 seconds to go in the half.
P.J. Mustipher is going to follow Michigan over to their huddle.
What's that about?
I don't know. A little edgy. It's okay.
I mean, he's made some plays.
Yeah, well,
maybe the biggest of which is helmet tipped the football up in the air, but Michigan has 168 yards rushing. And there have been some negative plays. But nonetheless, Michigan has a field goal attempt here to take the lead with 6 seconds to go in the half. Penn State on top 14-13. The ball on the Penn State 5-yard line. Greg Tarr, the long snapper. Brad Robbins will kneel down at the 13. And Jake Moody will have a 23-yard field goal attempt to give Michigan the lead back. So here we go. Tarr snap a little bit high. Robbins gets it down, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. And with 2 seconds to go in the half, the Wolverines get points out of that drive, but again, a trip into the red zone, not a touchdown, a field goal.
Yep, you go into the red zone, you come away, 3 different times, and you come away with 9 points. That's not going to get it done in the long run, but it's enough in the first half to go into halftime up. Obviously got 2 more seconds left, but they did a great job of bleeding that clock. And I was concerned that they were going to try and go for it on 4th down, but they had me fooled, and it's a good thing I'm not playing defense for Penn State.
Penn State's defense has yet to stop the Michigan offense and force a punt. They have stopped them inside the red zone a couple of times, 3 times to be exact, forcing field goals, but
clearly the Lions are looking at the Penn State defense to see how they can make improvements.
Well, Penn State came into this game with a great red zone defense, and it's been exactly that.
Yeah.
Second in the Big Ten.
Well, when you think about this first half, you think about domination in terms of yardage, in terms of a lot of different things. Michigan has controlled, in large part, the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. You would think going into halftime it would be a much more of a discrepancy between 16 and 14, except for 2 plays. And it was a breakdown in responsibility on a read option. Sean Clifford keeps it. Michigan defense was swarming to the ball, and they had us fooled. They had everybody in the stadium fooled. Sean Clifford goes for 62 yards. That's 1. And then you have the tip pass by J.J. McCarthy, eventually intercepted for a pick 6 by Curtis Jacobs. And other than those 2 plays, Michigan has been extremely dominant in this first half.
Well, we mentioned the wind might be a factor. The ball is blown off the tee twice now, and the Wolverines are going to have to bring in a gunner to hold it. For Jake Moody's kickoff, there's just 2 seconds to go in the half, and Michigan leading 16-14. And Moody moves forward and puts his foot into it, and this one will sail deep into the end zone as that lands almost on the white line in the back of the end zone, and Penn State will get the ball at the 25-yard line with 2 seconds to go.
Well, as we know, I don't expect much from the Penn State offense here with 2 seconds, but James Franklin last year, had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. It looks like they're lining up in victory formation, take a knee, but
there's no reason to not be on high alert, just in case. And Clifford will take the snap and take a knee, and that'll do it for half number 1. So Michigan leads at 16-14 in a half that feels like the Wolverines dominated, and every stat indicates that they have, and yet it's just a 2-point lead from here at the Big House.
Yeah, And a great job by the officials of holding up the Michigan team. They know that this is, there's been high emotion on both sidelines, so they're going to wait for that Penn State team to get up the tunnel, the Lloyd Carr tunnel, before they allow Michigan to go up. And it was a dominant first half. It's just unfortunate that right now you look at least Michigan is going up at halftime, 16-14. And the message is going to be, hey, we've got to play discipline football. There's nothing that Penn State has done to prove that they can win this game other than one play offensively and a lucky play defensively.
I'm looking at these stats, 274 yards to 83, 18 first downs to 1, 23 minutes and 56 seconds of possession time to 6 minutes and 4 seconds. But it's just 16-14 on the scoreboard as we've reached the intermission. Brian Bush, Jack Miller, we'll hear from Jason Avant. And of course, after halftime, what Lloyd Carr tells his team up the Lloyd Carr tunnel, or check that, Jim Harbaugh tells his team up the Lloyd Carr tunnel and in the Michigan locker room. Wolverines lead by 2 at the break. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by eBay Motors. You might not have the biggest garage, but with eBay Motors, you always have 122 million parts for your car right at your fingertips. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Motor City Casino's soundboard is changing the entertainment game with a star-studded lineup. Don't miss legendary frontman Aaron Lewis as his Frayed at Both Ends acoustic tour makes a stop at Motor City on November 7th. Be there when 12-time Grammy-winning superstar Babyface performs live on November 10th. Then enjoy a night full of laughter with the hilarious act of iconic actor and comedian Eddie Griffin on November 12th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Let's be frank, your home, vehicles, business, and life are not like sports. The unexpected can happen at any time. Insurance may be the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. It's the first thing on ours every day. You can depend on Hylant and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance to be on your team. Visit Hylant today at www.hylant.com.
Let's break down the first half. Welcome to the Lexus Halftime Show. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime for the Big House. Michigan dominating the stats. Not quite the scoreboard. 16-14 is the Michigan State lead over Penn State. Time to recap the opening 30 minutes. Wolverines received the ball first, and just like it has been the last couple of weeks, that scripted opening drive effective. A 5-minute drive gets close to the 10-yard line. Jake Moody opens the scoring with a 29-yard field goal. Nittany Lions go 3-and-out on their first drive thanks to a nice Mike Morris third and short stop. So quick rest for the offense. Back out for another extended period of time. A 6-minute drive creeps inside the 10, but again it stalls out. Another chip shot from Moody. End of one quarter, it's only 6-0 Michigan despite the fact that the Wolverines held the ball for over 11 minutes in the first quarter. Rinse repeat, though, to open the second. Nittany Lions go 3-and-out late in the first. Michigan opens the second with the ball. On the move again. Another long drive into the red zone. This time, no field goals.
First and 10 from inside the 1. Handoff to Blake Corum up the middle. Does he get in? The Wolverines moving the scrum forward. No signal yet. It looks like Blake Corum is well in the end zone. The officials come running in from the sidelines. The Wolverines holding their hands in the air. And now an official puts his hands up. Michigan touchdown.
12th rushing score of the year for Blake Corum, up near 100 yards already, 93 yards in the first half. That capped a 13-play drive to make it 13-0 midway through the second. At this point, Michigan had outgained Penn State 196-9, held the ball for 18 minutes to Penn State's 4, but Nittany Lions would show its spark on its next drive. 3rd and 1, Sean Clifford on a ball fake takes it himself 62 yards inside the Michigan 5. fast forward 4th and goal from the 1. James Franklin opts to go for it. Nittany Lions on the board.
The Wolverines get Chris Jenkins in there, and Mason Graham, the freshman, from the shotgun. Clifford on 4th and 1. Huge play here. Has the snap. Going to hand it off to Allen, running left, dives into the end zone for a Penn State touchdown.
Makes it 13-7 Wolverines with 6:11 to play in the half. Michigan, though, still seemingly in control. Then, out of nowhere, that lead gone in the blink of an eye.
And back to pass as JJ almost trips up, fires, and it's batted down and intercepted by Penn State. In the clear is Curtis Jacobs, the linebacker, to the 10, to the 5, and he rolls into the end zone for a Penn State touchdown. Wow.
A 47-yard pick six. It took a couple of deflections around the line of scrimmage, falls into the wrong hands. Within 94 seconds, it went from 13-0 Michigan to 14-13 Penn State. How about this? Nittany Lions have more touchdowns in this game, too, than first downs. 1 first down all game for the Nittany Lions. Getting late in the half, Michigan trailing by a point. How would the offense respond? Pretty nicely. Quickly, they get over midfield, get into the red zone late in the half, get to the 5-yard line in the dying seconds before Jake Moody ends things with another short field goal. And it's 16-14 Michigan at the break. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on. Big game with West Division implications going on in Champaign. Just had a lead change. We'll tell you about it as the Lexus Halftime Show continues. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power, made by Steel. Steel battery blowers start at just $139.99, and battery chainsaws start at $299.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Visit steeldealers.com. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices BS SRP.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Is that intercepted? Holy cow, Jordan Lewis!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half from Ann Arbor, Michigan leads Penn State 16-14. Time to run through the out-of-town scoreboard. There is one other Big Ten game going on early in the third quarter in Champaign. Minnesota just took a 14-13 lead on Illinois. Gophers took the opening kick of the second half down to the 4-yard line. Mo Ibrahim did the rest as the Gophers had the lead for the second time today in a game with big West Division implications coming into today. Illinois, Nebraska, Purdue all 2-1 atop the West. Minnesota 1-1 in the West Division entering the day. 3 games still to come in the conference. 3:30, Indiana hosts Maryland in Bloomington. Michigan State looks to get off the schneid at 4. Spartans welcome into Wisconsin, trying to snap a 4-game losing streak for MSU. 7:30 tonight, a game with important West Division implications elsewhere. That one between Purdue and Nebraska in West Lafayette. So the 4 teams atop the Big Ten West all play each other. One going on right now. One caps today, 7:30 tonight at Ross-Ade Stadium. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. A couple of games in progress. They're about to go to halftime in Oxford. Number 9 Ole Miss doubling up Auburn 28-14. An absolute barn burner in Norman. Oklahoma leads number 19 Kansas 35-21 with 7 seconds to go in the second quarter, and the Sooners have the ball at the 1-yard line, so a chance to put up 40 in the first half for the Sooners on the number 19 Jayhawks. They're at the half in Austin. 22nd-ranked Texas has a 14-7 edge on Iowa State, and that's it for the games in progress. Everything else comes later on today, and it's a loaded slate. The notables all pretty much come at 3:30 with 3 top 20 tilts. In Knoxville, it's 6th-ranked Tennessee hosting number 3 Alabama. Tide have won 15 straight in the series. Quarterback Bryce Young expected to play after he missed last week. Big 12 sees a pair of unbeatens go head-to-head in 13th-ranked TCU and number 8 Oklahoma State in Fort Worth, and 18th-ranked Syracuse in search of its first 6-0 start since 1987 when it takes on number 15 NC State. And just breaking, the Wolfpack starting quarterback Devin Leary is out for the season. He'll undergo surgery for a torn pec. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete. It's Michigan 16, Penn State 14. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half, preview the second when we return as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
The Heart of Soul, Jodeci. Friday, November 4th at Soaring Eagle Casino, Jodeci. Tickets start at $44 on sale at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com. Party and play with Jodeci. Friday, November 4th. Tickets on sale now. Details at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Wolverines football plays here.
Cuts inside the 5, and he dives for the end zone, and they're going to give it to him.
Right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, and we want you to help us celebrate. We're inviting you to attend our night out at the Big House on Thursday, December 1st at Michigan Stadium. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks and get exclusive access to see the Big House. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available. Sign up today and go blue.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Statistically, Michigan is dominated. On the scoreboard, it's a nail-biter. 16-14 Wolverines. We are here on the Lexus halftime show. Brian Bush, Jack Miller, Jason Avant. And Jack, I want to start with you. How do you digest a half like that where statistically you dominate, yet on the scoreboard it's still so close?
Well, it's tough, and that's why at the end of the day, points are the only thing that matter. And when you get a chance, you get down into the red zone, you have got to capitalize. You have to find ways into the end zones. Championship teams, good teams, don't settle for field goals. That's something that's plagued Michigan a bit to this point in the year, and it's hurt them here in the first half. The good news is they've dominated the game. They are dominating the line of scrimmage. They're essentially having their way, moving the ball up and down the field. The defense has been stellar thus far, save for one play. I mean, you take 2 plays out of this game, and you're totally in the driver's seat, and I feel like they still are. So a lot of good things out there happening right now. Just finish the drive, punch it in the end zone, get a little more creative down in the red zone, whatever it takes to make sure you come up with 6.
Yeah, Jason, how did that team on the sideline react? That fluky deflection pick 6, that can deflate a team. Michigan got on the scoreboard, didn't let Penn State get another chance offensively. How did that team react down there?
No, this is a team that has championship pedigree. There's a lot of players on the sideline that remember last year and a lot of guys that were on that team. So they didn't flinch. They went right down the field and overcame that mistake. However, we have to do a better job, like Jack said, in the red zone. We have to throw the ball early downs in the red zone because they're adding more people to the line of scrimmage, and they have dominant, heavy personnel players. Their defensive tackles and their backup defensive tackles are winning in those situations, which leave them one-on-ones on the outside, and we have to be able to throw the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, let's get into that. Our halftime adjustment here this afternoon brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. 4 dominant drives for Michigan in 5 chances, 11 or more plays, 5 or more minutes, but 3 resulting in field goals. You heard from Jason there, Jack, try to maybe go to the air a little bit more. What else can Michigan do? Because it seems like they're getting the push in between the 20s, maybe even the 10s. But when they get down in deep, it's Penn State getting some penetration.
Well, look, I mean, it is being in the red zone creates a problem for offenses because you don't have that much field to work with. You can't stretch the field, stretch a defense out. So they have sold out in the red zone to try to stop the run, and they've successfully done it. Michigan, for whatever reason, has gone to different formations and different types of running plays when they've gotten closer to there, and it's actually hurt them. I'd like to see them spread the field out a little bit more and create space, understanding for the offensive line and the running backs who they need to block, how they got to get on them, and then go execute. Let Blake Corum, he'll make a guy miss, right? But when you load up the box like that, you bring safeties and linebackers down towards the line of scrimmage, all it takes is one guy to get beat across his face, and it's a TFL. We've seen that a few times down there. So just got to get a little more creative, I think, with what they want to do down there. And I think the good news is, man on man, Michigan is more talented. They're playing better right now than this Penn State team. So let your guys go outperform the guys they're playing against.
I'll definitely say that out in the field, they're playing softer coverage, right? They're not stacking the box. They're in cover 2. They're in cover 4, which leaves open running lanes. When you're down in that red zone, they're able to put more men in the line of scrimmage, and we have to counteract that with the pass.
All right, today's halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Again, it's 16-14 Michigan here at the break. I want to get your guys' thoughts on Michigan's defense. 62 yards on that one play, which was a crazy Sean Clifford keeper on a read option, faked everybody here at the Big House. Otherwise, 21 total yards. Jason, start with you. What has Michigan done so well defensively here today?
Well, we've stopped the run game. Julian Colson's been a monster at the line of scrimmage, as well as Mozzie Smith and Chris Jenkins, right? So we've stopped their potent attack, their running attack, and their 2 freshman running backs. However, one defensive play where one of the pitchmen, or not pitchmen, that was responsible for the quarterback didn't get that read, and it cost us. And in that situation, we can't allow that to happen. So they're doing a good job. They just have to eliminate the big play with the quarterback.
Yeah, I think the reason we've been so effective at stopping the run is guys are getting off blocks. I mean, Mozzie Smith in the beginning of this game has been dominant so far, and that's allowed a guy like Junior Colson at linebacker to run around, go make plays. Guys are getting off blocks. The defense is progressing. You can see them getting better week in and week out. That was a great first half from them, save for one play. So it's been a good job in the trenches on both sides. I like what the front 7 on the defense has done, and in the secondary, the cornerback, safeties, they're all over their man. They've played very, very well so far.
You got to remember that Sean Clifford has 4 rushing touchdowns, right? So just because he's giving the ball, one of these times he's going to keep it and run for a long way.
No doubt. Jason, looking forward to your second half reporting. Jack, we'll talk in postgame. Looking forward to that as well. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds, let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. That'll do it for this, the Lexus halftime show. Again, our halftime score, Michigan 16, Penn State 14, despite the Wolverines outgaining the Nittany Lions 274-83 and out first downing them pretty darn significantly. Just 1 first down for Penn State to Michigan's 18. Stay tuned. Doug Carr, Sean Jansen, and Jason Avant have the second half next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Place an order for a 2023 Explorer lease today and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 Explorer and lease it for $339 a month for 24 months, with $4,509 due at signing. Order today and take delivery by December 31st, 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Offer ends October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $339 lease payment on the 2023 Ford Explorer today, only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
The Wolverines have welcomed Penn State to the Big House for a critical Big Ten matchup. And today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together. Let's head back to the broadcast booth. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
16-14, the Wolverines on top. Doug Karsh and John Jansen, and Michigan will kick off to Penn State to start the second half. Let's go down below where Jason Avant has Jim Harbaugh's comments to the Michigan team in the locker room. Jason?
To the offense, he said, run the ball, blow off the ball. They can't stop our run. Let's wear them out in this second half. And to the defense, he said, they still haven't seen everything. Let's stop the run, pursue 11 hats to the ball, and force a turnover. We're still fresh, so let's attack. And to the team, let's impose our will. Defense sets the tone on the first drive, and let's play this half like it's the best half of the season.
Well, they certainly have imposed their will in that first half. And, you know, when he talks about the defense being fresh, they've only been on the field for about 6 minutes.
Let's bring in a coaching legend, Carol Hutchins, who's just retired from her job with the Michigan softball program and is now a special advisor to the athletic department. Kind of feel like it's a gut check time for this Michigan team. You know what this is like.
Well, you know, we'll make great adjustments, and I expect us to pick it up. But we know it's going to be a hard-fought game. It's two great teams.
Michigan is dominated statistically, but not on the scoreboard. What do you tell your team? What did you tell your team in similar situations?
You know what? Keep doing what you're doing. It'll work out. Just keep doing what you're doing.
You enjoying your new job?
I'm just enjoying life, I got to tell you. I'm enjoying life, and I'm loving being here at Michigan.
The Wolverines, Jake Moody kicks off, and it's going to be short. And Singleton fumbles it. It's at his feet at the 5. He picks it up. He's hemmed in back there, and he's got a hole now, and Jake Moody chops him down at the 20-yard line, the kicker. Jay Feely style, John, from back in your day.
I tell you what, that's the risk you run with the young guy back there. Might lay the ball on the ground, but you also break down your coverage lanes when you see that ball on the ground, and thank goodness that Jake Moody was there to fill one of the lanes.
Real quick, Hutch, how's your team, your old team looking under Bonnie Thole?
Well, she's working hard, and, you know, I think they look great. We've got some great senior leadership and some great kids.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
See you later. Carol Hutchins. Penn State's first snap, it's going to be Clifford holding it and throwing it away after a fake handoff, and threw it at the feet of his receiver, who was well covered in his face. DJ Turner in coverage, and in his face, I believe it was Mike Morris again.
Yep, and a refocus on discipline. Hey, you guys, like Coach said, you guys have done well. You should be fresh. Make sure you stay disciplined and attack. This opening defensive stance is going to be huge for setting the tone for the rest of the game.
Penn State going 4 wide here. Clifford from a shotgun on 2nd and 10 with the ball on their own 20-yard line. It's on the right hash. You can hear the fans getting into it at the Big House. Michigan leading 16-14. Clifford back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket, looking downfield. He's got nobody, gets away from a tackler. Now he's going to throw it away out of bounds. Good coverage downfield, and eventually the Michigan pressure got to him, and it'll be 3rd and long for Penn State.
Jalen Harrell's getting after him, and it's a great opportunity to get after the quarterback. You know it's going to be a pass here. Pin your ears back and let's go. Mike Morris, time to get one of those patented sacks.
Penn State quickly to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers split left, 1 split right. Katron Allen, the running back, next to Clifford, who barks some commands. Play clock down to 8, 3rd and 10 from the 20. Back to pass is Clifford. Looking, here comes the rush. He steps up in the pocket, now fires late. He's got his receiver over the middle at the 35-yard line for a first down. That was Mitchell Tinsley.
Just too much time allowing Sean Clifford. And, hey, the defensive backfield has held up really well this season, but there's a limit in their time.
Quick pass out to the right, and it's on the ground and picked up by the Wolverines, but it's incomplete. They whistle that one dead as Clifford's pass was at the feet of his intended receiver. Mikey Sainristel was the man that was out there and was right in the face of Parker Washington. Penn State going hurry-up offense here to open the second half. 14:23 to go, third quarter. Michigan on top, 16-14, second and 10 from their own 36-yard line. Two receivers split to either side for Clifford in the shotgun. He's got Allen in the backfield to his right. Fakes the handoff, back to pass. Looking downfield, he's going to fire one deep, and he's got a man out there, DJ Turner in coverage, but it's caught. Oh boy, good coverage downfield. Harrison Wallace, the freshman, had just a step on DJ Turner, who was right there when the ball arrived. But Wallace has his 8th catch of the season, and Penn State has it at the Michigan 16-yard line after that 50-yard play. Clifford hands it off inside to Allen. Not much room there as the Michigan defense stacks him up. Michael Barrett, the 5th-year senior, leading the way.
Penn State's trying to change things up here in the second half. Obviously, a big pass play will do it, but they're trying to change it up with tempo. Get up, get set, don't allow Michigan to substitute.
Gain of 2 there, second down and 8 from the Michigan 14-yard line. Michigan leading by 2. Clifford hands it off to Allen, running left. He's got a little bit of room, cuts inside, and is tackled as he gets to the 10. And that'll set up a third and medium.
Well, Michigan's been really stout against the run, other than one run by Sean Clifford. Now they got to find a way to continue to put pressure on him when he's in the pocket.
3rd and 4 from the Michigan 10-yard line. Clifford in a shotgun. Back to pass, looking far side, throws, end zone, back corner, incomplete. Good coverage out there from DJ Turner on Mitchell Tinsley, and that'll bring on the kicker, Pinniger, to try and give Penn State the lead.
Well, you got to have that short-term memory, and DJ Turner, hey, he gives up a big pass play. It was a nice catch and throw, very well, in terms of the location, but you got that short-term memory. They come back, they throw one in the end zone, and DJ Turner does a great job of defending in man-to-man coverage.
Pinniger is 4 for 6 on the year. This will be a 28-yard attempt to give Penn State the lead. Snap is good, hold is good, kick is up, and the kick is good. And Penn State on the opening drive of the third quarter, powered by that 50-yard pass to Harrison Wallace, they get a field goal, and they lead at 17-16 here at the Big House. Wolverines will get the football back when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Wow Internet is good internet, and good internet is fast, reliable, and can even come with a $0 price tag. That's right. Under the Affordable Connectivity Program, you can get speeds of up to 1 gig at a reduced cost, or get ACP Internet 100 for free with no data caps and equipment rental fees included. If you don't qualify for ACP, no sweat. We've got plans starting as low as $9.99 per month. Check your eligibility today at wowway.com/ACP. Wow, good internet. Taxes and fees may apply. One benefit per household. See wowway.com/ACP for details.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! James! No, first base!
Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House with Penn State leading Michigan 17-16 early third quarter. Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. All right, John, let's go down to the field and check in with our Jason Avant. Jason?
We've seen that long pass completed on DJ Turner, and that's a result of him getting beat a few times on film last week. When you put that on film, teams are going to attack you, so he's going to have to show of strength in these next few quarters because they're designing plays toward him.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, John, hey, man, every team has gut checks, and this is one of them for Michigan. You want to be a championship team? You got to answer the bell when you get into the second half of games against good opponents.
Yeah, that bell's been rung. 2 plays in the first half. Now you come out and, hey, they did a good job of tightening up in the red zone, only allowing a field goal, but Penn State goes ahead. Now it's a matter of this offense. Penn State obviously made some adjustments offensively. Let's see what they've done defensively, and how does Michigan adjust to it? Do they continue to pound the ball? Are they successful at it? Do they, go back to the play action where they found really good success? And how do they adjust to what Penn State's going to do here in the second half?
For people who are wondering, the wind is rather significant, and Penn State has their wind at their back here in the third quarter. Michigan will have it in the fourth quarter. A.J. Henning is deep to receive Pinniger's kick, and this one's returnable as Henning moves up and has it at the 3-yard line. Across the 10, across the hash now, tries to turn up field at about the 17-yard line, and that's where he's tripped up. They'll mark him at the 19, and that's where Michigan will take over. Their first possession of half number 2. They trail by a point with 13:09 to go here in quarter number 3.
Well, here's what we know about the first half. They were able to put together drives that put points on the board every single time, other than the turnover that they had. 18 first downs. The only time they stopped themselves when it was a mistake on their part.
2 receivers split to the left, ball in the middle of the field. J.J. McCarthy from shotgun. Turns and hands it on a delayed handoff to Blake Corum, and he is met in the backfield and fights his way back to the line of scrimmage for no gain. Tyler Elsdon with the tackle there. 2nd and 10.
Well, you're getting movement by that Penn State defensive front. You're starting to get some run blitzes, and Michigan's going to have to look and see, what do we want to do when we see some of these run blitzes on first down.
Blake Corum out, Donovan Edwards in on 2nd and 10. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. 3 receivers split to the right. Donovan Edwards split to his left. Back to pass is J.J. Fires underneath, and he's got his receiver, Roman Wilson, out at the 25-yard line. Gain of 5, maybe 6.
Well, nice job on 2nd down. Hey, you don't get anything on 2nd down. You want to make sure you get into a favorable situation. I'm okay with 3rd and 4. I think Michigan's going to have to change some things up on 1st down. First half, they were able to pick them up, good yardage on the ground. If Penn State is going to bring an extra linebacker, look for Scooney, look for Ronnie Bell across the middle, Roman Wilson deep. You've got some options to go to on 1st down.
Feels like a big play here, early second half. 3rd and 4 for Michigan. From the shotgun, J.J. McCarthy back to pass. Looking, now steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to run to the 30. He's got the first down, and he'll step out of bounds at the 32-yard line.
Well, a great job of recognizing, hey, there's nothing there. Don't waste any more time dancing around in the pocket. When you see man coverage, those defensive backs don't know when J.J. McCarthy takes off. It's an easy pickup on a 1st down, and those, if they can repeatedly happen, they're backbreakers on a defense.
Gain of 6 by J.J. Ball on their own 33-yard line. Donovan Edwards continues at running back. J.J. hands it off to Edwards, running right. He's got a hole to the 40, to the 50. One man to beat. He cuts inside. He's in the clear. Donovan Edwards, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Donovan Edwards, 67 yards, and Michigan is back on top.
Best red zone offense is don't get in the red zone, score from deep. And Donovan Edwards, I tell you what, that's the difference about this backfield. Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards, when they get in the open field, they're not going to be caught from behind. Great job of, hey, they're bringing those run blitzes up the middle. I said, hey, throw it downfield. They don't have to attack the edges where those linebackers aren't, and you see what happens there. An outstanding 67-yard run touchdown by Donovan Edwards.
And what a great cutback he had right around midfield, and Michigan has decided to go for two here, leading it 22-17 early third quarter. Trying to give themselves the full touchdown lead.
They decide to put the ball on the right hash. Giving themselves a wide field on the left side, the far side of the field for us.
J.J. McCarthy under center. Lone running back is Blake Corum. Quick pass, far side. Ronnie Bell's got it. He'll walk into the end zone. Two-point conversion is good, and the Wolverines extend the lead to 24-17. That's the play they've tried to hook up on several times today.
And early on in the game, that's where J.J. McCarthy showed some inaccuracies there. A nice pass and a great conversion. When you've got blockers in front of you, it's really hard to stop that play when you're only looking for 2 yards.
Wolverines back on top here at the Big House, 24-17 with 11-12 to go in the third quarter. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's good! Ronnie Hamilton has done it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the Big House. The 67-yard touchdown burst from Donovan Edwards was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Well, John, we just talked about answering the bell. The Wolverines offense did. Now it's up to the defense to see what they can do.
Yeah, and the defense has played good. They just need to calm down and say, hey, you know what? We've given up 2 big plays. And, you know, down in, down out, they've been very effective. But you got to find a way to solve that puzzle. They're going to continue to attack DJ Turner. They're going to continue to attack downfield. But here's the other thing. Coming out in the second half, you mentioned it, hey, the pace that they're playing with, the tempo that they're trying to create. They want to get to the ball, get to the line of scrimmage, and don't allow Michigan to substitute. Michigan should have learned some lessons last week because they played the same way against Indiana. How are they going to continue to improve week to week? We need to see it here in the second half.
24-17, Michigan on top. This matchup of top 10 teams, the Wolverines 6-0, Penn State 5-0. A maze out here in Ann Arbor, and the ball has once again fallen off the tee for Jake Moody twice. And one of the gunners will have to hold it, and that could disrupt kick coverage. The hit squad here, they call themselves the kick coverage team, but with Jake Moody kicking into the wind, it's going to be hard to force a touchback. Of course, Singleton put it on the ground the last time he fielded one of these kicks, and this one Moody puts his right foot into it, and Singleton will come up and field it from the 13-yard line across the 20, and he's met right there at the 25-yard line, and that's where Penn State will take over, trailing by 7 here early third quarter.
Now, you know, we talk about the discrepancy in some of these things, and the only thing that really matters is the scoreboard. Michigan's up 24-17. That 2-point conversion, obviously putting them up a touchdown. But 355 yards of offense so far, and we're just barely into the third quarter.
We see Will Johnson on the field now, the freshman corner. Penn State from the 25-yard line, 1st and 10, ball's on the left hash. Tight formation, only one receiver flanked out to the right, and Clifford's going to go back to pass, and he's going to fire that direction, and he's got his man on a comeback route. It is Mitchell Tinsley, catches it in front of Jamon Green, who's a little slow getting up after he made the tackle. And he looks like he's holding his arm.
Yeah, it looks like he's holding his arm. Maybe he fell wrong on his left shoulder, but great job in coverage. He just got twisted around.
Oh, we mentioned that Will Johnson had just made an appearance at corner. Now DJ Turner, we see him come back onto the field, and Green is going to go down to a knee, and the training staff is going to go out there and address the situation. So we'll take a break with the Wolverines on top, 24-17 from here at the Big House, 10:53 to go, third quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Auto Value is a large Midwest-based company committed to the values of honesty and integrity in everything we do. From Detroit to Madison, Chicago to Marquette, when you shop at your local Auto Value auto parts store, you'll be assured of quality, service, and a huge selection of name brand products. And all available in-store or online at myautovaluestore.com. And as a convenience, we offer same-day in-store pickup or convenient ship-to-home service. Now that's Auto Value. And thank you for shopping locally.
Are you interested in a career in metals? Join the Alro team. We have over 3,000 teammates in 70 locations and across 12 states. Our core values include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. Careers at Alro begin with training for all levels. We offer competitive pay and excellent benefits. Apply today at alro.com/careers. That's alro.com/careers.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Hey, Michigan fans! StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot, score a great deal with a price alert, and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
Today's game is presented by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together. Let's return to Michigan Stadium for more of this battle between two college football powers, Michigan and Penn State.
110,812 are here, the 305th consecutive crowd of 100,000 taking in this one between Michigan and Penn State. The Wolverines leading 24-17 early third quarter.
Jason, what type of pressure can a receiver put on a defense when Wallace goes for 48 yards? Tinsley drove that one hard. It was a nice comeback route. How much stress do you put on a secondary when you have that threat of going deep?
Yeah, it is. It's just like a shooter shooting a three-pointer. You get a driving lane. It's the same thing. So on the outside, the defensive back has to play each play as its own entity and not worry about what happened last play. But you don't want to get beat over the top, so you're going to respect that. But they can't beat you with comebacks.
Second down and 2 for Penn State. Ball on the right hash. Clifford up to the line of scrimmage. Barks some commands to his team. From the shotgun. Surveys the Michigan defense. Takes the snap. Handoff up the middle. It's Allen, and he's got a first down as he powers out near the 40-yard line. Check that, Lee. Kayvon Lee, we see him in the game for the first time from the running back position. Chris Jenkins took him down after a gain of 6.
And that's the effect of that long run that Sean Clifford had.
Clifford has a pump now, goes down the seam, and it's almost intercepted. Oh, DJ Turner read it perfectly and couldn't hang on as Penn State tried to take a shot, and Turner jumped the route and looked like he had an interception, but it goes incomplete.
I think he was surprised that ball ended up right in the breadbasket. That was one against Iowa, another one here today where he could have had pick sixes, and he's going to want that one back.
Three receivers split left for Penn State. 2nd down and 10 from their own 39-yard line. Singleton in motion. Another pump fake from Clifford, and now he's in trouble. Gets away from Mozzie Smith, and he's going to run towards the Penn State sideline, and he'll get shoved out of bounds by Mike Morris after a short gain. 1, maybe 2 yards, and that'll set up a 3rd and long as Michigan looks to substitute here, and Penn State's going quickly.
Well, Mozzie Smith got to find a way to bring Sean Clifford down. You get a chance to get a shot on a quarterback, get a sack, don't allow him to pick up 2 yards.
3rd down and 8 for Penn State. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 split right. Will Johnson continues at corner as Jamon Green went into the tent and out of the tent, but still on the Michigan sideline. Clifford back to pass on 3rd and long. Looking, fires over the middle, and it's caught by Tinsley on a crossing route in Michigan territory down to the 43-yard line, and that's where he's chopped down by DJ Turner. Check that.
Rod Moore,
RJ
I think.
Moten.
Yeah.
Or was it?
Rod Moore was the one that made the tackle and luckily came up on it.
Penn State going quickly, and I think Michigan had too many men on the field, and after the short carry by Singleton, see what the flag is. It's going to be too many men on Michigan because they didn't get the substitutions off. Well, Penn State's starting to find a rhythm offensively.
Substitution, more than 11 players on the field, defense, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
Wolverines leading at 24-17 here with 9:25 to go in quarter number 3.
Well, if Penn State does not substitute, they're not going to have to give you the time to get a guy on or off. They wanted to get Rod Moore off the field, just couldn't, and they got caught with 12 men on the field.
1st and 5 from the Michigan 38-yard line. Shotgun for Clifford. Singleton, the running back behind him, play action. Clifford's going to roll to his right. He's got nobody, and he'll throw it away. Wolverines with good coverage downfield.
Good coverage, and Penn State right now is doing a good job with Sean Clifford of the times that they keep him in the pocket, the times they escape the pocket, and it's given the offensive line some confidence to be able to come off the ball and be aggressive on Michigan's defensive front.
Kenneth Grant is checked in on the Michigan defensive line. Receivers stacked on either side. Singleton to the right of Clifford. Now they bring the tight end in motion. Handoff, delayed handoff to Singleton. Not much running room there as he gets buried just across the line of scrimmage. Called a gain of 1. And Penn State will be looking at a 3rd and 4 with 9 minutes to go, 3rd quarter, and the Wolverines up 7.
A huge set of downs here because they're just outside of what I would think their field goal range is. And they started off 1st and 5 with that illegal substitution penalty. If they could force a punt or a go for it on 4th down here, it'd be a big stop for Michigan.
3rd and 4 for Penn State. Clifford in the shotgun with Singleton to his left. Fakes a throw to the right. Now he's going to roll out and fire. He's got his running back, Singleton, who's got the 1st down, but we got a flag down in the secondary. We'll see what this is. Singleton's got a 1st down if the play stands down to the Michigan 27. Is this that pick concept that
it might be?
Might have offensive pass interference here. I don't think it was quick enough for Michigan to get a hold. Could be an illegal hands to the face, though, on the defense. Michigan's players are saying it's on Penn State.
That, or it could possibly, when you run a play-action pass like that, it could be an illegal lineman downfield.
Pass interference, offense, number 44. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. 1st down.
So a 1st down instead of a 1st down. Penn State is now looking at a 3rd down and 19.
Jason, did you see Tyler Warren, their tight end, on that play and to know what they called?
Yeah, it was definitely offensive pass interference. Yeah, I think he hit Junior Colson.
Yeah, Junior Colson had a man-to-man, and I saw him.
Yeah, he hit the ground, and once that player hits the ground, it's over.
Just looking at a replay, you got to sell it a little bit better than just straight up block the guy. 3rd down and 19 here for Penn State. 3 receivers split left, 1 split right. Sean Clifford barking some commands to his offensive line. Play clock at 13, 8:20 to go here in quarter number 3. Wolverines up 7. Clifford back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He'll step up in the pocket and he will run. And he's got some room. Can the Wolverines track him down? They do as Will Johnson comes up and puts the shoulder into Sean Clifford at the 39-yard line. And this is going to be interesting. It's 4th down at the 39. they might have gained enough yards
to
consider going for it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to kick here, but yeah, I think they might end up going for it. But you got to love Will Johnson, the young freshman coming up. And, hey, at some point, Sean Clifford has to make that decision to stay in bounds or get out of bounds, and he makes the wrong decision because Will Johnson just leveled it.
Ball is on the Michigan 39-yard line. Penn State has to get it down to the 33. 4th and 6 for Penn State. Play clock at 6. Clifford trying to change the play. Play clock at 3. And now James Franklin's going to be forced to use a timeout. 24-17, Michigan on top. Penn State looking at a 4th and 6 here midway through quarter number 3. We'll have that 4th down play coming up shortly. Let's throw it to the update desk for a check on the scoreboard with Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thanks, Doug. Still just the one other game going on in the Big Ten. Illinois now up 2 scores on Minnesota. It's 23-14 Illini early in the 4th quarter. Another big day for Chase Brown, up near 150 yards rushing to lead the way for Illinois. Everything else comes later on in the conference. 3:30 Indiana hosting Maryland and Bloomington. Michigan State trying to snap its 4-game losing streak, welcoming in Wisconsin at 4. 7:30 tonight, a game with important West Division implications between Purdue and Nebraska. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Abso Pure Water, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Top 25 games in progress going on right now. 9th-ranked Ole Miss has a 31-24 lead on Auburn midway through the 3rd in Oxford. Oklahoma is doubling up number 19 Kansas, 42-21 early 3rd in Norman. 22nd ranked Texas leads Iowa State 17-14 late in the 3rd quarter in Austin. Everything else still to come. A run through it all in the post-game show. For now, back for a big 4th down play with Doug and John.
Before we get to that 4th down play, let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
I am standing right where the hit just happened, and it was an explosion sound there on the sideline, and all the defensive players ran out and gave him some dap. That was an amazing hit.
Well, Clifford made the decision. He's tough, man. He took a hit at Auburn earlier this year, John.
Yeah.
Which is about as tough a play I've seen a quarterback get up from. And the next play was a 4th down, and James Franklin gave it to him again. Quarterback sneak that came up short.
Well, he didn't want to take many hits like that, because that right there ends your career, those types of hits.
Well, you want to talk about a hit that you start thinking about in a Penn State game. That's Dadrian Taylor, who was shot out of a missile in that 97 game, and no bigger hit that I've ever seen. But, you know, you can talk a lot of different things about Sean Clifford, but one thing that you can't question is his toughness. He took a beating from Ajabo and Hutchinson last year. You mentioned that hit against Auburn, another one here by Will Johnson. He is a tough sucker at quarterback.
All right, so we're looking at a 4th and 6 for Penn State on the Michigan 39-yard line. Wolverines up 7 here. Midway through quarter number 3, players to look for. Mitchell Tinsley's been a go-to guy, the senior wide receiver. Brenton Strange hasn't played a huge role in this game. I would look for him to see if he's on the field. I think he is. I think he's slot right here. And now he moves in to the line of scrimmage. 4th and 6 for Penn State. Huge play midway through quarter number 3. Clifford in a shotgun. Has the snap. Back to pass, fires far side, and incomplete. Looking for his receiver, Parker Washington Jr. Mikey Sainristil step for step with Washington Jr. And the ball falls harmlessly as Washington couldn't pull it in. The Wolverines take over on downs.
How about that former wide receiver playing defense now? Great coverage and great preparation. Everything was covered. Mikey Sainristil, they were going to have to make an exceptional play to beat Mikey Sainristil, and he was there step for step.
Clifford didn't have much to choose from, and on 4th down, just took a shot. And the Wolverines will take over on their own 39-yard line. Up by 7, 7:31 to go, quarter number 3. Inside handoff, Corum, big hole, out to the 50. He's in the clear, John, to the 30, to the 20. Can he win the race to the end zone? He can.
How about that? All right.
Touchdown, Blake Corum, 61 yards, and the Wolverines' lead is 13. Back-to-back offensive plays go 67 yards, Donovan Edwards, 61 yards, Blake Corum. The Wolverines now have 2 running backs over 100 yards rushing today.
How about that? Back-to-back plays, 67 yards, 61 yards. You want to answer, you want to make a statement. That offensive line, those 2 running backs have come out and said, you know what? I don't care how many fluky plays, how many opportunities we give Penn State. We're going to refuse to lose.
And Blake Corum made a great cut again at about the 50-yard line as Jake Moody's extra point is up and good. And the Wolverines have extended their lead to 31-17. Wow, what a turn of events here at the Big House as Michigan has taken a 2-score lead here in Ann Arbor. That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
I'll tell you what, when you think about the explosive opportunities that this offense has, and we talk about the depth at receiver, the big play potential from J.J. McCarthy, when Michigan has needed big plays. Last week against Indiana to start the game off, 50 yards by Blake Corum. Fourth down against Maryland. Blake Corum rips off a touchdown run, and now you've got Donovan Edwards on 67 yards, and next time Michigan touches it, after a huge fourth down stop, he goes 61 yards for a touchdown.
A lot of time left in this ball game, however, and Penn State has gotten into a bit of an offensive rhythm after getting just one first down in the first half. They actually have 4 here in half number 2, but Michigan still dominating statistically, and now with a 2-score lead on the scoreboard. It'll be Jake Moody to kick off. The Singleton is deep. Moody's kick into the wind. This one will get over Singleton's head, actually to bounce on the 3, and he'll have to pick it up on the bounce, and he's going to get chopped down as he crosses the 10. He put his hands in the air as if the ball was going to go over his head, but it landed on the 3, and it was Micah Pollard, the freshman, who will drop Singleton on the 13-yard line, and Penn State is backed up. Wow. I've never seen a receiver, maybe that's a freshman mistake, who thought that ball was going in the end zone. And it landed on the 3, and it actually checked up. So you got to cover that.
It's a young player, underestimating the wind.
7:17 to go, third quarter. Penn State 1st and 10 from the 13. Handoff to Allen, and he gets across the 15-yard line before he is brought down there by the Wolverines. Let's go down to our Jason Avant. Jason?
Yeah, I'm looking at Jamon Green. He's imploring for the coach to put him back in the game. He's ready to go back in. He has a little brace on his shoulder, and he's ready to go.
Well, I know they said earlier this week they're not afraid to throw Will Johnson into the mix, the freshman, who's getting some run here in the second half.
Well, Steve Clinkscale said every week he's ready to go for more and more. They keep putting more on his plate.
Back to pass is Clifford on 2nd and 7. Fires, quick wide receiver screen. He's got his man. That's Parker Washington, and he scoots between some Wolverine defenders out across the 30-yard line for a first down, where Rod Moore takes him down. DJ Turner helping out as well. 15-yard gain, first down, Penn State, ball on the 31-yard line.
Michigan had a few players in place to be able to make the play, just couldn't come up with the tackle.
Clifford back to pass, looking downfield, no pass rush, and he's going to fire over the middle, incomplete. Short of his receiver, Tinsley, on a crossing route. The Michigan offense has really done a great job here. The only stop Penn State has is the interception. 2 long touchdown runs here in the second half, giving the Wolverines this 2-touchdown lead. Now it's up to the defense to step up.
And they really just need to step up and play with better pace. Penn State's trying to control the tempo that they're operating with. And it's just Michigan has yet to up their tempo.
2nd down and 10. Clifford's going to roll out to his left. Looking, ball's batted in the air, and it falls incomplete. It was Mike Morris getting his hands up there to knock it straight up in the air. And Penn State's probably happy that that went incomplete, as that one was dangerous as it headed back towards the center of the field on the line of scrimmage where the defensive linemen were.
And who usually gets this defense fired up with a big play? Whether it's a sack or a batted ball there, it's Mike Morris. We'll see what this defense does to follow up on 3rd down.
All right, here we go. 3rd and 10 for Penn State. 3 receivers bunched left. Now they bring Tinsley in motion. Clifford up to the line of scrimmage. Talks to his offensive lineman, now back in the shotgun with 3 on the play clock. 3rd and 10. Back to pass is Clifford. Wolverines bring the heat. Clifford stepping up, looking, and he's going to be sacked. Derek Moore, the freshman. Check that. R.J. Moten on a blitz. Single digit.
I know. 6'8", it's hard to tell. But I tell you what, when you get a defensive back like that you're comfortable lining up, and it was a very unusual set. They had 3 defensive linemen down to the defensive right. R.J. Moten lined up as a rush end, but way outside on the left. Very vulnerable, but wow, great pass rush.
And the punt is going to be fielded by A.J. Henning, and he's going to run right. He's got some room. Can he get the edge? He can't. Gets out to about the 33, 34-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over with 5:26 to go here in quarter number 3. And the Wolverines leading 31-17. Well, John, Michigan's offense hasn't been stopped all day other than the interception. Here's a chance for them to really extend this lead.
Can we go 3 for 3? 67, 61. See who gets the ball in the backfield?
Well, it's going to be Donovan Edwards.
Or it could be that read option. Maybe it's J.J. McCarthy's time to go for a long run. But this is the amazing number. 416 yards of offense so far with 5 minutes still to go in the third quarter.
McCarthy handoff to Edwards up the middle, and he won't score, but he'll get a gain of 4.
No, he won't on that one, but the streak had to end at some point.
Keaton Ellis up from his safety spot on the tackle.
Now here's where I would like to see Michigan take a deep shot. Obviously, Penn State's got to be very concerned up the middle with those two long touchdown runs. Could be an opportunity for a play-action deep shot down the field.
The Wolverines have 3 receivers split left. Donovan Edwards continues at running back, and he's going to take the handoff running to his right and reverse his field back towards the middle, and we get a flag. And this might be a hold.
It could be a hold, or it could be an illegal block. You might have a high-low combo here.
Holding. Offense. Number 77. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
Wolverines, one of the least penalized teams in the country, with just 24 penalties through 6 games, but of course 10 last week. But the 24 in 6 games, the 3rd lowest in the nation. But that'll back this one up and make it 2nd and 17.
Trevor Keegan just got his hands outside the numbers and became a grabber instead of a puncher. All you got to do is rely on your technique.
2nd and 17. Is that the only 3rd penalty on both teams? Or just Michigan? Okay, gotcha. 3rd penalty on the Wolverines today. 2nd and 17, 4 wide for J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Turns and hands it off to Edwards, and hole closes quickly. And did he put the ball on the ground? I think he did. This is exactly what Michigan couldn't do. The Wolverines are saying they've got it. Penn State is saying it's their ball. And an official is signaling that it's Michigan football, it appears.
3rd down.
Wow. That was fortunate.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what you cannot do with a 2-touchdown lead.
No. I mean, obviously, you'd still like to be able to pick up this 1st down, but if you don't, you want to use Brad Robbins to flip the field.
Make him go the distance.
Don't give him that short field. Don't give him another easy opportunity to put points on the board.
That ball was in Keaton Ellis's hands, and he dropped it, and Trevor Keegan rolled onto it. Bullet dodged. 3rd and 12 for Michigan. Ball on the right hash. Back to pass is J.J. McCarthy looking. Crossing pattern. He's got Ronnie Bell. He's going to have to do some work. Can he break a tackle? He can, John. Spins outside. He's got 1st down yardage. Ronnie Bell. Wow. He was 5 yards shy of the 1st down. And that is just a great individual effort from Ronnie Bell.
Very, very comfortable connection between J.J. and Ronnie. We saw that pass interference earlier. The Penn State knows that J.J. wants to get the ball to Ronnie Bell for the exact reason. One, he's reliable at catching it. He's also going to break some tackles to pick up that 1st down.
Out to the 45-yard line. Wolverines have it. 1st and 10. Leading by 2 touchdowns. 3:12 to go 3rd quarter. Here's Blake Corum dancing around. Jumps over a defender and is tackled at the 49-yard line. Gain of 4 up the middle for Blake. Let's go down to our Jason Avant sideline.
Donovan Edwards has reached career highs in this game. He has 121 yards rushing, and also his 67-yard long is his career high as well.
Thank you, Jason. Most importantly, moving forward, ball security.
Yes.
Wolverines up 31-17, 3:08 to go. Clock running, quarter number 3. 2nd down and 6. Ball on the 49-yard line. J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun, bunch formation right, and they'll throw that direction to Andrew Anthony, who's hit as soon as he catches it and dropped for a loss. What a great play by Kalen King, the Cass Tech product.
Yeah, came up quick, and that receivers are in a tight spot there because you can't block till that ball is caught. And it was just a good read by Kalen King. Chalk one up for the defense.
Well, another third down and long for Michigan. This will be 3rd and 8.
Think Penn State's got an eye on where Ronnie Bell's lined up?
Perhaps. Bell is matched up with the player who just made that play, Kalen King, split wide right. 4 wide for J.J. McCarthy on 3rd and 8. Ball on the Michigan 46-yard line, back to pass. J.J.'s flushed out of the pocket. He's got some room, and he's going to try and run for it to the 50. Can he get there? He can as he slides. And they're going to mark him short. Did he lose the football out of bounds? I'm thinking. No, they just said first down in the stadium. I don't think it is.
Well, and he's not sliding. He's going shoulder first. So if they're going to mark him down where he started his slide there.
Ball was batted out of bounds and is short of the line to gain.
He did lose the ball.
Down.
Wow. It's going to be 4th and less than a yard, it appears.
Wow, tough decision here. You're up 2 scores.
Well, Michigan's lined up. They're ready to go. Fans just saw the replay, and Jim Harbaugh might challenge this spot.
Where the ball went out of bounds? I didn't see it, Doug. Did you see it?
I see him reaching forward, and it gets batted out of his hands right at the marker.
As the ball is short of the line to gain, the play's under further review.
Okay, well, we will see if the Wolverines get the spot they need here. In the meantime, John, if they don't, and this is 4th and short, if it's 4th and short, John, do you go for it?
Well, you're up 2 scores. You know, the defense, not from me. I see with Brad Robbins, especially going into the wind, you're not too worried about him over kicking it, but you can pin Penn State down, play the field position battle.
Oh, this is a huge play. If he gets the first down, great. If he doesn't get the first down, tough decision. Penn State trying to get back in this game, trailing by 2 touchdowns.
Here's the other thing. Where they spotted the ball, they've got a full yard to go. So what they're looking at as well, even if they move that ball a little closer to the first down marker and they don't give them the first down, it could be just close enough for Jim Harbaugh to say we're going to go QB sneak and try and pick up this first down.
Let's go down to our Jason Avant. Jason?
Did I hear John Jensen, one of the best offensive linemen in Michigan history, say we can't get an inch and a half?
After further review, the rolling on the field is confirmed. The ball is short of the line to gain. 4th down.
Okay, look where right now, John, look where the line to gain is, the Penn State 45. That is half a yard. Wolverines need half a yard, and they're going to bring the offense onto the field.
Jason, I do appreciate you calling me out on that.
That Close Shave Instant Replay brought to you by Barbasol. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for 100 years. Better buy Barbasol. Here we go, 4th and 1 for Michigan. Wolverines are going to go from a shotgun. Blake Corum flanked to J.J. McCarthy's right. They hand it off to Corum, and he's got the first down as he powers forward over the left side of the offensive line. First down.
Just like I told them they should do. Get behind that offensive line. Trust your offensive lineman. Get that first down.
Who are you? People are going to talk about you.
Hey, that's okay. Ask me if I care.
First down, Michigan, with the ball on the Penn State 44-yard line. Minute 8 to go here in quarter number 3. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. He's got Donovan Edwards directly behind him. Turns and hands it to Edwards up the middle, and he's got some room. He knocks a linebacker backwards across the 40 down to the Penn State 38-yard line. Keaton Ellis, the man on the tackle there.
Starting to chip away at the confidence and the conditioning of this Penn State defensive front. You pick up 7 yards on first down. Now, Michigan's interesting. They're slowing down the tempo. If for some reason they were to get stopped here, they want to take this to the quarter so that Jake Moody has the wind at his back with only 30 seconds left in the third quarter here.
Excellent point. The Wolverines leading 31-17 with the clock running, 20 seconds to go. J.J. McCarthy, shotgun. Pistol formation, hands it off to Edwards. Nice cut back towards the Penn State sideline. First down. Not much there, and he cut outside to the far side of the field where there was some green grass. Gain of 5 for Donovan Edwards. That'll be a Michigan first down, and that'll be the final play of quarter number 3 with the Wolverines leading 31-17 and the ball on the Penn State 33-yard line. We'll have the fourth quarter when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
The Michigan women's basketball season is right around the corner. The Wolverines are coming off the program's first trip to the Elite Eight and an undefeated season at home, so the buzz around the team has never been higher. Be part of the action for every game, including marquee matchups against Ohio State, Michigan State, and Iowa, by getting your women's basketball tickets now at mgoblue.com. That's mgoblue.com to purchase your women's basketball tickets.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstar batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. The Wolverines on top 31-17. So we're about to get the fourth quarter underway. Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics with its headquarters in Brighton and offices in Clarkston and Northville and a new one opening soon in Ann Arbor. Learn more at foguthfinancial.com. So John, Michigan has yet to punt today. They have the one turnover. They've scored every other drive. They have two running backs over 100 yards, and yet a lot of time, this game's still in doubt, but a touchdown here would go a long way towards putting Penn State in a world of hurt and giving Michigan command of this game.
Yeah, and when you look at what they've been able to do in regards to, hey, a big play with Donovan Edwards, 61 yards, obviously the 67-yarder by Blake. They have drives of 11 plays, 60 yards, 13 plays, 70 yards, another 13 plays, 77-yard drive, and they obviously started off the game with an 11-play, 64-yard drive. So they're chipping away at the time, as well as, you know, the confidence of that defensive front. When you can't stop a team on fourth down, and then all of a sudden they come back and they pick up another one with 7 yards on the very first play. It's going to continue to wear away. And we've seen this how many times, Doug, over the course of this Michigan football program, where you get into the fourth quarter and those plays early on that were 3, 4, 5, 6 yards end up becoming 8, 9, 10,
61, 63.
61, 67. Yeah, I mean, that's you're continuing to chip away at their confidence, but also the endurance of that defensive front.
Well, in the Wolverines, in baseball, you have a closer. The Wolverines' closer is their pass rush. Yep. They have 22 sacks on the year, but 7 have come in the fourth quarter in the last 3 weeks. When a team has to throw Michigan's defensive line with a huge rotation of players, so many guys moving in and out, they stay fresh, they can pin their ears back, and close the game.
Yeah, and that pass rush comes from all 3 levels.
Ball security, huge here for Michigan. So they lead 31-17, fourth quarter, we're ready to go. J.J. McCarthy under center. Play action, fake, rolling to his right. He's going to fire downfield, and he's got his tight end. It's Colston Loveland, but there's a flag down inside the 15 down to the 14. This call is pretty big. We'll see if this one stands. It's like a legal man downfield.
Somebody missed a memo. play action pass.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense number 18 was covered up.
Alignment issue.
5-yard penalty.
God, that's a crime against the team. It's just an alignment issue.
And we've seen JJ recognize those and get guys lined up right. And I'm not sure if it was Max Bredesen who was just too far in the wing position. I don't know. But obviously it's coming back. That's a big play, but it's still first down, 1st and 15. Got to chip away at it.
Ball backed up to the 38-yard line. Pistol formation with Blake Corum deep. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Wolverines line up power left, and they're going to run option left. And it's going to be Corum taking the pitch, and he's going to gain about 3 before he is run out of bounds by Abdul Carter.
Well, we've seen that play run before. It was Iowa. We saw it to the other side. It was to the right side. And not a huge fan of that because the defense gets too much of a head of steam running out to the edge. But obviously, hopefully we'll see it setting up something else.
4 wide, Penn State jumps off sides, free play. J.J. McCarthy's going to take a shot down the seam, and it's going to be batted away from Colston Loveland. But Wolverines snap that ball early, and then you see everybody runs deep, and you may as well take a shot. So we wait the call.
Defense, number 97.
P.J. Mustapher.
5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Yeah, he had 2 options. He had Roman Wilson running down the right hash, Colston Loveland running down the left hash, and he thought he'd try and get it to his big tight end. But good protection really all day by this offensive line. But here in the 4th quarter, as you're trying to take some shots down the field, it has really stiffened up.
Well, that also puts the nose of the football on the 30-yard line, which moves well inside Jake Moody range. And even a field goal here would be huge to put the Wolverines up 3 scores. Blake Corum, the lone running back. Wolverines jump. Oh, they give the 5 yards right back. Oh, looks like it was Max Bredesen.
False start. Offense, number 82. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
I know Big Brother Ben probably has a few choice words for him right now. But Max has been so good in the run game. As a trapping tight end in the absence of Eric All.
Back to the 35.
And that puts it right at the edge of Jake Moody's range, as long as 52. Ball's on the 35-yard line, 2nd down and 12. 14:05 to go in the ball game. Michigan up 31-17. Wolverines have gotten a little bit sloppy here. Ball on the left hash, 3 receivers split to the right. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Back to pass, looking downfield. It's going to fire to Donovan Edwards, wide open at the 20. Knocked out of bounds inside the 15. Uncovered Donovan Edwards gets the 1st down, and the Wolverines are knocking on the door.
Oh, great identification by J.J. Donovan Edwards releases out of the backfield. I don't know what they're looking at. That Penn State defense, no one is even in the same zip code as Donovan Edwards.
Roommate to roommate there. Donovan Edwards interrupted JJ's press conference this week. Did you hear that?
I did not.
Okay, well, we'll have story time a little bit later on. It was
hopefully,
funny.
Yeah.
Ball
we get up 3 scores, we can do that.
Ball on the left hash. Wolverines 1st and 10 from the 14. Handoff to Edwards, hesitates. Tries to power over the middle, and he gets 2 yards out of just about nothing. Curtis Joseph, the man who's got the defensive touchdown for Penn State. Curtis Jacob, excuse me. Give Donovan a yard. So JJ's at the podium, and Donovan is walking out of Schembechler Hall, and he sees JJ, and he walks up and says, I have a question. It's your turn to go to Chick-fil-A and bring dinner back for the house. And JJ said, I went last week. And Donovan said, I went last week. And JJ said, no, I went last week. And Donovan said, what time will you be home with the Chick-fil-A? And JJ said, I think that's a question for you.
Another guy keeping receipts?
But they drive from Ann Arbor out to Novi. And 1 player a week. Junior Colson also in the house. They bring home Chick-fil-A, and now the Wolverines jump off sides again. Another false start. Trevor Keegan this time. All right, keep your heads in the game here. Not just them, us.
False start. Offense, number 77. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Well, you can't keep shooting yourselves in the foot. You don't want to get sloppy here. You're up 2 scores, but you have, with that opportunity to go up 3, this is a huge opportunity for Michigan.
Wolverines I think they might be accusing Penn State of that false signal. Clapping.
Defensive linemen are always trying to cheat. Let's get a test of that.
Spoken like an offensive lineman. All right, so the Wolverines now looking at 2nd and 14, ball on the Penn State 18-yard line. 12:32 to go. Michigan up 2 scores. Back to pass. J.J. McCarthy. Here comes the pass rush, and he's going to get buried. Oh, boy. Michigan suddenly going backwards, and J.J. McCarthy is sacked. It is bizarre for Penn State.
Yeah, and sometimes there's just absolutely nowhere to go with the ball, and the protection, the pocket broke down so quickly, he didn't really have much of a chance. So good job by tucking the ball, protecting the football. We've already seen it on the ground once, and we don't want to see that again.
3rd down and 19. The ball on the Penn State 23-yard line. You don't want to take a sack here and make any field goal attempt longer than it needs to be. Just a reminder, though, the wind, strong wind, is at Michigan's back here. They're going to go inside handoff to Blake Corum, and he will get across the 20 down to the 19-yard line where Curtis Jacobs makes the tackle, and the Wolverines will send out the field goal team. Just sloppy there.
It was, and it's frustrating when you have a first down by Colston Loveland, and it's brought back because of an alignment issue. That's frustrating. And then all of a sudden, hey, next play, Max Bredesen jumps off sides. Then you gain some more yardage, and then it's another guy that jumps off sides, Traeger Keegan.
Ball will be placed at the 27-yard line, a 37-yard attempt. The ball in the middle of the field for Moody. Snap is good, kick is on the way, and the kick is good. Jake Moody gives Michigan 3 more points, and they lead at 34-17 with 11 minutes even to go in this ball game, and that is a big field goal.
That was huge. You get a chance to go up 3 scores, and how important was that 2-point conversion that Ronnie Bell had?
Michigan on top by 17 points, 11 to go in this one. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News & World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
Before you get in, get going, get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires, go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go blue.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAAD meats.com.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Wolverines on top of Penn State 34-17 with 11 minutes to go. Penn State will get the football back after the 37-yard Jake Moody field goal, his 4th of the game. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. So, John, weird drive there for Michigan with all the penalty yardage. It was 15 plays and 47 yards.
Yeah, and the important part is the 9 minutes and 26 seconds worth of time of possession. And we talked about it at the end of the third quarter. They obviously were trying to get the win in case they didn't convert. And, I mean, right now, Michigan, with still 11 minutes to go in the game, 35 minutes, 36 seconds, time of possession. Penn State has only had the ball for 13 minutes and 24 seconds. It's crazy.
Jake Moody to kick off for Michigan, and this one will be boomed over the head of Singleton and out the back of the end zone. Let's go down on the field to number 8. Jason?
We have to keep in mind that the wind, that Penn State is going against the wind right now. So if any deep ball down the field that's going to get a lot of air will be knocked down. So that's working in our advantage as well.
And we see Jamon Green back on the field for the first time since he suffered that injury. Penn State's been going hurry up all second half. They need a quick strike. So they're going to need the football 3 times, at least 3 times, to get back into this one with the Wolverines up by 17, 11 even to go. They'll go inside handoff and up the middle, powering forward. The scrum for Penn State. Allen has a gain of 4 before he is escorted to the ground by half the Michigan defense.
Well, Michigan's got to do a good job of keeping an eye on Sean Clifford. Don't need any more big plays out of him. And then obviously down the field.
Is Clifford a quarterback? Is that Alar? Drew Alar, the true freshman, is in. Wow. From the shotgun, Alar, big-time recruit. Back to pass, looking. He's going to fire on a crossing route. He's got his man, and he's got first down yardage to Tinsley. Junior Colson on the tackle. Drew Alar, who's attempted 19 passes on the year coming into this one.
I know he's got a strong arm, but you would think at a time like this they would want the experience of Sean Clifford.
First down for Penn State, ball on the 37-yard line. Alar back to pass, looking downfield. He's going to fire, and it's almost intercepted, but we get a flag on the play. It was Jamon Green, and that's where the flag comes in. We'll see what this call is. Signal pass interference, and it's going to be pass interference on Michigan.
Pass interference, defense, number 22. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Well, the spot of the foul was the Penn State 48-yard line.
Well, I don't know that I saw pass interference on that play. That was a weak call.
All right.
I'm going to call that one out.
First and 10 for Penn State from their own 48. Alar at quarterback from the shotgun. And we get movement up front, and it looks like Penn State moved. So I was listening to the Penn State coaches show this week.
Yep.
And he was talking about the experience they've gotten for Alar. And some fan yelled from the crowd, play him more. And then he yelled it again. And James Franklin said, thank you, sir. What do you do for a living? He's a little tense. Let's go to Jason Vaughn. Jason?
I want you guys to recognize that Quentin Johnson, that hadn't had a bunch of snaps, is in the game. And Rob Moore and R.J. Moten is not in the game right now.
Interesting. Quentin Johnson playing safety for Michigan. Back it up 5 yards to the 43-yard line, first and 15 for Penn State. We'll put this game in the hands of the freshman from the shotgun. Back to pass is Alar, looking downfield, continues to survey the field. Now he's going to fire one deep, and it's underthrown, looking for his receiver out there. I believe it was Tinsley.
And a great job by Jamon Green. Getting called for pass interference, still being aggressive, all within the rules, and great recovery.
34-17, Michigan on top, 9:55 to go, clock stopped. Second and 15 for Penn State. Ball on the left hash from their own 43-yard line. 2 receivers split left, 1 split right. Alar changes the play. Now shifts Kayvon Lee, the running back, to his right. Back to pass is Alar. Here comes the rush. He's flushed out of the pocket to his right. Looking downfield, he's going to throw it away. Good coverage downfield by Michigan's defense. Good pressure. Jalen Harrell, a man in his face.
Well, they were bringing pressure off the right defensive side, and what they ended up doing was dropping Mike Morris into pass coverage, and right pace, right time, covering up a tight end, and just confusing the freshman as to where the pressure is coming from.
Penn State 3 of 9 on third down on the day. looking at 3rd and 15. 9:48 to go. They need a score desperately. Back to pass is Alar. Looking, late blitz coming. The Wolverines, he escapes it. Alar's going to run, and he'll take a hit after a short gain to the 47-yard line. Mozzie Smith on the tackle. And is Penn State going to go for it?
They kind of have to. I mean, they're limited in terms of the possessions. You mentioned it earlier. They need to score 3 times. That's 3 possessions, and they can't waste one by kicking it away.
They're going to go quickly. Alar from a shotgun. 4th and 11. Huge play here. And we're going to get a whistle and a timeout. It looks like Michigan is going to want to talk it over.
Well, there was some confusion in the secondary.
Timeout, Michigan. They're first of the half. This will be a full timeout.
If they get a turnover on downs here, I'm not going to say the game is over. They have to still execute, but it makes it very hard for Penn State to even possess the ball 3 times.
9:11 to go in this one, 34-17. 4th and 11 for Penn State. We'll have that play when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line, because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Place an order for a 2023 Ford Edge lease today and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ plan lessees can order an Edge SEL all-wheel drive and lease it for $249 a month for 24 months with $2,909 due at signing. Plus, receive the Sun and Style package with 18-inch wheels and a panoramic Vista roof at no extra charge. Order today and take delivery by December 31st, 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $4,500 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Offer ends October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $249 Edge lease payment today, only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Huge 4th down play from here at the Big House. 4th and 11 for Penn State coming out of this timeout with the Wolverines on top 34-17. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Penn State needs 3 scores and have little choice but to go for it here from their own 47-yard line. And they put the game in the hands of the freshman, Drew Aller, out of Medina, Ohio.
Yeah, 5-star recruit. And there's a lot of Penn State fans that really are excited about this freshman class. You mentioned Singleton and Allen, 2 freshman running backs that are having a heck of a freshman season. Aller, they want to see a little bit more because of the potential that he has. He's a very J.J. McCarthy type of player. Strong arm, ability to run the football.
Can the closer, the pass rush, make a play here for Michigan's defense? 4 receivers split out for Drew Aller. Back to pass on 4th and 11. Looking downfield, here comes the rush. Fires underneath, incomplete. No flags. The Wolverines will take over in Penn State territory. And it was Yabi Oki and Taylor Upshaw in the backfield in the face of Allard.
Well, when Michigan has needed it the most in the 4th quarters, they've come up with great pass rush. Some of it's been one-on-one matchups that they just simply won. Others have been like this one. You got some looping and some slanting and TE games and able to get home. But I'm still curious as to why James Franklin would make that change going from your senior quarterback at a moment like this in the Big House, putting your freshman in that position.
Well, they love Aller, but yeah, it's a tough spot. So the Wolverines take over, 1st and 10 from the Penn State 47-yard line. Handoff to Blake Corum, and he is swarmed under in the backfield, loss of 1. Inside of 9 minutes to go with the Wolverines up 17 points. Let's go down to number 8 on the Michigan sideline.
Yeah, Sean Clifford went into the tent holding his right shoulder, and it seems like that was the hit that Will Johnson put on him. So it's not because of play, it's just because of an injury. So he went in the tent and came out. They are really excited about Eller, though. They view it as the K. McNamara, JJ situation. I heard that from someone on Penn State sideline.
All right, thank you very much, Jason, and that explains it.
Well, yeah, and Jason mentioned it at the time. Hey, that's a hit that you don't want your quarterback to take, especially with his right throwing shoulder.
Wolverines running clock now as they'll hand it off. Nope, JJ will keep it after faking it to Blake Corum. JJ's got the edge, and he's got the first down, and he's got more as he's spun down inside the 30-yard line on the far sideline. J.J. McCarthy, Chop Robinson comes from his defensive end spot to track down J.J. Not before a big gainer there to give Michigan a first down, and most importantly, take more time off the clock. 21 yards, J.J. McCarthy.
A heads-up play of understanding, hey, it's close to the sideline. You want to stay in. You want to make sure that clock keeps to continue to tick. And Penn State right now is going to be swiping at the ball, which means they might not be great tacklers. And J.J., Blake, whoever has that ball has to understand that is the most important thing right now is possession of that ball more than yards.
7:42 to go, clock running. JJ hands it off to Blake Corum, running right, cuts it upfield, but we got a flag. Corum breaks a tackle inside the 15, down to the 12, but we await this flag, and that is...
It's coming back.
It's an anomalous spot for Michigan.
Yeah.
It's time for today's spot.
Holding. Offense.
There we go.
Number 86, 10-yard penalty, first down.
It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is a proud supporter for those striving to be the best in theirs. What has been the best in the game for Michigan today?
Well, I'm going to go with the backfield. It's been the rushing attack. 166 yards by Blake Corum, 136 yards by Donovan Edwards, and heck, even let's throw J.J. McCarthy in there, 57 yards for him on the ground. And when you rush for 359 yards, you put yourself and your team in a great position to win a ball game, and that's where they are right now.
Ball backed up. 1st and 20 from the 37-yard line of Penn State. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Inside handoff. Donovan Edwards hesitates. He's got a big hole, and he'll get most of the penalty yardage back as he is chopped down as he crosses the 29 down to the 28-yard line. 10-yard gain on the run there from Donovan Edwards, adding to his rushing total. Boy, what patience, too. Hesitating and letting the blocking set up for him.
Yeah, and Trevor Keegan and Olu Oluwatimi did a great job of taking that nose tackle right up to the linebacker. The patience of Donovan Edwards waiting for that block to develop, and for Trevor Keegan, Olu to be able to get off on the linebackers, what created that gaping hole.
6:37 to go. The Wolverines trying to bleed Penn State out here. Up by 17. McCarthy handoff to Edwards running right. Met in the backfield and knocked down. That'll be a loss on 2nd and 10. It'll set up a 3rd and long. Loss of 4.
Well, and here's where you don't want to get crazy. The whole goal right here is to take time off the clock. It's 3rd and long. I fully expect Michigan to continue to run the football. Don't expose it to an interception, to some tip ball that we saw in the first half.
All the Wolverines have split out 4 wide receivers and continue with Edwards in the backfield from the 31-yard line on 3rd down and 14. 5:52 to go, clock running. Michigan up 17. Inside handoff, Edwards, big hole to the 20, cuts outside, first down, inside the 10, and down to the 3-yard line. Donovan Edwards on 3rd and 14. Move the chains, keep the clock running, and the Wolverines knocking on the door again.
When you spread the defense out that thin, you give your running backs, you give your offensive line a great advantage. The picture gets very clear as to where the double team's got to go, and Donovan Edwards does a great job, one of gaining yards, getting that first down, but protecting the football as Penn State continues to swipe at it at the end of that run.
Ball spotted at the 3-yard line. 5:12 to go after the 28-yard run by Donovan Edwards, who will continue in the backfield and take the handoff from J.J. McCarthy and walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan. Donovan Edwards. And the Wolverines extend the lead to 40-17.
Well, I tell you what, that Michigan offensive line has dominated the line of scrimmage. There's been a few times where they've allowed penetration, some lost yardage plays, but they have absolutely dominated to the tune of 396 yards rushing on a defense that came in here very highly ranked in regards to the amount of yards they were giving up on the ground.
80 yards a game on the ground. It was 5th in the country coming into this game. Jake Moody's extra point is up, and it is good. And the Wolverines lead it 41-17 with 5:03 to go.
Well, and you start thinking about all the different teams that Penn State has played. Why was that number the way it was? 80 yards a game on the ground, but Purdue, not a team that runs the ball very much. Northwestern, quite honestly, they don't throw the ball or run the ball very much. But Central Michigan, Auburn, Ohio, all teams that base their offenses on throwing the football. So when you only rush for 80 yards, like over the first 6 games, 5 games for Penn State, you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Wolverines lead at 41-17, 5:03 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, and we want you to help us celebrate. We're inviting you to attend our night out at the Big House on Thursday, December 1st at Michigan Stadium. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks and get exclusive access to see the Big House. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available. Sign up today and go blue.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Michigan, Penn State. Today's broadcast is presented by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together. Now, let's return to the Big House. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
You just mentioned the Michigan rushing attack. I got to tell you, we got to acknowledge Mike Hart, who's back on the field today.
Yep.
And we got to acknowledge Fred Jackson, filling in, 23 years of running back coach. Left Michigan, coached some high school football, came back this year to work for his former student Mike Hart as an analyst in the running back room.
Yep.
And Michigan, this is the most rushing yards ever allowed by a James Franklin team. Our Rob Joyce had that. As the Wolverines have piled up Donovan Edwards, 173 yards rushing on 16 carries. Blake Corum, 166-yard rushing on 28 carries, 2 touchdowns each. And Michigan has really gotten the job done on the ground today.
Couldn't be happier that Michigan is the team to do it to James Franklin.
And Fred Jackson and Mike Hart, well done. Wolverines lead it, 41-17, 5:03 to go. Jake Moody's kickoff sails out of the back of the end zone. We'll take a break. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
When you call in your local Ruud dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Ruud, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Ruud.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Ruud.
Spend the night with Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Party and play with Babyface. Tickets start at $35 on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com.
When can I see you again?
The Tender Lover returns. Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
The Donovan Edwards 3-yard touchdown run was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. John, let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer, bye week, and then Michigan State.
Yeah, both Michigan State and Michigan will have a bye week leading into that game, and a chance for Michigan to get healthy, get anybody back that has any lingering issues, but also spend some extra time on those Spartans. It's been a couple of years since Michigan's had a win in that rivalry game, so it'd be awfully important.
Aller continues at quarterback for Penn State. Inside handoff to Singleton, and he scoots through a crease out across the 31. That preview of the upcoming schedule was brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Penn State going hurry up, 2nd down and 4. Inside handoff, Singleton again, and he breaks through, has a first down out to the 40-yard line. 4:39 to go. Clock stops on the first down. Wolverines up 41-17.
Doug, here's a crazy stat, and I don't know when the last time Michigan was, but they're nearing 40 minutes worth of time of possession.
Play action, Aller back to pass, fires far sideline, has his receiver Tinsley right at the marker near the 50-yard line, just shy of the 50. Jamon Green in coverage out there.
And that happens when you go 3 and out to start the game 2 times. Penn State has really struggled to get any sustained drives other than that big play by Sean Clifford and one long pass play that they had. 4
minutes to go. Inside and in front is what Michigan's defense is trying to do right here. Aller back to pass on 2nd and 1. He's going to take a shot, fire to his running back out of the backfield. Singleton, and he dropped it. Oh, that would have been a big gainer. Might have been a touchdown.
Yeah. Yabioki a little bit out of, he's in coverage and probably not comfortable covering a running back in coverage. Dropped him, and he was wide open, but just dropped the football.
3rd and 1 for Penn State with 3:51 to go. Aller from the shotgun. Back to pass, going to fire and have his receiver Tinsley. He's got the first down, and he's knocked out of bounds inside the 45, down to the Michigan 42, right in front of the Wolverine bench.
Will Johnson has done a great job of stepping in, getting more time. He obviously put the big hit on Sean Clifford, and that could be the reason why he's not in the game anymore. And you knock a quarterback out like that, it has a huge impact on the game.
Aller back to pass, going to fire to his running back out of the backfield. It's Allen who's tripped up by Mozzie Smith as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Clock running, 3:28 to go. Michigan up 41-17. Rod Moore helping out there as well. 2nd down and 10 for Penn State from the Michigan 42. Aller back to pass, looking downfield. And continues to look, and he's going to fire it as he takes a hit. Incomplete. R.J. Moten came up from his safety spot and laid Aller out. Looking for Harrison Wallace in a crossing pattern inside the Michigan 10. 3rd down. and just under 10 for Penn State.
There's always that moment where a quarterback gets welcomed to the Big Ten, and that hit by R.J. Moten might be that moment for Aller.
Wolverines rotating guys in. We've seen Jimmy Rolder, the freshman, get some run defensively here. 3:10 to go in the ball game. Clock stopped. 3rd and 10 for Penn State. Aller from a shotgun. Back to pass. Here comes the rush, and down he goes. Another one of those fourth quarter sacks. Michael Barrett, the first man in, and then Taylor Upshaw finished him off. A loss there will set up a 4th and long. Loss of 6, 4th and 16 for Penn State.
And again, they're just trying to confuse Aller, the young quarterback, as much as they possibly can. Still only rushing 4, but they dropped Braden McGregor off the left side into coverage, brought Michael Barrett front side, and just didn't have enough blockers, and Michael Barrett comes up with the big sack.
4th and 16 for Penn State. Aller from a shotgun, 3 receivers split left. Back to pass, flag is down. Here comes the pass rush again, and Aller spins out of it, and down he goes. We'll have to await this flag. Taylor Upshaw, Rayshon Benny back there. It's the closer, the pass rush.
Yep.
Offside. Defense, number 91, lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
This is what, even though they're up 41-17, this is what will drive coaches nuts. You can't line up. We saw it earlier. A big play to Colston Loveland, called back because he was covered up. Now you line up in the neutral zone. Those are mistakes that are 100% preventable.
So it's 4th and 11 for Penn State following the penalty. 2:25 to go in this one, and Michigan up 41-17. Aller in a shotgun. Surveys the Michigan defense. Now has the snap. Back to pass. Fires over the middle behind his receiver. Did he catch it?
I think he made a one-handed grab behind.
Right at the marker. The question is it for first down yardage? This is going to depend on the spot. Parker Washington.
He's got a very generous spot.
Jim Harbaugh is arguing vociferously. He's 5 feet out on the field.
Oh, they just moved it back a little bit. Now when they respot the ball.
That was 4th down.
This was timeout for a measurement.
Well, we're going to see. I think he's short, John. Jason Avant down below. Do you have an angle on that one or no?
I think that he's a little bit short from my point of view. It's a bunch of players in the way, and I don't want to go on the field again. But
yes, you do.
Yeah,
you do.
I feel like I belong. Look like he has it.
Okay, now that you got another look.
I got another. Well, no, this one's going to be a really, really tight spot. It's going to be a really close spot.
I mean, even if he's short here, I mean, James Franklin with a timeout can challenge the spot.
It's going to be really close.
And he's short.
He's short,
Yep.
About 3 or 4 inches.
And with 2:17 to go.
Yep. And James Franklin's looking up to the scoreboard to see if he can see a replay, which he's not going to see here in Michigan Stadium. And I mentioned that time of possession. As soon as Michigan runs another play, they're probably going to pass the 40-minute mark. Last time they did that, 2018 at Michigan State with a time of possession of 41 minutes and 3 seconds. So there's a good chance they surpass that here.
And we see Davis Warren will take some snaps for Michigan with a 24-point lead and 2:17 to go. Let's not forget, John, Michigan trailed this game in the second half.
They did, and with the dominant performance they had in the first half, only went into halftime up 2 at 16-14.
C.J. Stokes carries it for a gain of 5. Also like to say hello to Dan and Debbie Deardorff. Hope you enjoyed listening to the broadcast on your drive up north.
Somewhat strenuous at times, but here we end up 41-17, so they should be rolling in any second now.
They at your tailgate earlier and said they were going to drive north, right?
Yeah, they stopped in this morning. Brought us some nice treats from up north as well.
Of course they did. Davis Warren takes the shotgun snap and hands it off to C.J. Stokes. And he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Minute 35 to go. 41-17, Michigan on top. Davis Warren has appeared to have won the backup quarterback spot.
Yeah,
as long as Cade McNamara is out.
Well, we did see Cade throw some balls in warm-up, not dressed, but just throwing some balls. So you got to believe he's getting close to his return, and hopefully maybe he'd be one of those guys that utilizes the bye week to be able to get back on the field.
Well, Penn State brought in Manny Diaz to run their defense, and known for exotic looks, great disguising it, but J.J. McCarthy passed the test today. C.J. Stokes up the middle on 3rd and 6, and he gets tripped up as he gets near midfield, but moved the chains, and with 51 seconds to go, that, John, means the Wolverines can go to victory formation, and they know it down below. The celebration has started.
Yeah. And it's C.J. Stokes wanted to make sure that he had the opportunity to get a 60-plus run in as well, and just down. But a great job of picking up the first down, and they can let the clock run out now.
Shotgun for Davis Warren. Stokes continues off his left hip, and he'll take the handoff up the middle and get a gain of about 6 yards before he is knocked down. And that, John, will be the last play of this one as the clock ticks down to 10 seconds. The Wolverines leave their sideline following a 41-17 dominant second half performance. Dominant all throughout, but taking over on the scoreboard in the second half and running away from Penn State.
Yeah, when you look at the final statistics in terms of time of possession, first downs, yardage, I mean, Michigan just dominated every aspect of this game, and if not for 2 plays, one of them earned by Penn State, and that was the 62-yard run by Sean Clifford. The other one going off the helmet of P.J. Mustafer, landing in the palms of Penn State defender, going for a pick 6. This game would have been over a lot sooner.
Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
I have one of the best linemen in the country in Olu Oluwatimi. Olu, did you guys hear all the noise about Penn State's defense and how great they were, and you guys wanted to prove a point?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you rush for 400 yards on the top 10 team in the country, that's a statement win. That's what we did. That's what we did today.
Yeah. Tell me, how good can this offensive line be? You guys were moving and dominating this game. Talk about that. How good can this be?
Man, we still haven't peaked. We're going to keep working against movement, against stunts and pressures and blitzes. So man, the sky's the limit for this O-line.
Yeah, 400 yards rushing. You talked about that, but you guys possessed the ball for 40 minutes this game. That's unheard of, and also 4 rushing touchdowns. Talk about the job that the backs have done.
Hey, when you got Blake and Dono, you see them making people miss, and then when they get in the open field, they outrunning the leverage of the safeties. So all we got to do is put a hat on a hat, and they make us look better than we actually are.
There was a 4th down play at midfield. John Jansen didn't believe you can get it. Talk to John Jansen about doubting you guys.
I mean, he know what it is. He played O-line here. He know the mentality that we practice with, and every 4th down we feel like we gonna get.
All right, go blue.
Go blue, baby.
Jason. Oh, John's going to hear about that one. The Wolverines, they did get that first down, and he is calling for a Brad Robbins punt. Maybe he just wanted Brad Robbins to get a chance. The Wolverines didn't have to punt today against Penn State in a 41-17 final from here at the Big House. Great job down below. Jason, John Jansen's making his way down to the Michigan locker room. Well, he will talk with the head coach, Jim Harbaugh. Also, Jason will make his way into the Michigan locker room and talk to players after this one. Wolverines go into the bye week at 7-0 following this win. Penn State drops to 5-1. Lots to do here on the postgame show, including more from Brian Bush, who will anchor our coverage following this one. Also, Jack Miller will give us his 2 cents. I know that former offensive lineman will love this performance as the Wolverines put 2 backs over 100 yards and have 2 rushing touchdowns of more than 60 yards for the first time since November 4th of 2017, when Karan Higdon and Chris Evans went 77 and 60 yards respectively in that game. So Wolverines get the win here today. Lots to do as we wrap this one up from the Big House. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network